suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais été, jamais fait une gros pas. Big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je suis pas j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Ligne, beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi.
I am the greatest. The best over pick up the hope. Clutch in impossible situations like I'm playing against bots. Major winner. Major MVP. They don't call me Undertaker for nothing. And that's exactly why I'll win.
You know you have to qualify first, right?
Bonjour, welcome back to the EWC LCQ out here in Paris. We are ready for day number 2 as we've got 3 more games to bring you throughout today's action. We already had a bit of a barn burner yesterday. We had 2 actually quite close games going the 3 mappers, and then we had one of the biggest giga stomps of the day. Gives me putting up a ridiculous rating, his best of all time. Well, so insane day.
There was only one on the broadcast. We had to have one because when we looked at the group stages, the opening games, a lot of those types of games did occur.
We kind of got the best games we could have got as well. The most competitive games at the very least. But Mike, we're back here for day number 2. Ryan Nerekai. This is Yumi alongside me. We'll be bringing you first through the first game as well. As of course, you can kind of see everybody starting to set up behind us, ready for once again what is one of the coolest things that we have. This LAN environment, LAN hall. It's a bit of a throwback.
We're even throwing a few spanners in the works. We went from CS dominant in this LCQ area, and now there's Rocket League segmented to another part of it. So there's still going to be energy. There's no vacant seats that are going to be just down the corner. You can't get your extra privacy. You're still going to be able to yell and hear a lot of what's going on around you.
Just what we want as well. And we've got some teams to lock in towards playoffs today as well. We've already had quite a few locked in from yesterday who went 2-0 through the groups. Nice and easy, of course. Notably teams like BC Game, for example, who actually look very, very comfortable. And I'm very impressed with their win over 1 win in particular.
Well, I mean, the fact that BCG and Simple had enough time to go and film a promo where he's like, well, you got to qualify first. But he's already made it as far as he can from these group stages. So they're feeling pretty good on that side. I'm a little disappointed in one W, I guess, coming into this event, really. I had high expectations for Exile. But yeah, we're chewing through the fat. I think we had a lot of teams that were just coming through on level 10 squads that just think, well, we can give a swing at this. Let's see how we do against 100 Thieves. Get stomped, they leave, and then we start to go through for the teams where, I mean, there are a solid 10, 15 that really are vying for that opportunity, especially jumping into the season. Everyone sees the chance to slingshot in VRS because of the high prize pool in the main event, as well as just the reach. You don't get to touch the top teams that often.
Yeah, exactly. This is a massive event, of course. That was the format there for you. 64 teams, down at 32. You know how it is. We are doing it in like 2 segments. We get 32 on for the start of the day, then a 32 for the end of the day as well. Best of 3s all the way throughout. None of this best of 1 nonsense here. And of course, when we get towards playoffs, it is single elim. So that's exactly what we want to see as well. We've got some groups as well to show you of what we are kind of looking at throughout today. And of course, in particular, Group 13 as well. We're going to be focusing on this Focus Sashi game, pardon the pun, as we focus on a winner's game here as well. So winner of this moves on into the playoffs, and especially as well, going in through this sort of upper bracket side of things, very good for the seeding. You, of course, go against a side that comes through that lower bracket side. Focus 2-0 over Partisan. Good win. Partisan on a bad team in their own regard as well. And then Sashi, pretty easy 2-0 there over Orion Wanderers. So this is the first true test for Sashi.
Yeah, the thing I always worry about this type of environment when we have open qualifiers and there are teams that are just mixes or they're giving it a good old college try. When you have a lower level team like Sashi played in their opening round, I think there can be an unhealthy expectation that the games are going to continue to be easy. Whether or not you want to acknowledge that or not, you want their first game to sort of give you a humbling experience to some degree. You want to know that there is going to be stern competition. When you're playing amateurs, it does feel a little bit more difficult to dial into the important games. And so I'm a little worried for Asahi that I think have kind of stagnated for quite some time, especially a lot of the players on this roster haven't necessarily seen the trajectory or upwards trajectory in their careers that we would like to see. So I think this is a game ripe for the taking for a Focus that have had to go through some roster changes, and they're trying out newer pieces as well.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. I think as well, when you play against a little bit more of a new squad, let's say, I think you can get bad tendencies, right? You know, we kind of saw the way Gizmi was playing a little bit yesterday, where he's just holding W and kind of basically calling for himself. That you really hope that doesn't seep in towards a game that matters, right, as well. We've got a veto for you into this one, and we're kickstarting things with Cash. You love to see it. I'm so happy to see Cash come in. We've got Mirage to follow up, then Inferno. This is basically as puggy as a map pool can really get as well for this veto process. And Mike, it's a point that me and Henry were talking about yesterday. We're just not seeing enough really Cash in tier 2. You know, it's a map in which we wanted to see kind of get brought back into the pool, and you know, we had everyone online, you know, larping about bringing back Cash, and then it's the least played map in Facer, it's the least played map in your premieres, and it's at the moment the least picked map in the pro level as well. So we're not seeing it really ever. So I'm glad to see it.
Well, tier 1 teams don't want to touch it. Tier 2 teams are dabbling, but it's again like any map that undergoes massive changes, gets reintroduced, they rely on some sort of trailblazer to exist. FaZe looked pretty good on it, and I think a lot of people are trying to mirror what they were doing on the map so that they can also add it to their map pool. And that might be what Sashi are doing here, because the fact that they've moved away from they usually ban Mirage. That's why Focus have snap picked it here. So this is a punish pick, but also because of limited data against the Focus on Cash, they've been relying on a lot of these recent successes that they've had. I mean, I think they've 5 times they've played it. They've not lost yet. So they're feeling confident, and I do think it's always these younger level teams that are just going to get their homework stolen by a tier 1 team at some point, and they just go, wow, I can't believe Vitality or Spirit have innovated. And it's like, actually, I just yoinked it from tier 2, man.
Yeah, let's be frank. You know, you look at like Ancient, Copenhagen Flames, you look at like Anubis, talk about Azure Tenacity, for example, right? Who is going to be the one to trailblaze Cash? Maybe one of these two sides today, but we are live here in Cash. The pick of Sashi as they'll be starting on that T side, Focus on the CT side, looking to get a little upset and then go in towards what feels like it should on paper be a very good Mirage.
Yeah, we can only hope. I've seen many complaints. Middle is paper thin. But on pistol rounds, that shouldn't matter. Banjo, I mean, doesn't hear or see a thing until Cabby's head hits the deck. So first kill is easy. And with him in Sunroom, it just provides such a difficult crossfire. If he just trims through the fat as they get into B main, I mean, he'll have a fast flank. They're boxed into that B bomb site, even if they get that bomb down.
Mister, this should be one for free. Freeze a loose term. He really makes a meal of it. But they'll get the kill nonetheless. Mr. Acor. They find one apiece for themselves, and Acor makes it a second behind it. Then Mister will do exactly the same as he matched them, going blow for blow. And with that being said, it's Yokab with it all to do. 1 versus 3, 2 of which are vulnerable, but 2 tall and order. Anna Lele will close the door on that round, and the T-side start well. It's a pretty simple pistol, all things considered, for Sashi. That one lurker in towards mid as an insurance policy, but it's good.
Yeah, the annoying thing for Focus will be that they got the positions they wanted. They got an opening kill, they get deep position through B main. They don't necessarily have to show a bunch of initiative, but that one lurking kill out in middle just seemed to throw everything out for a loop, because they just bypassed Banjo, and they know they didn't have to worry about that vent rotation either.
A little bit of Uso.
Yeah, full force buy from Focus in the second round.
It's bold. It is bold. With only a couple of kills to fall back on financially.
They're stacking the right place, though.
Yeah, they are. And you spoke about mid being paper thin. I can tell you what's rock hard is single. Anywhere around here, it's just good luck getting any warbang damage. Smoke's coming over for the cross. Actually, these are really well placed as well. It's going to split up this map massively. A Siphon does a good job of finding that first. The MP7 put to good use, but looking for a little bit more. And you got ZTR up close, Yokab on cleared. He's using the door as his best friend. What do we say? You cannot wallbang it. So he's using it as a brick wall to block off and allow them to go into the stack. Acor now needs to do a lot of work alongside Mister to bail them out of what could be an embarrassing round lost. And it might still happen. all now on Mister. 1 versus 2. Banjo, full HP, but Porte 1 foot in the grave.
Yeah, that Smoke's his best friend right now. I mean, just gives him options as to how he can reposition. And with Porte being on that low health, he's trying to find another avenue of attack that is totally unexpected, just so that he can leverage that health to a greater degree. But they're giving Mister a lot of room to plant and try and play for the after. And with that Smoke as well, no one is pinning him in position just yet.
He's got to know it's a possibility now being flanked. And he's actually set himself up in a way in which he's keeping an eye on it. Back quad at this point surely got to be expected, and Porte rips his head off. What a shot from him. And actually what a round as well. 2 vitally important kills. The final 2 to close it, and a 4 spy found. That is exactly what we want to see. What a response from Focus. And I heard a little bit of classic land horse shouting there, and I would not be surprised that was actually from them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what your perspective is on Porte, because I think there was a time where I was very excited for him. But
yeah, same.
The early days for Focus, I'm holding my breath just now. I think there's games where I see him do well, like plays positionally fantastic, but then just misses way too many shots. But critically important, he gets on the board early. I want to see him ramp up into this type of tournament, especially like these proving ground type events are ripe for the taking for a player of his caliber.
Funny enough, I kind of used to put him in a similar bracket to A-Core in a bit, where I would sort of talk about them as like they would like at times be absolute highlight reels, but would you actually rather have a consistent player rather than a highlight reel player, right? Someone who just is going to give you 15 to 20 a map rather than actually give you a times 30 than a times 8. You know what I mean? So, and that's kind of what I got with Porte a little bit. But when he's on, he's on. And hopefully today is one of those days. And actually, as they're trying to pop through now in towards the site, Banjo and Mathios will shut it down. And now it's about buying time for Banjo for that rotation to come over. And he's done a good job of it. A-Core left all alone. No way in hell he's surviving this one or even salvaging it at that with 61 points of HP in a 1 versus 4. Galil on a flash. And it's a big ask to say the least, and the spam's not exactly far off either. Where do you go from here? He's trying to get lost in a way. Don't show any presence. Go silent for 20, 30 seconds and hope that they overlook this spot, but surely no chance.
This keeps taking tag damage as well to the spam. And I think they know they've got him totally pinned. So, even with that, ZTR shows a little too much skin. Didn't need to reveal himself. It'll be the spam from Porte that finishes the job. Another double kill for him. So, out the gate early, Focus looking good. I mean, that was a full Sashi B execute that just totally fizzles out just by getting the smoke down back checkers, being disruptive, hard swinging out from that smoke as well, just to provide this crossfire between the Banjo and the bomb site.
Yeah, very, very good defense that they set up there as well. They actually play very standoffish. They soak up a lot of pressure and hope that essentially they can isolate onto Wasashi. And they do a good job of it. They find a lot of isolated duels which work in their favor. Before you know it, massive numbers advantage. So money broken for the Danes, and you assume nothing really to be found in a round like this. You'd love a bomb plant, bolster up the buy-in towards the next, but winning the round itself, highly unlikely.
I don't even know this is a part of Sashi's playbook, but I've been seeing it more and more. I think actually Sponge, I saw him post some video on Twitter about, you know, the run boost into boost for middle.
Yeah.
Which is something that just every team is going to implement at some point or another.
For sure.
I just don't see... I feel like you have to throw Xiphon up there, or you have to throw Mister up there. Someone that's willing to take a little bit of a risk.
That was a risk from Cabby.
Yeah, well.
And he'll lose his life and doesn't really gain too much with it. You would hope at least take a bit of space in towards the site, but immediately decked. What are you playing, Andy?
There was just nothing behind it.
Yeah, exactly. Just one flash would have gone a long, long way. A lot of damage fell towards Xiphon too as he shows a shoulder.
I guess I'm just a little confused about what the thought process is in that moment. You know, Cabby's alone, running out with a Glock, and then Xiphon's walking out A main with a Glock.
Yep.
And there's nothing else. So it's a probe, maybe hoping for an over rotation, but they know they're against pistols, so no one's moving a damn muscle.
That's it. You know, there's taking a chance and there's taking a chance, and that was really looking for something. A-Core, he's hurt now as well, in towards mid. So should be dead. Close. 11 points of HP, and finally followed up by ZTR. A very easy round. Barely even breaking a sweat. Exactly what we want to see as well against that low buy round. Make sure the Sashi get no foothold in the round.
Yeah, it's funny because I think if people just watch Sashi or sort of keep tabs on both these teams in their online play, they'd maybe think Focus are not favorites. You know, they might think, oh, well, Sashi have been doing quite well. But I'd argue that the games I watch from Focus where they win look far cleaner than what I see from Sashi. I think there's a lot of round recovery. We get good rounds out of Zyphon that keep them in games. And sure, that can be a part of your win condition, but I think Focus feel more put together. But this is a very well put together Sashi mid take because there is minimal resistance here from Focus.
Yeah, they've really found a pocket here. We're going to try and utilize it, but there's also re-aggression on the flip side. Sunroom taken here by Banjo. This is huge, but A-Corp just keeps an eye on it, and he'll find the opener. Mr. now. One of his own, ZTR. Does he expect a second? That might be his death. And a labored spray there. Cabby and Alele kills for them, but same for Yokap and ZTR before Zyphon will give them space and towards the site. It's all on kind of top man on this team at the moment. He's been looking really good, Yokap, and we need to see a little bit of why. What makes him the hero of this side? 1 versus 2. Zyphon and A-Corp, who play behind that smoke, and they're playing the elevation too. Zyphon slightly more on high, A-Corp up close. He's going to bide his time, wait out the smoke, wait to see how they're set up. Close left, doesn't see anything. He's trying to get information with that tap. They do not bite. They don't nibble at the reel, and actually, with that, it looks like he's pulling away. So the AK...
He's trying to draw them out.
And he is, to be fair. He's going to make this expensive at the very least. He might not survive at that AK. He's also now been hurt as well, to make matters worse. So he doesn't even get the bait at the end.
Oh, I wasn't sure if the bomb was going to go off at the end there, because they would not have survived the blast. I mean, really nice round recovery. That was just totally hectic.
Yeah.
You know, people will look at that and think, what on earth is going on? This is a non-conventional looking round of cash, but there's an initial plan and there's a counter reaction, and both teams got punished for actually stepping a little past the mark to these objectives, whether that was, you know, pushing into Sunroom and getting caught by A-Core, or pushing into Z and getting caught CT. It was just a Hail Mary of frags back and trades. Another mid-take here from Sashi, and this time it's Mathios burning in the sandbags. He needs help from ZTR, and just peering over the top of it, nade lands in his face. So that's a freebie for Sashi.
Yeah, rough start. That sandbags angle, sometimes unstoppable, and there with the right utility set, very, very difficult to deal with. Door open, so it gives a favorable angle for the Orb to hold at range. And they're smoking towards Con too. They're trying to re-aggress a little bit here, Focus. And they've got the right idea, Yokap. Molly, another one down towards Sandbag. This time, no one present, but they now know where they are. Oh, he's got information on 2. 1 vent, 1 on boost.
But that hesitation cost him his life. He could have gotten away. Mr. did not react quick enough to guarantee that trade. That stutter step is what costs him. Porte ISO on this A-bomb site. This is an iconic spot for an AWP. You can play both angles. You can jump around. Especially with no Molotov, he'll be hard to flush out.
Yeah, if this is played right, this is where you get a bit of a highlight reel round, and there's the first. Nice find on towards Zyphon. He's trying to use that long range in towards single. Spotting towards highway. Can't quite hit the shot, and now he's under a lot of pressure because he's all alone. When he sees something special, he looks up, but it isn't good enough. He just shoots above the head. And Zanalele will find his numbers advantage, and a question to be had now. Do ZTR and Banjo actually give this a proper look in? And as ZTR loses his head, I feel like Banjo should save Massa.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got enough facial hair to
Yeah, I don't know if he can be shaven at the moment. He looks a little baby faced.
Yeah, I mean, really tough spot there for Porte. I'm not sure Banjo gets away with his life here. Yeah, Mr. tracks him down, so not a single saved weapon. But that's a really difficult position there to be in if you're Porte, because you know that after you take that fight towards A main, by not holding it and slinking back red, they could sneak out to forklift and catch him on both angles. So that's why he's not instantly scoped onto highway. But that's why I actually thought he would just keep challenging from quad. Is that if you give them an inch, they will make the whole bomb site just feel uncomfortable without even having to do anything.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just a couple missed shots. He had a chance to win the round, even with the maybe positional criticism I'll give him. But they're down to just pistols now here on the side of Focus, and A-Core challenging over boost. I like to see that he takes a bit of a risk there. it was essentially a mid stack.
Yeah, and then eats a nade behind it, but deals some damage back of HE of his own.
I used to always think Acor was just too much of a double dipper.
Yeah.
He used to, I think, try too hard to win rounds for his team back in the day. Nowadays, I think he's taken a
reining himself back in a little bit. Yeah.
Always struck me as a player that only did what he felt he had to do.
Yes. Try not always be the hero. In a round like this, for Focus, if you can make it a bit expensive, in itself, that's a bit of a silver lining. Winning the round feels very, very unlikely, but steal away a gun, save it in towards the next, or 3 kills out of this, you're not going to be too upset in a round like that. Whether they can, we'll have to see. Utah setting out, making its way in towards B. And they're going to realize very soon, no one's home. Red carpet rolled out. A free site for them and a free round at that as well. And to be honest, the remaining 4, you could go one of 2 ways. Either full save this and they'll give any kill bonus over, or play a little proactive in the exits, see if you can get a bit cheeky. 2, 3 of you stick up together and see if you can just drop a gun.
I will say, from, I won't pretend I've watched closely at what Sashi's cash really has to offer.
Yeah.
But I can understand why they're good at it already just by the way that they're approaching this. They're targeting different areas each time. Their finishes have actually been very hard to anticipate just entering into these rounds. And so Focus are taking a couple of gambles. If they are not going heavy mid on as a T side, as CT, I mean, you can get these quick rotations, but the util's been good from Sashi on the XX that it's kind of mitigating some of that, some of the effectiveness of those rotations. So it's nice to see that they have that part of their game in the locker. They're maybe just following orders to a certain degree. Maybe they've just got a sheet of paper and it's like rounds 3 to 6. You can go B or go mid. But right now that game plan is working out wonders because Focus are having some difficulties. No, I mean, the fragging so far has been pretty back and forth, but they're having difficulties reading what's coming next.
Yeah, it's very meticulous at the moment as well, right? We're seeing so much detail behind these rounds for Sashi. I like how they're breaking it down as well, incrementally taking space, and then when it really matters, they move as a pack. It makes life really, really hard to deal with. His counter boost is good, but not converted. Nice idea, poor execution.
Yeah, you just need that kill.
Yeah. You should be getting it all day. You've got the drop on them.
He should have been traded from boost, but he needed that kill.
And Yokab needed that one as well. 2 separate fights, which both should have been positive. Boost up for Porte looking in towards Highway.
Maybe they'll bond over that.
Yeah.
Like, Yokab, me too, brother. Me too.
They're sitting next to just looking at each other. Damn. Shadow spotted a freebie for Acor there as well. That's one of those things you learn as the map gets played a little bit more, that actually that angle betrays you. It's not actually as strong as it is. Your right eye peeking in towards single door, it's great. Left eye, you're in trouble. Your shadow shows your spot about 20 seconds early. ZTR, he will get one of his own, but he's taking a hell of a lot of damage, which leaves him so damn vulnerable. But same can be said for Mr. and Zyphon. It's not an impossible round, but it doesn't help that they've got no B presence.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is the right reaction. They know ZTR is low, and if you're a Banjo and you're anywhere nearby, you're going to try and help your teammate out.
Yeah.
So it's going to transition to a save here for Focus. Sashi open bomb site, but they picked them to pieces this round. A nice idea on that vent boost, but the push into door, the failure on both kills for Focus, this falls very, very flat. And Sashi pick an open bomb site to finish. So again, happy to see that we're getting a strong-looking Sashi on their map pick.
Yeah. Well, we've got a bit of time to kill at the tail end there. I'm just be checking on some of the other results, seeing what's happening as well. We've got a few, actually quite good games on right now. One in particular, which is a really, really cool game, actually. Liquid Metaspore. I feel that would be quite an exciting one to watch. I think actually Flom's co-streaming. There you go. Pick up. And they're also playing on Cash as well. Liquid have picked into Cash. And they've got a very similar veto to us. They're Cash Inferno Mirage.
Listen, if there's any region I expect to adopt Cash with open arms, it's NA.
Yep, yeah, exactly that. So that I think has the potential to be a really, really fun game. And currently, Liquid are 3-1 up there on Cash. What have we got? We got NRG Ascend. Also a pretty decent game, to be fair. NRG are 2-0 up. K27 Sinners. That's also a pretty good tier 2 game right there.
That'll be a very good game.
And K27, 2 rounds up to 0. GG Howard beating Virtus.pro at the moment, 3-1, which would be so funny if they get that win.
Yeah.
That would be a really, really funny one.
Would I even be upset?
Yeah, would I even be upset is a great way of putting it. And then you got Prestige versus Dalla currently, and 7-1 already for Prestige. They are flying through the rounds. Fates is 12-2.
Oh, wow.
Brilliant. And then I think that's really the only like big game we've got going on. Sangal as well. They're currently curb stomping Zester 6-1 also on cash. So we are actually seeing a bit of cash today.
I will say as well, the French did love cash.
Yeah.
It was North America and the French. They really embraced this.
You know, my someone I know relatively well was playing yesterday. I don't know if he actually ended up playing cash, but I don't actually know how to pronounce his name. Percy?
I'm not taking a swing at that.
Yeah, I'm not taking a swing at that one before I say something rogue on broadcast. But I played him on cash the other day. I showed him what's what.
Owned him.
I showed him what's what. I'll never forget that CT side pistol round. He'll never forget it either.
And what people don't know is that you have told me this off broadcast. You just won the flex.
I had to do it. I had to do it. If he's here, got to get his HLTV page, I'm allowed to flex
Someone
that.
link it to him.
I showed him the numbers on cash. I even tweeted, I said, remember what I taught you? He didn't remember. He didn't remember. I'm sorry.
Well, there were lessons learned in this round. Actually, maybe just push more.
Yes.
Focus came in with not the best weaponry, and they've come out with 2 kills and a 2-man advantage. So
I do actually think as well, to a degree, for Focus, who are actually sort of being run around a little bit in this game, I think that's a really good way to counter at the moment. Just don't let them set up anything. Get up in their face, make life uncomfortable, don't give them map control. At the moment, I feel like they're giving them a lot of free real estate in general in these T-side rounds. And this time, like you said, they've come in, they've made them uncomfortable off rip, and they've been caught super off guard.
Yeah. First active move since we saw them do that B push into Sunroom. But they need to hold on to this man advantage. Banjo at the back of the bomb site does well for his 1, but Crossfire's there. Mateos does get taken down. Bomb dropped towards spawn, so Anlele actually has no time to make this round work. Just has to not die after time, but does. The good news for him, he's got 9k in the locker, so he's
not gonna, that's not gonna keep him up at night. But maybe the round itself will. It's not exactly a great round to lose. It's one of those that feels like it should be a guarantee, considering the investment. But yeah, nice move. Catch them off guard. Get aggressive. Get up in their face a little bit, and utilize what sort of weaponry you do have to finally make Focus feel, feel a bit uncomfortable. And the question is now, as we go back into proper full investments for them, are they going to max that energy again?
I will say Focus have been trying to make moves, but they're like half-hearted pushes where
they don't feel committed.
Opening the door, and just playing these forward angles as opposed to actually gathering that much information. So I actually agree with your angle.
Ooh.
Let's just do something a little different. Mateos, edge of the smoke, catches Anlele. But the Gabby spam is right on the money. First bullet connected.
Yeah. What he meant to do there. You got to feel for Banjo. He's done nothing wrong.
He just wanted to back away. Like, we got a man advantage. Let's just play it cool.
Yeah, getting one tapped off rip on a smoke spam. You hate to see it.
Yeah.
Into vent, they move. They'll dive down now as well. Mathios going to be tested. He is all alone on this site, so he's really got to do a decent job of buying a bit of time. But a Miss Molly will absolutely help. It bounces outwards and gets air burst, so that will keep him at least around. Try and make a bit more uncomfortable, but that smoke is good. Bomb can cross and can go down, and a pretty difficult retake here in a 4 versus 4. If played well, Sashi can just really lock themselves in towards this side, keep it ingrained.
I actually just don't think they managed this retake.
Yeah, same here. Nothing useful for it.
They have an incendiary. They can push somebody out, but it's got to be well placed, and it doesn't seem like that is the case. Flash is fantastic though, and so they're all blind. 3 flash assists there for Potty, but Acor round smoke has to just now play time. And it's AWP on AWP. Potty out in the open. No, they both miss. And his pistol's drawn. Acor, though, doesn't need to zoom. It is not the prettiest, but it will be around for Sashi. A huge clutch for Acor.
The ugliest 1v1 of all time, but he wins it nonetheless. Who needs a scope? Oh, what a way to close it. What a wild round. That flashbang coming through heaven is perfect.
Yeah.
It bounces on top of the site. Everyone's blind. That should be it, right? The 3 kills they get immediately, and then Acor comes up huge, right out of the smoke, finds the heaven player, ducks himself back in, and then plays the clock before he fights. Really, really huge round to win. Massive for the morale of Sashi. There is still residual cash to buy in here for Focus, but lose round number 11. Not only lead guaranteed for Sashi, but your finances have run dry. So that's probably an 8-4 at that point.
I'm surprised they're double committing to this B push now because, yeah, here's the reaction. Yocap does so much damage, still no kill. Nade from ZTR finishes the job. And with Mateos just hiding away at the forklift, just has to make sure that he keeps eyes on the prize. Bomb is dropped front side of the site. And with that, that should be the round fizzling. I thought Banjo would make his move earlier. There was no presence whatsoever on B. He could have been leaning over.
Do you know what we've spoken about as well? And this is, I think, with Banjo here, it's something that we've mentioned a couple of times already for Focus. It's this idea that feels slightly half-arsed a little bit. It's like, I'm going to do this, but I'm not quite committed to it. I'm a little bit nervous about it. If he actually has a bit of confidence there, says, right, we are kind of seeing a pop through on towards the site. I've seen and heard no mid presence. I'm going to actually fully make my move now. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
But he questions himself, even if it's for a second, and it's too long at that point.
Banjo or Porte, one of them just has to make a choice there because the map is silent. They gave middle away, and with them having these 3 on A, sure, you can get some info there, but if at the very least, I felt like somebody should have started leaning over towards checkers to cover the vent potential rotation. But maybe they just wanted a double fight from B main if it was a B hit.
Yeah, true.
It's not a totally uncommon philosophy, but not the right call here. You have to feel for Yocap, though.
Yeah.
Second time he's played that spot, this time there was a bit more of a thoroughness to Sashi.
Yeah, a lot of damage, but you've got to get a kill there. You really got to get a kill there. So, 7-4. They squeeze out a buy around what's saved. MP9. Famas double M4. He gets that AWP, of course, back into this one. Saved from the round prior. We spoke about this already, this variation in the way Sashi have been kind of leading their executes. This time, earlier presence towards B. Not committed to the bomb just yet. It's in and around useless, but in that direction is where it feels like they're going to pop through.
Again, just very, very strict about where they want to target and what they want to do early on. So, regroup for B. Some util that signals their approach. And Mateos takes his time on the first challenge, but Anlele just jiggle peeking, tapping away. Banjo, the backside of checker, gets checked. So
yeah,
this is a total fizzled half from Focus. I thought they were in control for a bit, but then Sashi just kept on pummeling them.
All three have rotated over here though, and they have to go back and collect the bomb. So
3v3 on the side.
Yeah, 3v3 directly right now. If they go early, Focus can make this dicey. The only issue is they don't know it's 3 versus 3. That lack of information is killing them, and they're walking in towards A-Court. They are feeding him, and that's where the flank comes through. Zyphon close the door on that round, and they do it flawlessly as well. Sashi 8-4 at the half. For the most part, Mike, that felt pretty comfortable.
Yeah. I mean, it's comfortable enough that Acor is on a 3 KD, 15-5.
Damn.
Had a hell of a half.
And a huge clutch as well. A really integral round.
Even at the end here, you see just how quick he is to punish them coming out from heaven or missing a couple shots from checkers. Yeah, not stressed at all. He had his teammates taking room, and that's actually kind of the positions where Acor can maybe do his best work.
Yes. And something that feels kind of simple to say in a way, but I feel like Sashi, you get this pistol around here, that's it. That's sort of the map done for me. It should just fizzle over, really, with Focus running out of chances and maybe even ideas. You can really see why Sashi have brought this map into the pool for them, though. There's a lot of little pocket strats on that T side, which is proof in the pudding that they are really working on it, integrating this map in towards the pool for them.
Yep.
Looks like we have a little tech issue. They actually started running back to spawn.
I think just to give some context as well, you know, there was that one round where Mateus gets a kill from heaven, round of B main smoke, and then Cabby shoots Banjo in the head straight through the smoke.
Yeah.
they immediately went Ven.
Yes, true.
That was the front B main player. The secondary B player is very unlikely to make their way into checkers and play that position. So just they recognize some open space and they take it. So I mean, I appreciate the swiftness through which they went through these reactions and just thought, okay, well, there's a vulnerability here, let's do it. And they did it very frequently.
I've got some score updates for you while we're in this hopefully small tech pause. GG How were winning earlier. They're now losing 6-4 to VP. NRG 6-1 up against Ascend. So that's going sort of as expected in a way. Liquid 6-2 up against Metasport. Good job for them. 100 Thieves are 8-0 up against Nade. There was a small window we did that game. In hindsight, I'm glad we didn't.
Yeah, well.
That would have been, I think, exactly the same as yesterday, where 100 Thieves just slightly curb stomp a team. So
it's like they don't lose rounds.
Yeah,
they don't lose rounds.
Highball has beaten Phantom at the moment, 6-4, and then we got a really good one. Prestige is 12-3 up. They're loving life. Here we go. K27 Sinners. K27 9-0 up against Sinners. So yikes. From Cologne to potentially grouped. Who knows?
Yeah, well, we thought that would be a good game.
Yeah, I really did as well.
Yeah, no. On paper, it should be.
But they are struggling. X5 as well, 15-2. Just shy of 190 ADR. He's loving life.
Yeah. Well, a lot of these teams, they might do things well online, but can they do it in a hot day in Paris? Mr. Acor hinging just together out towards checkers. Cabby even stopping another one from progressing through B mains. So
wrap it up.
Every player dies to a different defender here on Sashi.
Wrap it up. Surely this map is now just ticking the boxes to see it over it for Sashi. Really, unless they throw this pistol, unless with Mathios getting a double, but thankfully the quick trade will come through from Analele. 1 versus 3 for ZTR. And this is going to be another one of those 0 T-side rounds from him because, you know, folks at the moment look a little flat. I know it's just a pistol, but that's kind of been the story of this cache thus far.
The only silver lining is that the bomb was never dropped.
That's it.
So
that is it.
It could be anywhere. He could be anywhere, but now spotted. So he's on a timer because they're going to group up and try and run at him.
I was going to say as well, there was a tiny window which, if he moved with a little bit more pace, he just gets a free plant A, but he gets it anyway. Despite them knowing where he is, they're going to give him that plant. Which is, you know, it's a small win in what feels like an overall big loss.
This is very playable with this smoke.
It is. It's kind of genius here as well as ATR. He's trying to ice it. He does get damage off on towards Analele, but it's not enough. Cabby all closed around. A couple of kills in the bomb plant. It's not bad necessarily, but it's not great. They need that pistol to give them some confidence coming in towards this half. The bomb plant can give them a buy at the least, and it's a, you know, a talking point that I think a lot of people have brought up recently. Arguably, the force buy, bonus buy kind of thing is more important than the pistol round. So this is actually the round that really matters.
Yeah, no, that is definitely true. I mean, top level teams, if you let those types of rounds go, it's just you are not going to win. So put yourself in just a worse position. I will say as well, Sashi just simply weren't stressed in that 3v1.
Yeah.
They had a kit. They knew that they sort of limited his options in the clutch. But
the smoke's a nice idea, I will say.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
But they also kind of like didn't do what I wanted them to do with it, which is play in it, really. Wait. Be a nuisance. But not to be. Pushing towards Vent. Ooh,
we just can't get kills from Vent.
Very laboured spray there from Cabby. And Spotty does decently himself. Flash over. There's nothing to affect Zyphon as it goes behind him. And as he plays above this smoke, it actually could really work for him. Analele will draw attention to White Box. Does Poddy know now about Zyphon being around here? Who is, as that smoke starts to fade, going to fall back. That's smartly played.
Yeah, you have to kind of treat it like sandwich on Mirage.
Yes.
You know, you play that position when you know that they've already exhausted too many Molotovs, or they're coming into the first force buy or gun round where they might skimp out on a couple of nades.
Agreed.
It's an annoying position to flush out. I would rather the util do it for them. Still, this is a winnable position with Anlele low, even in the 4v4, just by grouping and trying to play with some pace around these Tech 9s. They can get a lot of real estate. Single smoke over towards the ladder. Waterfalls into highway. They're going to try and burst door, and Acor has a World of Hurt coming his way.
Acor. Got to go huge at least with the M4. Can I set a few fights? But he only gets one. Swung on that right-hand side. One will go down. So, again, 3 versus 3, but this time with a bomb plant behind it and a timer above Sashi. The 3 in this one are going to feel a bit of the pressure, especially with Porte on this flank. He might get a couple lined up. He gets one, but the trade is quick from Mr. 2 versus 2 now. Elevation, one spotted backward. Where is this second man as Yoka plays up close? Surely overlooked, and is overlooked as well. Yoka is going to get both. And that'll be a force by 1 by Focus. And what do we say, Mike? That's the important round.
Yeah, those ones are the ones that hurt the most, because aside from losing a round like that, or maybe a couple of back and forth trades in the early stages of this map, Sashi have just been leaps and bounds ahead.
Yeah.
They've shot better, they're accounting for a lot of possibilities. They're not getting caught out by much, but for this round to fall away from them will sting. I mean, we knew Acor was going to be in trouble, but he's honestly been having a solid enough game. I thought maybe this is another highlight reel, but no orb, no party.
Big push as well. And the spam as well was a nice idea, as it will tag Xiphon, but he has essentially achieved what he wanted to achieve, which is this push. And what a time for Porte to run out of ammo.
He
That is
deserved
rough.
that. He absolutely deserved that. He knew he had no teammate as a safety net behind him, and he's having a smoke. Come on, man.
Yeah, hate to see it. Now, AK doesn't live very long, though. Xiphon will 4, 5, 7. Going to get another and a tag off on towards Yokab. 2 versus 2. It's not unlosable. It is not unlosable. Focus have got to do as the namesake says and lock in a second here.
Someone's got to win a round. And with how much open map there is, no one has a clue as to what the next move is. So that's why Mister's on an investigation. He's split up, searching for clues. But the less he sees, the more they understand.
Exactly. No information is information unto itself. 8 sides open. Briefly, this is a nice angle to hold here because it allows Mister to isolate that first, and he doesn't need to stick around for the second. But Yokab into a 1 versus 2. But again, if anyone was going to pull this off, it would be him at the moment. The youngster, incredibly talented. Needing a special round here. He's waiting on the other side of the smoke. It's a smart way to play it. Try and give himself only one angle to need to focus on, but a tag through the smoke is not going to help. He'll find Mister, and he pushes through. Acor on the other side. Can't hit the shot, and Yokab has gone huge in the 1 versus 2. It's a very expensive round, but with 13 points of HP, that 1 versus 2 converted, and Focus make it a 2-round game.
I was genuinely worried just that one shot by the Deagle through the smoke would have cost him the clutch. You know,
I thought it would have been heard and spammed as well, but it wasn't.
Whether it was the connection or just how much health he lost on the duel that he had to take up next, it was a precarious spot, but yes, very important clutch there for Yokab. And to get them back into a game where if they had taken the 3-on-1 against Acor, if they had converted around like that, maybe they could have had a more successful CT side.
Yeah.
You know, for a clutch to go their way now will feel like a little bit of payback. Spiritually, I suppose.
Yeah. We've got a little tech pause here. Again, like we say, hopefully. Only a little. But we'll keep you updated on it. But of course, well, there you go. Actually, no, attack. Okay, sure. I was gonna say, what do they call it in Spider-Man? Is it the man behind the computer? Is that what like Ned is? Is the man behind? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I guess.
I'm not really that into superhero movies. I think that's right. I actually was watching it last night. That's why it's in my head. But man behind the computer, B-Tram. So has come through with a little update on a score for us. Currently, K27 12-0 up on Sinners. God damn.
How is that not a good game?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it is good. It's just
good in its own way.
Yes,
yeah, exactly.
It's just a dominant good.
I'm pretty sure Sangal have won, because I swear I just saw them walk out. So they must have won, unless they've just got up for whatever reason. But I assume that's not the case.
Yeah, sometimes the
Sinners have lost. They've lost their map pick 13-0. Oh my god.
Rough.
Thank god we didn't go for that game as well. That was also one we considered and then didn't take.
Oh yeah, Sangal 13-1. That's why they got.
There we go. Quinky went 19-4. X5 18-4, Cashless 16-4, Cedo 14-3. All of them 100 ADR basically. And then Clax 8-6, just locking down the fort. Life of a Bianca. Life of a Bianca.
Listen, sometimes your friends are having fun and you're just enjoying the show.
Exactly. The Spectator. A double stack sandbags here. And then also presence in towards connector. This could be an absolute bloodbath in towards mid. Bated breaths. We wait to see when the first point of contact comes through. It's a little scrappy, but it's all going well for the T side. The molly is burning Analele to a crisp. Only the one casualty. You are not too upset about that. That could have been way worse. How many bodies were there? I'm surprised it was only one.
I know. I always hate those types of rounds because it's like, okay, they've chosen the right timing. They all swing together. Man, if there was one flash, it just goes crazy because everyone is staring at Z. They're staring at sandbags, just hoping that somebody jiggles or shows too much skin. And then there's just a whole swarm instead.
All the 5-7s there, I would have much rather at least one person go PG-50 flash.
Agreed.
And then, boom, there's a round to be had. But not to be. We're back again in towards sandbags. Okay. And this time, success. If it didn't work the first time, second time's the charm.
They went for another double sandbags, and I think maybe the purpose was going to be later they could boost onto the mid roof, but they already have a player up in the vents, so it's actually kind of a redundant position.
And also, it failed so badly the first time. They'll never expect it again. They'll never expect it again. Cabby's in a good spot here. He actually doesn't need to move. They can spend a lot of time, and they have to spend a lot of time clearing his spot. Oh, he spots... Yeah, I was going to say the gun barrel of Yoka, but now he can start trying to hide. He's trying to spam there, and he gets Zyphon in for support. He'll eventually fall, but Cabby's done his job. A bit of a human flashbang in a way, drawing attention, being that lighthouse of look at me, and everybody else can find kills around him. Banjo, an impossible 1 versus 4.
Cabby was the flame. Everybody else was the moths.
Yes, that is it.
Yeah, Banjo is going to have to sing his own song for the next 35 seconds because he is holding on to this weapon for dear life.
Thankfully, I mean, there is a bit of residual cash for Focus. Even if it was to fall, it wouldn't be the end of the world. They can rebuy back in. Yokab can drop Poddy and Orb as well.
Yeah, no one on Sashi will take the risk either because
it's not worth it for them.
This is a foundation laying round really for their own economy.
It's a really good round to get as well for Sashi after letting this slip and looking a little bit uncomfortable. It helps.
And it's just mechanical brilliance from Zyphon. I mean, it's a full spray, long range to boost. He gets a double kill, and he's loving life, really. I mean, 3 kills in this round, and securing a foundation for Sashi to hopefully bounce back on this CT effort.
Yeah. Little update across the board.
Yeah, sure.
Liquid Metasport, which we thought might be a bit of a barn burner, 7-all. They're going blow for blow.
Okay.
So that is a good game. I did have a feeling that one would be good as well.
You never know with Liquid.
You never know.
Never know.
NRG 11-2 up against Ascent. I thought we might be a little closer. I thought Ascent had a couple of heavy hitters, but not to be. And VP 11-6 against GG How. Outside of that, drawbout going as planned. Wow, what a mid hit. Real pace behind this one for Focus. And the opening 3 go their way in the trade of just 1. A really positive move to gain that space. And immediately in a 2 versus 4, you're sort of awestruck in a way. Essentially, what do you actually do to respond? If anything.
Been totally brutalized as well. Because, you know, you reflect on what Sashi were doing on mid-control. Smoke to con, smoke to highway, Molotov sandbags. They were doing everything sort of step to step. Focus went out for a brawl. They hard swing together and they trade out effectively. And Sashi think, oh, we've got another rotate coming our way. We've got the reinforcements we need. And they back up. But from a 2-on-4, with this now chewing down to 2-on-2, they're giving this a proper swing at things now.
They've got a kit. This has actually got a bit of life behind it somehow. I think even they're a little bit surprised. They were and R on do we give it a go, which I think is actually the thing that cost them of maybe giving this a look in this round.
They've called it.
But at the very least, they're going to keep them close to the site. I don't know where you can survive here on Cash, to be honest.
I think ZTR just made it. Yeah.
He's all right. He's thriving, if anything.
It's the only thing that I'll be slightly critical about with the new bomb, because I actually think it's a cool idea.
Yeah.
But proximity to the bomb sites does need tweaking, I think, still.
100%. The Inferno one is the most egregious.
There's so many.
Plant coffins and you can hide in church. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
And the fact as well, the weirdest thing about that save is that the further away in church you go, the more damage you take.
No, exactly.
If you go closer to the wall,
it's the thickness of the wall that's protecting you or something.
that needs to be tweaked. Because with, you know, that C4, that church wall's coming down.
Whoever algorithmed that thing needs adjusting.
Whoever built that thing, give them a medal. If it's surviving a C4 explosive basically planted on it.
We just don't build them like that no more.
Yeah, we don't build them like that anymore. Utter woke building nonsense. 2-round game here. And a molly.
They're loving this double sandbags.
Yeah, it is. It's a nice pocket strat, but a consistent strat. It's a little wild. Nade. Okay damage, but again, okay damage. It's thankfully Mathios with the AK who will do his job. Did he get dropped another one?
No. They're fresh out.
I was going to say, what are they dropping over, but...
I mean, they surely must be realizing it is double sandbag in more than one of these rounds. I'm surprised there's no reaction here from Focus.
He caught me. Be careful. That single door is about to open up in just a moment. And Mister's here, ready for it. Loose term. He was sort of ready, but it won't change the fact that he'll lose his life. But Acor's got two. Looking for a third as well. Arm spotted. And he can't find the quick scope. He has to just lock in there. So left it all down to Analele. Insanely talented on his day. And now he's going to find a huge 1 versus 2 to really keep this as a viable lead for Sashi. One creeper on the left-hand side, inside of the smoke. One right below him as well. Now where is Porte, who makes his move this left-hand side of the smoke. And that is the most 4x3 of 4x3s. Porte wins out the 1 versus 1 and another huge round to steal away.
Yeah, and Lele, his arms got in the way, I think, on both sides of the duel, and maybe caught a little bit there of Porte towards the end.
You can see why TMB has it in the middle.
Yeah,
you can see why it does
I guess, Big Uzer was onto something as well. So.
Yeah, exactly.
I really thought Acor was just in it to win this round. He's been very, very quick this map. He's positioned himself well. I mean,
it's 2 unfortunate misses,
Yeah, 22 kills, but it's a little tough. Honestly, the only reason he missed is because Porte got flashed as he was about to swing.
Yes. And dips away in a way. Yeah, exactly.
He was reading it right.
That second attempt, though, the quick scope, I feel like I should have connected.
Maybe.
Should have connected on that one. We've had a little bit of a doors push here. I do love a doors push.
Yeah, the thing is, Focus got punished for doing this like 3 times on their CT side. Whether it was Porte or a more direct pusher.
Siphon, oh my god, he's not going to get punished at the moment. He could have one for free, and he does. He'll find the head of Banjo. Perfect flash onto Mister, but still goes unchecked for now, and he might have 2. He can't quite get the second. There's information to be gathered there. He knows about more. There's so many in towards Ven. And will they now expect Analele, who's also wrapping his way round? Oh my god, they do kind of check him, but Analele gets his kill. This is carnage in this round at the moment. He'll scoop up an AK and he'll get out.
The routes have been so unorthodox from both sides, whether it's getting into checkers, boosting into vents.
It's hilarious. And that kill is a T-side counter boost.
Yes.
And the CTs are flanking the T.
I know.
Like, it shouldn't really make sense. Why is this happening? But we've got 30 seconds in a 2 versus 3 with an AK recovered.
This is the type of thing that you see in scrims, and you just think this only happens in scrims.
Yes. See it in 1400 Premiere.
Yeah. Online, you wouldn't expect so. And Lele in at headshot, critical kill, but can't get the second. Mateos now a 1v1 to play, but has to punch in those digits immediately, so doesn't actually get prime real estate. And he could be boxed in if Acor gets to checkers quick enough. He will be heard dropping down. So Mateus is dialed, and only with that deagle, Nade could finish the job. Acor doesn't sit around to tank it, but with an AK freshly picked up from back-end checkers, he goes out swinging. Mateus runs out of bullets. 8 health. And he has to pick a side, pick a duel, and just by crawling around the corner, Acor gets spotted, misses his window. It is another clutch that falls the way of Focus.
Yeah, huge round for him as well, Mathios. Big celebration as well behind us. We've got Focus sort of in our eye line, see Cuban from here, and yeah, it was a big celebration for them. And Honestly, I think more than anything, a big sigh of relief, to be frank.
Yeah.
That was way too close considering the investment they came through. Sashi, they can take, again, a small win away from that. We've made it very expensive on a buy. That really shouldn't be that competitive. However, is that enough, right? Because this game is getting way too close for comfort already. We've picked a pretty good game to watch, I must say.
Yeah.
This is a real back and forth. It is a brawl here on Cash. And the way this veto set up, all 3 maps can be a brawl.
Absolutely. I just think as well we're getting a difference in perspective of how you're supposed to play this
Yes.
map. You know, Focus feel more so they're prioritizing making things a little bit more chaotic. They want to get into your face, trade things out, whereas Sashi was more procedural, by the book, and maybe limiting some of the risks that they're taking in quite a few of the rounds. You know, you think about the push-pull counter reactions we saw in that first half, that was more Sashi instrumenting or I guess mind controlling them a little bit to play that sort of way. But now that Focus are in control of the tempo, yeah, things are getting a little more hairy and unpredictable.
Yeah, they are.
Which is, I actually think it's like the perfect type of play style to play against a team that plays by the book. It's one of the things I always used to criticize of what TSM when you know when we're looking at players like Siphon, for example. You know, there have been moments where we looked at those TSMs and yeah, if you gave them space to do a full exec, they would dry run you to hell.
Yes.
Like they would actually just keep slamming your bomb site until you could stop it. But throw in one push, you know, someone like a Bad News Eagles pushing down ramp without a flash.
Going with something rogue.
That just gets in your head somehow.
Yeah. Back underway with this little check-in. 100 Thieves 32. Opening map for them. Eyeballers are 12-8 up against Phantom as well. NRG closed out 13-2 against Ascend. So a couple of one-sided games when we've got this one, which is a very, very close game. Exactly what we want. Nanalele will find that first. Cabby, one for himself as well, but Yokab will break up the round a little bit. He's left low, but still a good spot to be in nonetheless. Molly down. They've got to be careful here, but this bomb actually can get planted, and it will. ZTR going to find an important kill. The double not quite on offer. Cabby needed probably for that second. Mister's going to get it, and somehow denies that round. It never should fall flat. They were set up in a good way, and it isn't able to be converted. A defuse will come through and Sashi bite back.
Yeah, that's Focus trying to capitalize on what was a technical issue. They try and up the tempo because they
it's
have
such a classic call, isn't it, as well?
Absolutely.
Tech pulls, rush.
Yes, exactly. They're trying to catch them a little asleep, maybe holding onto a nade a little longer than they should.
Yeah.
But they don't get caught off guard. First player swinging out, drops immediately, and just the reinforcements was there by the time that you actually crack into the bomb site. Focus couldn't get much real estate or much free access to the back of the site as they would have wanted.
Yeah, really, really impressive as well. They're just not flustered by the pace behind that round. Rotations are super quick as well, really effective.
Yeah, good on Anlele just to keep his wits about him in that type of moment.
11-10. And let's be honest here, Yumi, mate. This is sort of do or die for Focus. They're going for the force bite. Galil AK out, supported, and rounded up by upgraded pistols at the very best. It's not a nice spot to be in.
Wouldn't be the first round that they've won like
it's
this,
true.
Though, so
if you've got Matios, you've not even got armor. So this is really for all the marbles. This is the all chips to the middle of the felt sort of buy. They didn't want to play for overtime. They wanted to play for the win, but it is a bold, bold call. And we'll have to see if it pays off.
So they've mollied under boost. Mateus is just lining up a smoke, I believe.
Yeah.
And he'll just see if he can linger, lurk on boost while his team burst from door again. This seems to be a fan favorite here for Focus.
Maycore makes his move, dips in for one. Banjo, a really nice swing from him. Maycore going to be under a little bit of pressure. No, he's not. He puts it onto them as he finds Yokab. The bomb plant is nice as a first little silver lining for slight longevity of a reinvestment next round, but we focus on this one here to see if they can actually convert it into this post bomb. Banjo, 1 foot in the grave at 2 points of HP. Porte at 50, he's not exactly doing that much better. So you say, and you look at this, and a lot has to probably be done by ZTR. Time is ticking though. We got to make our move. That smoke will fade, and now we've got to start stepping up the pace. Porte, good for the first. Runs out of ammo for the second, and he needed Banjo, and he gets him at a perfect time. Zyphon may get 2, but somehow, some way, the low buy, half buy, force buy round is won again.
It's just another one of these door bursts, and they're maybe hoping to catch the AWP quad or what have you, but the smoke drops at the immediate timing. It's a isolated A player in a quad that, again, just gets taken down. They get themselves into after plants, and with the smokes that are thrown delayed after the plant, Sashi just decide they want to wait them out. They know it's a low resource round for focus. They don't want to get caught by a Tech 9 inside of the smoke doing something crazy, and they just lose too much time. The heroics of Porte in a one and done angle, getting more than that.
More than one.
Yeah, getting more than one is...
One and done, but one and not done.
Yeah, he clearly wasn't. So it's...
I think they really helped there as well with Banjo. The second Porte gets that first, Banjo just kind of sort of aimlessly sprays.
Yep.
Takes him a while to get his kill, but they panic in that, thinking it's, oh, this crossfire. That kind of has them.
Acor's going to have to do it himself. 25 kills. He gets another opener.
What more can this man do, it really feels? Alalele is taking a leaf out of Yokav's book as well as he plays up towards that door. All this work in the same vein, though, because Yoka got figured out pretty quickly there. 1 minute. And it all goes quiet. In this 4 versus 5, door opened and spammed, so they know all too well about those tricks. And ZTR and Banjo combine well. A lot of damage dealt over, and ZTR is still very vulnerable at this moment in time. The MP9 Akabi up close can be a real thorn in the side, and there it is. Makes his move, especially the second Porte gets a kill himself.
Oh
Here's Matios. He's got to get this kill, and he can't. The pistol pulled out by Acor, and that might just recover the round for them. Maybe not. Porte makes a swing with the Tech 9, and he'll find one of his own. This round is back and forth, trading blows, but it's all on Porte. We need a clutch out of him. First time of asking, did not work. Second time, he goes shoes with Banjo, and it might just happen again. He lost against Acor, first time of asking. How about the second? This time he takes it. Porte makes up for the blunder of earlier, and he nails map point for focus.
Acor heard him jump up. He heard the wooden step. He put his aim up top, and then for some reason thought maybe he dropped down. He heard metal, or maybe confused him, but completely blindsided by a Porte that stayed with the high ground. Acor gets run down. That I thought Acor had done more than enough. Opening pick, just his reaction to check on highway, because they were not coming out from main. They weren't progressing into the bomb site. Him realizing maybe they're waiting for a lurk. Acor did everything he had to do. It's just another one of these moments though where he's fallen short in a critical moment.
Yeah, that is a rough round.
The only reason this round is close is because of Acor, but just can't finish the job.
I mean, you make the argument that the reason this game is close because of Acor, to be honest. He is really doing everything he can. 26 and 13. Alalele is not too far off himself at 20 and 15, but Acor is opening up nearly every round, it feels, at the moment. I will say, still not been enough.
Yeah, a lot of the time on T side, you know, he was kind of finishing the job, so to speak. His riflers had taken the bomb side. He was round security. He was getting kills before an after plant happened or in the clutch. But yeah, you can't clutch everything, unfortunately. Cuban having some words. Maybe he wants to sit down for one of the players instead.
Let me get on the server.
I will say, it is nice that there is Cuban because he's an easy man to spot.
Yes. Spotlights really give him away.
Yeah.
We spoke about the lighthouse. Cubans are lighthouse.
Yeah. We'll always know where focus are.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not something too serious.
Yeah.
See an earpiece getting taken out, so...
We've had a few, though, haven't we? We had one slightly longer one at the start of the day yesterday, which is just setting up, right? You know, I mean, you know, give us a bit of slack, guys. You know, 32 teams playing simultaneously. It's no easy feat.
And listen, sometimes, I'll say it, sometimes it's the player's fault.
Yeah. Let's say a lot of time it's the player's fault.
It's like, wait, did you just not configure with your SSD to make it so that it's using the maximum refresh rate?
Yeah.
It's like, why is the game so choppy? It's like,
that's on you, pal.
You're on 60
That's on you, Bill. Yeah. Did you go into your video settings? No. Well, there we go. Let's start with that, shall we? We can do a little check-in once again on some of the results as well while we're here. Eyeballers, they've just taken map number 1, 13-11 against Phantom. Good work over there. Liquid have beaten Metasport 13-9. Good work over there as well.
We knew exactly what we were going to get from Liquid.
That's it. That's very, very true. VP have just beaten GG Howe 13-11 as well. So another nail-biter of a game in that one.
I was hopeful for GG Howe for that. You told me they were ahead before, and then you were like, oh, they started losing.
Yeah.
I thought they might come back.
It's yeah, a lot of very close games, and I look down towards the bottom of this the matches, and I see Sangal Zesta 11-0. So
also just Ascend got stopped on the
I know, yeah,
it's crazy. Well, Yokam's got a bone to pick. Cabby out of the equation. This is a do-or-die scenario here for Sashi. Their map pick, they looked so good. They had such a stellar first half, but Focus are the one that hold all the cards and a man advantage to boot. Sashi will need to make some kind of decision together to try and recover this round.
Time is ticking. Sashi, the T side was so electric. There was so much to like. But really comfortable. And ZTR, he's pulled out the orb. And Zyphon loses his life. Sashi might be losing the light in their eyes in this one. Mister's half HP, and Analele and Acor alongside him have got to combine really well to somehow recover this. But if you just play this properly, Focus, you can even just deathball in towards the site, and you should, in theory, have no issues.
Sashi are making the right call, though. They're trying to lean one direction. If you're going to try and hold the bomb site, may as well do it with as much manpower as you can.
Yeah, exactly. You got to take a gamble in a round like this. And they got the right man for the job. Up close, they line up for Analele. Uh-oh. This is opened up now. Porte going to opt for the AK, but up close you've got Acor ready and waiting, but he cannot capitalize. It's not that positions an own quantity into itself. The flank's coming behind, but Acor's going to find his. Are they going to let this round slip? It was a 5 versus 3, but it might just be slipping from beneath them because look who's up close. Yocap's going to close it. Oh my god, what a way for that map to end. Pandemonium. But it's Focus who takes Sashi's map pick, and they lock in cash in the unlikeliest of fashion.
I don't know that at the very end there, they technically deserve it.
Yeah.
They should have cleared things. They knew that they were slow coming out from main. It's all good. Focus had smiles on their faces.
Yeah.
They maybe knew they got away with something there, but I mean, Sashi will feel very disappointed. A map that they had 100% win rate, 5 outings, and this is their 6th, and this is their 1 loss, and it goes down to the very wire. Arguably, they should have won.
Especially from 8-4 up as well.
Absolutely.
In a really good spot. They were in cruise control off the back of that T side, and they let that slip away. That's a heartbreaking way to lose it, but it's really showing just how good this Focus side are. There's actually a lot to like, right? They've got these individuals who can work together in sort of tandem to take a lot of control. And you have to say it, really, without Acor, that isn't really that competitive of a game. I think he gives them a lot.
Yeah, that's the thing that I think will be the most disappointing, is that sometimes you don't get these types of games from Acor. And for him to have a very strong performance and then fall short, it wasn't like he was alone either. I mean, Mistum had a pretty solid game, and Lily had some fantastic moments. It wasn't like he was alone. If it was a 1v9 situation for Acor, I'd understand it, but they had quite a few of their pieces, important pieces popping off. They just missed out on some of these critical clutches, and it's those late round micro decisions that seem to cost them in the end.
It's wasted and it's squandered, and it might be costly as well, because of course up next is now Focus's map pick. And you know, if anything is to go by here, we're sort of expecting this to be really interesting because of this sort of punish pick narrative we've got here.
It's a mirage that Sashi don't play. They've decided that they wanted to shift away from Dust 2, which has been a bad map for them for a little bit of time.
True.
So I could understand maybe why they're trying to shift the paradigm, but this is going to be their first official on it. So
yeah, it's essentially a permaban that's now trying to be incorporated in. But we're expecting, yes, you've probably done a bit of boot camp, a little bit of prac heading in towards this qualifier. Is it going to be as locked in as it is really for Focus? All expectations are no. Something quite special has got to be brought to the table. I'll run for some of these highlights, though. The first half was fantastic from Sashi. They looked clean and they're comfortable. The executes are brilliant, so well worked and meticulous. There's a lot of different ideas and push and pull. And then it all just fell apart on that CT.
Yeah, on CT, they couldn't control the tempo. They were constantly reacting to these burst plays that Focus were going for. The up-tempo aggression that didn't necessarily always work for Focus either. We saw them go for the A main play, and they just got totally destroyed on a fast A push out of a tech timeout, and they put themselves in a bad spot a couple of times because of it, but frequently they were winning out these engagements and just catching Sashi off guard, and they really exploited the fact that Sashi on their sort of traditional setups would just play that solo A anchor towards quad. He just got ran down from door in too many of those low buy rounds.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So it's pretty heartbreaking stuff. I mean, Versailles, of course, we just saw there if they were 9-4 up. That's how much of a lead they had to work with, and they let it slip. And there was a couple of really crucial rounds. In particular, that force buy being won off the back of the pistol being lost by Focus was massive. They then used that as a bit of a snowball to kickstart things for this side, and it all started to lock into place. I mean, it really was down to the wire. I think right at the end as well, that poddy clutch was massive. That 1v1 against A-Core, that really put things in place for them. But slightly heartbreaking for Sashi. I think they'll go away from that map really being sort of heartbroken by it. They've actually got quite a tough job here, you know, for Hunden sort of in this next 10-15 minutes in between maps to sort of actually bring the vibes back up. It's not an easy task.
That's the thing as well when we look at maps like Dust 2 or Cache or Mirage, whether or not you like the way the maps are being staged, there's always going to be clutch moments. You know, that's where having the better aimers or having a couple big brain players that can pull off these fantastic lurks can be a massive difference maker. So the fact that Focus won so many clutches also leads me to believe that things on Mirage might not be so hot.
Oh, why don't we find out? We're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, we've got map number 2 of Mirage coming up next, and we do not know what to expect out of Sashi. We'll see you.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back. We're heading in towards map number 2 momentarily. It's Mirage up next. The pick of Focus and a big punish pick on towards Sashi's. Generally, normally, they're permaban. And now they've floated it, and now they've lost their own pick of Cash. So times are looking pretty dire here, Mike.
Yeah, maybe they were hoping that Focus just wouldn't take the gamble, because it's not exactly like they've had a stellar outing on Mirage either, but it's better than not playing the map ever, I suppose. But
yes.
It's really about who's trapping who here, because if Sashi put enough work into it to actually shift into their permaban, give it a chance, especially against what would be considered a weaker Mirage team, they'll take that risk, I suppose, but they need to make that worth it because of the fact they kind of squandered a great opportunity to close out on Cash. They arguably should have won that game, and it was stolen time after time, low buy rounds and clutches.
Yeah, and especially should have won it from 8 to 9-4 up. You can't be losing the game from that sort of spot. But like you mentioned, squandered chances and opportunities ended up killing them. So now we look towards this Mirage. The good news is, even though it's a map they don't play as a team, they all have played thousands of times in pugs, in your facets, in your ESCAs.
Teams
yeah,
well,
exactly,
sure.
right? So 100% it's something that they'll have ideas on. And generally, when we look towards Mirage, there's nothing new on this map, right? We're looking at the individuals, and that's the one thing they're going for them. Analele, great game. Acor, fantastic game. He looked really clean. You get him firing on all cylinders again, we might just be in for a chance. But it's the flip side. There was so much tight on Focus. Everybody was having their moments as well towards that tail end, where they were stepping up, where there was a clutch, where it was a big moment, where it was actually just taking a bit of space.
Yeah.
That's where Focus on a lot of edges. It was a team-wide good performance. So, I don't know. It's a bit of worry for me. I feel like this is settled in 2 now.
Yeah, I'd say Focus weren't necessarily like mechanically better, but they were just
synergy
rolling.
was great.
Yes, exactly. They were doing a great job of just playing off each other, and even if there was a small mechanical failure, someone picked up the slack. So it was perfect in that sense, and I think it does lend itself perfectly to the play style of Mirage. We see as a modern meta, a lot of teams do go for aggressive mid control. They want to take and be disruptive, whereas you actually can't afford to be as step-by-step procedural as you can on maybe some other maps. I feel like Nuke, Inferno, the Cash, you can get away with it in micro doses, but as that continues to develop, or we see Cash mature a bit more, I'm expecting that it will become a bit more like a Duster or Mirage.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So we're just waiting out for this one to get underway. The players just taking their seats. Actually, I'll give you a little double check. I can see Cuban. Oh wait, no, I can't. Never mind. I can see Focus sitting down. There's ZTR.
I did see Cuban just chatting with somebody on the sidelines earlier. And,
just loving life.
And then in my ear, it's like, sorry, not everybody's there. I can see him.
I can see it. Yeah, he's right there, actually. Yeah. I can see Focus are just about sitting down now. Cuban's got the headset on. That's good.
Yeah.
I actually don't know where Sashi are. I couldn't really find them from this position. I was looking for Hundem, but I can't really see it.
We don't have the same
I see this one.
landmark
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit easier when it is Cuban.
Absolutely.
I will say, is but not trying to be mean. The bowl boss one thing, but it's also a bit of a spotlight.
But that's the thing as well about these types of LAN environments. Listen, we want our players to arrive on time, but also they love the social environment just
exactly.
as much as the next
They like
people.
being here too.
Sometimes the open qualifier teams, I think you had that happen the other day, or actually at the start of the day, where win a game. Players go over to handshake. It was a 100 Thieves game. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and they had no idea it was a pick. They were like, oh, hello.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I didn't realize I had an obligation.
Good to meet you. Good to meet you.
Yeah, boy, just being like, guys, let's do the pleasantries, please.
Yeah. He's like, get one by one. Every single one of them was not looking the right way. And he was like, do I tap this guy? Or like, Boy was like, not socially ready for that interaction.
I thought they'd be happy to see me.
Yeah. It's like, I'm the big name here, but okay, all right. I'm getting egoed by 2.1k elos. You really hate to see it. That'll put you in your place real quick.
Don't forget where you come from.
Yeah, exactly. What a way to keep them humble. 100 Thieves, you think things are going well, huh? Well, how about no handshake? As you can see, everybody is now seated, and it looks like, hopefully, with that music ramping up, that things will be getting underway soon. And I have figured out where Hunden is now too, so that makes a lot of sense. So, okay, we're getting ready. We're getting things, hopefully, underway in a moment. And also, as well, while we had the break, other games were still going on. So, Mike, we can do our little check-in as well.
Sure.
This is like our news segment bit where we can kind of give you a little rundown of what's going on. Echo, 13-5 against OG.
Yeah.
Ooh, big result
we have,
for them.
We have B-Trams in our group that's just been like, that was an upset on their map pick.
Yeah, that is a big result. Shout out B-Trams for that one time. Ascend, of course, they struggled map number 1, 13-2, which is surprising because there's a fair decent amount of talent there. They're also struggling again. They're 6-1 down against NRG, so that's not going good. However, good news. After getting 13-0'd, Sinners are back. They're actually currently 8-5 up on K27's map pick. So, somehow, somewhere, they might bounce back from 13-0.
They just have to lose all their rounds early.
Yeah, exactly. What a wild result that would be, by the way. If you get 13-0'd on your map pick and then reverse sweep the series, that is like one of the most bonk. If they can do that, that is...
I think that has happened before, but it's very, very rare.
Once in a very blue moon, that is for sure. And Partisan, on map number 2, are currently losing to Orion Wanderers, which is, let's see if we can go and find out who... Is this the Hungarian side, I think, am I saying? No, it's not. This is with Blade. Yeah, well, Blades are the Hungarian dude, but yes, they've got this one with Cavino, who sounds like he should be like a Brazilian midfielder who kind of stinks up the gaff every now and again, but he's actually German. We are live, but this is, of course, the knife, the fake knife, as we like to call it, for this one. Just to select the sides. He's hiding. I miss the days when we actually got to like properly cast actual knife rounds as well. They're now all sorted and stuff, and there's a lot of them use the old
on
like
deciders we still do them, but
true, we never get to see them
we don't necessarily show them.
Yeah. I miss the days.
Not everybody is keen on casting the knife round. There's a select few that love it.
I like it once in a blue moon. I didn't like it when I had to do it every game.
Either.
That was annoying, I will say. Yeah. But when it's like, every now and again I get to do a knife round. It's like, this is kind of like a little throwback.
Give it to me in a show match.
Yeah, sure, exactly.
Yeah.
It's a little throwback. I like that. With that being said, though, enough waffle from us. We are live. Map number 2 here is Mirage. The pick of Focus after Pip and Sashi to the post in map number 1. Their pick on Cash. They want to try and close this now within 2. And I'll start on that seaside, and you got a Molly and a smoke in the back pocket as ZTR, and then just Glocks across the board. But actually pretty good information already. Got a double stack up over towards B, one up towards balcony, one jump peeking, and then you've got to push through Palace.
Yeah, so because of that Palace position, they're just gambling heavy reinforcements on B, and with the forward positions, this will be a blender if they decide to move up short. Yeah, Yocab already hitting the deck, and they shouldn't be encouraged to go much further, but they have to account for the presence of Palace.
Yeah, A-Core's position is so strong here. Oh, and Alele, you've got to confirm that kill. It might not matter as Mister gets one of his own. This is a laborious fight from Analele. That USP is not connecting. But a boost up might help things out. The thing is there's no one in towards Con, so it doesn't really matter anymore.
Well, Banjo gets dropped. I mean, a solid angle out from short. They know they're completely boxed in. There's attacks on all sides. Mateos trying to fight his way out of it. Did decent damage as well to the player Palace. And now has to do the whole thing himself. The damage is substantial here for Mateos, but he's getting chipped down progressively. And there's not going to be any real chance to win the round. 20 seconds, bomb sat on like a goose egg. They even smoke it, so that becomes even more difficult. So they will shoot him through the smoke. This round was pretty through and through Sashi's. They had a great gambits that they set up on the defense.
It's a risky round in the way it's initially set up, but after the first 15 seconds, it's a genius round, right? You know, after that push into Palace comes through, after that player is left up and towards balcony, from that position onwards, then they can just play information and do a great job of it. Like, we already see, it kind of really is all revolving around A-Core. You leave mid open, which in itself is a gamble. It's a risk to do that, generally speaking, giving them the control and the ability to rotate so freely, but A-Core's position is genius. It's the kind of most beautiful bait and switch, and they play the numbers so well, and they just move as a cohesive unit around the map. Really well done. That's the exact way you want to see it started off for Sashi. That's a confidence booster off the back of a poor ending.
Yeah, you just get confused as well because you open yourself up to splits so often. That's why often teams won't do something like that.
Yes, exactly.
Especially when you have no resources like a pistol round typically has, but with better guns, knowing that you, in fact, have the better arsenal, you will take a couple risks. Now they're against pistols. The mid is firmly theirs, and it'll be a comfortable 2-1-2 as a result.
In this round, I'm not expecting anything, but I love a bomb. Always good for the finances, but that feels very unlikely, and that will be the case. An easy, flawless shutdown. Now, yesterday, on this map, I was uber impressed with that B-site hull from BC game. Senzo and Magis together looked so good. One of the better B-holes I've watched in a long, long time. Yeah. They're really playing off well off each other, which is also surprising as well in how Magis' roles have sort of changed, because I always remember back in the day when I wanted to become an A-site anchor on Mirage, I was watching Magis demos like no man's business, the way he plays around smokes and towards ramp and that, but changed up and playing that hard anchor role.
I know Henry was pointing out as well, Prince of Pit.
Yes, exactly.
And no longer B-player.
Exactly. So it's kind of crazy where they've all changed. Well, I mean, he's changed to sort of accommodate the rest of the team, and that B-hold was a beauty to watch. And I hope we get a couple like that in towards this game. First, full buy. Now focus. It's not started well. Camp's lost his life already, and a failed boost is not going to help either.
I mean, this is a fantastic spot to have if you're Cabby. CT side, sure, not the best weapon to have in a position like this, but an angle that will be difficult to clear because it's happened quite early in the round. That TR going, oh yeah, clearing wide like that. Cabby's just not got his crosshair in the right position, and so they just accelerate, instant double kill. They'll take the A bomb site, no problem. It's only the rotate of Mister they have to be worried about next.
And there it is. That's TR. And he falls. A smoke to let him lurk out if he wants to. And a flash behind to sell the ruse that he was going for that first time of asking. But the bomb will go down nevertheless. And now a 3 versus 3 on the postman. A Potty playing up close. He's trying to use this smoke. Mister once again makes his move, and he does well with it. He's trying to be a nuisance, and he's doing actually a pretty good job of this. I don't know if Potty was spotted, and that can confirm that he wasn't. He can't quite get the second, but the trade is immediate. And the bomb planted open for Analele. Surely, absolutely no chance in hell for this. Matios absolutely nails the shot as he clotheslines him to close it. And focus recover off what was a bit of a poor start to the round.
Yeah, it might look messy at the start. It might look messy in the middle. But when Focus get to late round situations, that's where they just seem to clean up. Yep. Both maps so far, that is where they are excelling. Even in the 4 versus 1 with Mateus in the pistol round, he makes it very, very scary. The mechanics to come into those clutch moments just seems to shine the brightest at the end of the round.
Very true. Immediate time I'll take him though, and I think, Cuban's picking up on the points that we're putting down here, really, which is just sort of like, as much as it's a round one, woohoo, it wasn't clean. It's got to be cleaner as well to punish the Sashi side, and we've got to really build up some good early momentum. It's all well and good getting rounds on the board, but you want to have a bit of stability in them. You want to have a bit of comfort in them, and
you'll just feel like it's unsustainable. At some point, it's going to break, and other things need to improve before that happens.
And they just can't have a repeat, really, as well, of what we saw in towards Cash, getting only 4 rounds in and really having to kind of rely upon that second half. We can't sort of have that again for Focus. We've got to get a little bit of a stronger start out the gates. Gap on the right-hand side of the smoke. He's really sung the praises of A-Court from map number 1 and 2 right, deservedly. He was electric, and he gets a leg onto ZTR. He's left on 1 point of HP. My God, is he lucky. He's still alive. Not quite thriving, but breathing.
That's all you need. So this will be a nice time for Focus to reset. They would be attacking a bomb site that is left relatively unguarded. Only the presence on short from Anlele. Forward push from Sashi on the A side of things does give them some extra information to work off of, but A-Core is actually moving to reinforce because Con has been open for quite some time. So if this does end up being a B-side finish, Sashi just do not have the read.
Ooh, good spam. That's Yos. We tag down to 54. ZTR waits just in case there's any ladder presence. Analele laying up towards short. He has Zyphon in support too. Back pillar. They're waiting as they invite them in towards the B side. They're going to try and get down now, but they've got to get out of apps. It's the worst place to get stuck. They've got to get down here. The trades are doing okay, but they're more favorable for the CT side. And the 2 remaining from Focus are barely alive and kicking.
This could be bad.
Surely though, there's 2. For 3 here for Matios, and he gets both. So it's all on Mr. now, and somehow ZTR rounds the corner. The spam can't quite confirm the kill. Bomb goes down. He's got an aid, but he should have used it way earlier. And now he gets out from apartments. He's dived down, and Matios will close it. What a round from him. But how, in God's name, have they got away with that?
I don't even know how they got the plant down. I didn't think they had enough time. It was the tiniest amount of time. All he was thinking about was living. I don't think he knew that they had enough time to plant. Yeah. That's why he didn't think about the HE. He was just simply prioritizing his well-being. And
you've got to just throw that on the site, though. You've just got to just put it anywhere.
Yeah.
It was confirmed damage, too, because it was A-Core who legged him. He knows he legged him. So you know he's barely alive and kicking. Yeah, not exactly the way.
It's crazy.
That's a blunder.
He did leg him at the start of the round, to be fair.
Yeah.
So
but surely it's like, oh, but then he wouldn't know who it was.
Yeah. That's why we all use the same model as well, so it becomes a bit more of a guessing game.
Let me put my agent skin on, please. I've got the guy, I forget his name, with the red hat. Right. T-side.
I don't know how much that's worth. But some of them have gone crazy.
Yeah, some of them have gone crazy, yeah. There was one of them that's green. Yeah,
it's a classic.
Yeah, that one, because it's basically a cheat code on some maps. It's like, that was like over 100 quid now.
When Ancient first came out, people were pissed.
Oh, yeah. I actually remember using that on, I swear it was Cash I was using that on when it was green. Was it? Yeah.
Also valid. A couple spots on Overpass as well that people were annoyed about.
Yeah, there was one.
It's better now.
Yeah, it was better now. There was actually, I remember one that I used to play a lot. I was that guy. I was a bit of a rat. But it was a front side of bathroom on Overpass, and there was like a bit of a bush, but like on the wall, and you could just blend in with it. You were invisible.
Listen, you didn't have to tell me you were going to be a bit of a rat. I played Mecha Chameleon with you, and you just you don't even try. You just you pick the darkest spot.
The darkest corner, and then I just become a shadow. It's brilliant.
Yeah, and you've won quite a few games from that. So.
King of the rats on Mecha Chameleon.
At that point, it's my fault. So.
Yeah, you gotta learn. You gotta learn.
Also a bit of a game of hide and seek. Only spotted one player and found an open bomb site.
Yeah,
so.
And they go for exits, and well, unfortunately, they don't exit out in their direction. So, not quite a unicorn round, but close enough.
Yeah, it'll do. It's got a spare pair of glasses. I mean, I assume one's reading glasses, but
why would you need 2?
Yeah.
One. No, I was going to say one for a monitor and one for like outside, but like
unless you're like that TikToker that just throws his glasses all the time when he's reacting to food.
It's like rather than having bifocals, he's like he did on the time bifocal. He was like, oh, 2 pairs, okay.
You want me to buy more, you cheeky man?
2 for 1 special, alrighty. Buy one, get one free. And they're hoping they can do that again with this round as well, going back to back. And what is essentially a bonus buy now for Focus. Still got that Mac 10 in play on Banjo. Yet to frag, though. But let's see.
They really want to keep applying pressure on ramp. This is not the first time they've done this, but it will be the first time that Focus are so nearby to receive.
Banjo. Honestly, this is a kind of a case of really whoever moves first dies. more often than not, unless Banjo hard swings this. But why would he?
Well, if they're really worried about like if they lose their con player, that Mister will have to swing.
Yes, it's true. You have to go looking for information. So Acor, gotta hit the shots. Yes, good work. Patience will pay off for him. Banjo, whoever moves first, it's the tale as old as time. They'll take a lot of damage, but then Porte gets one back in response. So he gets that trade on towards Acor, brings the numbers back level. The molly will come down as well as Banjo clears these close corners. And he can now take some very valuable top of ramp control, and they might reaggress onto him as well. He's trying to stay alive, and thankfully he gets the support, and thankfully he finally gets his opening kill.
Yeah, I actually thought Porte might have to be the one to search there, but by playing that rifler right behind an SMG that's just trying to double his life somehow by keeping himself a hard target to hit, they put themselves in a great position. ZTR has a free kill and knows where the second player is as well, inside of middle. Lily dropped, and ZTR, a good adjustment. A secondary frag. And Focus, they find an adjustment. Things get a little precarious with the battle to con, the battle to ramp, but as soon as they brawl their way back into things, once again, Focus have an edge.
And Focus are, for me, feeling like they're really starting to ramp up now as well. It's looking very positive, and these cracks are starting to show early doors already for Sashi.
I wasn't expecting to be as impressed with Acor as this, because I think I'm liking what I'm seeing from him. I'm liking what he's putting down. Not quite the same performance as Cash so far, but haven't had many chances to see him on an AWP really either.
It's true. It's very, very true. Not only a great round to win just in general for Focus, but the fact that it was essentially a bonus buy is so good for the finances, for yourself, and so poor for your teammate. The flash ineffective on towards Banjo, but the trade's not too bad. However, Porte's there, and he's the one to find it with that AWP. Bogdan's Law probably abided by. ZTR was wielding that T-Sat AWP at the tail end of that previous game. That was a spawn-based peak, but he nailed the shot.
Yeah, he's hit some good ones. Well, Anlele has gathered quite a bit of information. There is a world. Okay, it no longer exists. Whereas ZTR hung around a little too long, maybe held the smoke where he could have been taken down, especially because he's on that low HP. The bomb will begin to make its way, and yeah, double entries. There's not much that you can do. And LA will still come in on this flank. It's ZTR that switches out to the rifle, and we'll go back to clear it, but that will be an AK that and LA might be able to stretch for. Porte was keeping a watchful eye on it, though, so not to be. Fifth round for Focus. Things are looking really solid here on this T side. I think I'm with you completely. The momentum, the form, it does seem like things ramped up here for Focus quite significantly.
Yeah, it may be early in the game, but it actually feels like quite quickly this is getting quite concerning already for Sashi. No buy back in. But you lose this round, once again, because of the lack of finances left over in the back pocket. It does become a bit of a 2-for-1 special, where not only is it that lead extended, but actually probably guaranteed at the half at that point. Up to 7, you'd assume. With a low buy to follow this unless they can save something.
Yeah.
That's not going to help. Airburst Molly. These are mistakes that you only really make if you don't play this map very often.
Actually crazy as well, because he did a lineup where there's supposed to be a smoking window, and it's just wrong. It just didn't hit.
Yeah. Wrong pixel. Not that one. Zyphon's up close. You got as well Acor at range. Body will get a trade. It's okay there going 1 for 2, not considering that there's close presence, but now another round in which Focus have got to recover from a man down. But we've seen them do it plenty times already.
Can't get too comfortable. Good spot to choose here if you're Anlele. I thought he was going to keep on pushing through the B apartments, but just nestles himself into a corner, and unless this goes cleared by a rifle, likely to be more than just one free one. Porte does do a 180. ZTR, decent damage, but Anlele somehow manages past the second. So that's the round completely done and dusted. Yokab, other side of the map, working the extremities. That's how you can really confuse the defense and maybe bring a numbers advantage back into your favor. It's just by attacking multiple sides simultaneously. Not to be this time. Anlele had it locked in.
Yeah, now we got 30 seconds of waiting for him. So that 30 seconds feels like checking
Back to the newsroom update.
Back to the newsroom updates. What have we got? OG starting okay on map number 2. They're 3-1 up.
Damn,
Liquid at 8-2
I know,
up
they're
against Metasport.
dominating that series.
They're cooking. They are cooking. I want to catch Liquid at some point. I want to see what they're all about, because of course this is a tournament they absolutely have to qualify for.
Yeah.
Like there's There's no excuses. There's no anything. Liquid, you have to make it through this qualifier without really breaking a sweat. There's no room for error ready for this side. Or obviously are in a very vulnerable spot at the moment. And Medsport I thought would be a really good test to see what they're like and doing all right.
There's only so many times you can make a Jorko joke and not have results come from it. So
exactly. I love Jorko as well. So talented.
Yeah.
Such a good pickup. I really, really think he's so talented.
He's got a good head on his shoulders as well.
Yep. Very, very nice kid. So, very good. And also as well, Sinners who were doing really well earlier and kind of dominating that game, they're now struggling. They're 11-10 down. So they might actually choke that and lose that 2-0. That'll be very, very interesting.
What happened to them, man?
What happened indeed. Back to the game at hand here, though. Great mid control and a free kill from Atheos. They just didn't expect him to have been pushed mid already. He's looking for a little more. He won't get it.
Yeah.
That's two different players that have spotted him towards connector now.
Yeah. And so there should be realization that A doesn't really necessarily have to have a defender. I mean, there's so many nades that were used in middle, and with the double con play, yeah, Yokab catches ahead and just realizes he's got so much free runway.
Acor, we need another special round from you. He's had a few, especially in that previous map. Looking at him once again here. Bomb will be planted. Nice and open as well, because of that topside con smoke. It allows them that luxury. And you've got Yoka playing up close in case the rotations come through, but I think as the numbers gets punched in, they realize there's no real chance in this. They're just going to save. They can't really give this one an actual attempt, to be honest. Proactive exits is maybe as good as it gets, but it will be another round for Focus. Now up to 6. And we are getting quite early into dangerous territory for Sashi here.
Yeah.
This becomes basically unrecoverable.
They just can't get early ideas to be consistent at the moment. The mid play that they went for last time, they got a double kill that felt great. You know, they got something that they were actioning, and they got the result they were after.
Yeah.
A favorable exchange. This time, they try and go for something a bit more aggressive middle. They're kind of corner timing. They're double clearing for underpass. They're trying to escape. They're giving sound cues away to Mateos, who's already so far up short that he can just catch them as they escape back con. So, yeah, they're not anticipating some of the tempo that Focus are playing with, but also if they want to get away with these types of rounds, you have to have that clean exit or continue fighting. And it seemed like they didn't realize soon enough that they had to keep on fighting, perhaps.
I think you're right. Nade. Out of the feet is Iphon there. Doing a fair share of damage.
I think you can see as well, Focus are kind of spreading out a bit more on their defaults just to see, because Sashi have wanted to target something. The A-ramp plays that they've been going for, hell, even in the pistol, getting Acorn to Palace, you know, these are the types of spots where Sashi will feel like they create an advantage out of sometimes inaction, you know, just by throwing a body in a position that Focus may not anticipate. Yeah. They could just win around by position.
I think you're all right there. We've kind of seen, as the early portion of a lot of these rounds, that essentially what you're touching on is that Sashi are making a gamble call pretty early and then going into a default. But with that, Focus can use that information sort of against them. And they did in the previous round, because it's like, right, well, we've just killed one in con. There's 2 more there we spotted. A's got to be open, and they just ran forward. So
at the CT, you have to kind of treat yourself like T-side sometimes and just play for map control.
Yes, exactly that. This time a little bit more textbook as they're moving towards A, and it feels like a pretty defaulty setup, all things considered. You've got an under Palace player, and Mister will do well avoiding the flash and the molly, to be fair. How about the nade? Yes, somehow, only briefly, Yokab knows his lineups. The spam will find their head, and look at this move, Banjo. Always been spotted, though. Yeah, did he? I don't know if he even spotted the short player. He's going to give this a look, and a missed shot by Acor. We've actually not done that a lot today, but a crucial miss from him that might just be costly as Banjo gets more behind it. Tap on towards the plant, but he doesn't stick it because he waits for the fight. Cabby bites at that. He nibbles, and he gets reeled in. That's where he gets caught up in the action. Zyphon, who was over towards A, left all alone. 1 versus 3, and again, doesn't want to give it a look in. So Focus, bide their time. Patience pays off. They wait for the overextension from Sashi, and just like every single gun round we've had, Mike, it happens again.
Yeah, and especially because they lose an opening kill on that A-bomb site. Sashi are in full panic stations. They're drawing everybody over. They're leaving A-core solo one short to hold onto the whole B-bomb site.
Bro, they get flustered so quickly, the Sashi team on Mirage.
Absolutely. And that will be the problem, is that when you start trailing and you start losing out on these planned ideas, when you play a bit more stagnant, you might feel like you have to jump the next gun, because Focus have been really good at just trading out, taking space very quickly.
Agreed.
Also, great just micro there from ZTR to Cabby, because the fake plant, that he knew that Sashi had an understanding of there were two players nowhere near that B bomb site. It was a total isolated duel, and Cabby just wins that fight. This round is gone.
Oh yeah, 100%, yeah. Then it is a full recovery, where actually Xiphon is then an insurance policy for rotation. So yeah, you're absolutely spot on. 7-3 into the penultimate round of play in this half. The one thing going for Sashi is loss bonus means consistent pies. Mister's in a lot of trouble here. Thankfully gets the support over. Xiphon will swing at the right time, right place. And we'll find here's Yoko trying to make up with a similar total spam as last round. And Xiphon again. He'll get 3 before he falls. Job done, and Acor's making his move. Another missed shot, though, so he's not quite as crisp as the round prior. And what do we speak about? Him and Porte, similar in the vein of where they have these masterful moments, but oh my god, forget the point I was making. They walk past each other in Palace. This is wild. Will it actually net anything? No, it doesn't. And Mr. scratching his head. Where the hell was he?
He must have been hiding in the smoke or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, must have been in the palace smoke. I couldn't have missed him.
Yeah, ships in the night. They just sail past each other. They have no idea.
It wasn't even really like a 4-3 thing. It was just there was a pillar in the way. So I will say, I have loved the tempo shifts from Focus. This is one that just goes totally wrong.
Yeah, very flat.
Losing opening player, spacing's a little off. They swing again, they die. Yeah,
it was a little bit too brute force. It was a little bit too simple, I think, as well. Actually, what's made Focus great at the moment is actually the detail in their executes.
Yeah. I think they got separated by an incendiary at ramp, perhaps. I think Mateus got ahead of it.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit overconfident as well from Focus, off the back of actually how much success they've been having on these gun rounds. And all too simple. Banjo, that is a nice way to open things up, though. And Cabby, you are surely gonna get nothing from this spot. Will they even expect? Analele, he's in a really good position though. He denies that plant and he gets a second behind it. And with that being said, Xiphon's also made his move. Mathios trying to sort of bail them out of it, and he might just be able to do so. 1 versus 2. Acor making his move. He doesn't quite find him. The swing is good. And Xiphon, another back-to-back big 3-piece from him. Actually recovers that half a little bit, but it's still positives for Focus of a lead at the half.
Yeah, unfortunately, it felt like Focus were trying to go for a knockout punch. They saw a bit of weakness in the guard of Sashi and decided to go for an uppercut, but Sashi actually did a great job of shutting that down. They blocked it twice, and so they've kind of recovered and redeemed their half, so to speak, because this could have been a larger blowout. Just the way the game was going prior to these last 2 rounds, this could have been a 9-3 half.
For sure. We've got our B-Trams check-in as well. We were waiting for a half-time for it. K27 from 6-10 down have won 13-10 against Sinners to knock Sinners down in towards the side. That's a 2-0 there as well. And Zido went 29-16.
Oh, goddamn.
And he farmed the map 1 as well.
Yeah,
so he's having a pretty incredible series, in all fairness for him. Banjo, 2. To open things up, exactly the start that Focus wanted after a little bit of a flat finish. And Banjo might be able to get a couple more at that, but it's Yokab who goes for the double. Alongside Body, that B site is under lock and key. No entrance available.
Yeah, I mean, nothing to really bat an eye wrong at. Banjo, nice clean shooting. Yokab, same deal. So things are looking good. I mean, mechanically, it has been, I think, pretty clear that in terms of like fast headshots, high intensity rounds, Focus have been the sharper team. But I would say Sashi, I think the procedures and the protocols, they've been straying from them slightly to try and get an edge, and it's been tough.
Yeah, agreed.
Also, what happened to Acor? That one was insane, and then we're back.
He's gone missing. He's gone missing. We need him.
Regular scheduled programming.
This round should be more of that scheduled programming as well. Pretty simple, you assume. Yeah, nice work. There's the R-Pro, the pistol as well, and Yokap will close with ease. They barely break a sweat in that one, as to be expected against the no-buy. But really good rounds, just to lock in place, but also lock in place cleanly. Make sure it doesn't affect the finances, put you in a nice position, boost the confidence with the freebies, or all the positives.
Kind of need just more across the board here from Sashi. Getting what we want from Zyphon. You know, Cabby, not so much. Acor, not so much. Get some great performances from them on cash, and they will need more of that. Acor swinging wide with the rest of the squad. That was 4 swinging with the 1 flash. Catches the man in the open in ZTR. And from that, numbers were spotted. No need to keep committing to it. It's just the early stages of the round.
Top con smoke. Mathias will reply with his own util set. Bottom con smoke and a molly behind it in case anybody wants to push. That allows him to have connector in control, and he also has support from the top side of it as well. And it's going to be called upon in a moment because they are making a move towards ramp.
I mean, nobody's spotting A at all. If you're focused, you have to make your play for mid now if you're going to do it, because you just ceded so much space on the A play. They know that there's somebody lingering around. Cabby actually split between 2 minds about which target to focus on. And with a 4-on-4 now presented, Porte even getting one through the smoke. Man advantage.
Oh, no.
In fact, make that doubly so. Focus have chewed it down to just 2.
Break open of the smoke. They want to fight behind it. Double swing from CT will be good. And missed that. Can't get the transfer. Oh, wow. Well played. A bit of fortune really does favor Focus there with the spams, but it was looking uncomfortable. The timing on the mid peak actually ends up being basically perfect.
Yeah.
It actually is the information gathered immediately. He's all alone here. They're all coming through A, and they turn on their heel. Beautiful work. Up to double digits now, and this feels like a bit of a checkbox activity to see off the rest of this map. It is looking comfortable for Focus, and Sashi, it very much is showing why this has been a punish pick and why it's been a perma ban as well for them. They're not looking good on this.
And whereas for Focus, we saw from many Sashi point of views the opportunity they had for a spray down or a transfer, but just how good having good spacing and playing off each other can be at extending your lifelines and giving you great chances at fights.
That's it. Nade, top mid, could be good, and is healthy. Smattering of damage across the 4 of them there. Oh, unfortunate time on the jiggle peak. He's caught as he's at the sort of apex of the jiggle peak.
Kind of the widest jiggle.
Yeah, exactly. And that'll cost him his life. And Mathias, same for him, as he gets overwhelmed. In this round, it's actually just playing the numbers. They're playing as this death ball and rolling in towards the A side, and it is working. And Focus, they want nothing to do with it. They've already called this off. Save will come through. Banjo, Yoka, Porte, just keep hold of what they've got. And they can honestly kind of happily give away a 6th. They know they've got so much breathing room still.
Yeah, you lose a free kill like that, there's kind of no reason expending more resources on what is kind of an anomaly typically for how you want the setup to play. So it does track, it does make sense. Did you even see this guy behind the tomato sauce? I love that every time Valve do a thing, they do it the way that people just don't anticipate.
Yeah, they love a curveball. Yeah, everyone's like, oh, graffiti.
Yeah. It's like, no, how about a jar?
Tomato sauce.
It's something a little different. Maybe we just need to be expecting more or give them more creative suggestions.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, step up is essentially what we're saying here.
Maybe we're the skill issue.
Yeah, we're the problem.
Yeah.
Graffitis are they're too basic. I do miss some of the graffitis though. The ones that have been like taken out.
Yeah, I
hate to say it. I think it's a good bit of history, and I feel like we're losing history.
They need to create a museum.
We're losing recipes. Jump peak. Banjo needs to be a little careful here. He's jumping quite wide and quite high on the left-hand side, rather than the normal one like that.
I wonder how much space he has to actually make a play independently.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you're an extremities lurker like this, you're held at a pretty tight rein to not give away your life for free.
Yeah, well, and when or if Lele makes a move, how effective will it be? Molly down. As Porte will find that first. He's met a Molotov of his own. A minute to work with. Not really a lot on offer here. They're chipping away the clock, and we can just replenish the smoke in towards B. Lele's still gaining nothing bar support. Oh my god, and he takes a lot of damage in the nade. Oh yeah, it will catch him.
Yeah, that's really bad.
So Lele is kind of done nothing in this round.
Yeah. He was just the first point of contact, and it sent Sashi packing.
Honestly, I actually have no idea how you win this round. I don't think you can. You've got 30 seconds less than. It takes about 15 to roll over towards ramp. Then it takes another 10 to get out on towards the side. There's no real chance. So yeah, no shock that they're calling a save here. And for me, this is always like the worst possible way to lose a round is on the T side. Your call fails, your mid-round fails, and with 3 or more, you just have to save. Yeah. Like, that's the worst possible way. It's so bad for the morale as well. Like, we are just failing on every front now.
That's what I find as well when we look at a lot of these up-and-coming teams, is that sometimes Extremity's lurkers have too much freedom. Like, they're taking far too many risks, they die too frequently, before a plan can even be composed, there is see no activity. And Lele hears this guy jumping far too often.
He's got to do something
from the same spot.
Take a pop shot.
Yeah, his teammates have lost a player in middle.
Yeah.
He should react.
Yes.
And some in-game leaders talk about like having to micromanage or sometimes pull the rein in. That's one of those spots where you're kind of hoping Anlele makes that choice for himself.
Yes, and he has to.
But some players do need a bit of a poke and a prod. Like this is your time now. Hoping that somebody steps into the limelight here for Sashi, because this T side has not been pretty. 2 more rounds, All Focus needs to send them down into the lower bracket and also progress out of their group.
Yeah,
this is the winners match in their group.
Well, Usul in. Oh, and the break on the smoke as well will actually work favorably for Mister. Molly down. The tick will be there as well. They don't even know they're touching. They're hugging. They're cuddling.
He'll figure it out soon.
Oh my god, Anlele is going to want to win it. How? How has that happened?
He's got better sensory perception.
The Spidey senses were tingling. Potty opened the same for him first. Fine. It's great. But Mathios, you've got to confirm a kill there. And the 2 remaining, especially with Potty being low, I think you might call this again.
Yeah, I don't even blame Mathios. I'm pretty sure he hit his shot, just got hit back with an instant headshot. That's an AK M4 difference. But Banjo has an AK, and so he'll finish the job onto Anlele. Only a 1-man deficit, but money is starting to dry up. Not necessarily on these 2 players, but across the team. And they don't fancy their position, so it's a save here from Focus.
I don't blame them. They maybe could have had a little look in, but I think a lot of it comes down to just Potty A being on an AWP on a retake and B being low on an AWP on a retake.
I think as well, I've seen positions before from Focus where they do try a few too many times for retakes. They realize they're in a favorable position here. Let's not overstep the mark.
Rein ourselves back in a little bit. Of course, loser of this game, which at the moment is looking like Sashi, but I don't know, things could change. 4 rounds is recoverable. Will be the winner of that Partisan versus Orion Wanderers game, and that is currently in overtime in map number 2. I'm actually surprised that Partisan have gone to OT, but they are winning in OT. They're 15-12 up, so it's not all doom and gloom. They might still get it in 2. They just got made to work a little bit more than they probably assumed.
Hey, big up the Orion Wanderers. I mean, I don't know that expectations would be set too high. There's been a couple of teams that have maybe taken a map where we have literally 0 expectations.
It's true.
And maybe that's why they win a map, is that they think, well, there'll be pushovers, we'll get it done, and then it's like, oh, wait, we lost. Actually. They'll be... Actually, there's some teams that'll just be happy that it was best of 3s.
Yep.
So you get to prove yourself a little bit more, but you also don't get those as many crazy upsets.
Yeah, I was saying, for some people, what an experience this is. Like, if you and your mates just like 2K elo face it, it's like, let's just swing by.
If this is your first open qualifier LAN you've been to, I'm sorry, it's downhill from here.
Yeah.
The
it only gets worse.
Can only be set so high.
This is as good as it gets, really. This is, as we've also been part of quite a few.
It doesn't get easier.
It doesn't get easier, But this is obviously just such a good experience as well, because not only, in Paris and whatnot, but really, really cool setup.
Yeah.
Now we have here. Pop shot. Unsuccessful. Body in towards under. That's a lovely move. And he can get out completely free of charge before he's then met with some util, in fact. They towards top mid. They're not quite out there yet. I don't know if the mics are picking this up, but we've got Rocket League. No, not Rocket League. PUBG, may I say. PUBG Mobile next to us. It is bouncing. I'm hearing vuvuzelas. Like, this is crazy. Vuvuzelas here in Paris. I don't know if the mics are picking this up, but it is bouncing here in Paris. Drums and vuvuzelas.
Yeah.
The Big 26, you love to see it. We're still, the culture's still here. Nice move from ZTR. He'll find Kabi and Yokab as well. One of his own. It's all slotting into place here. Map point about to be locked in unless there is magic from Analele. A 1 versus 5 required. He's spotted and he's dropped as well. Porte will close it with the AWP. Second of the round, and that is 12. Map and series point now for Focus, looking to lock themselves in towards the playoffs.
For all the clear orchestrated plans I think Sashi have had, that was a round that just didn't seem like there was as much direction. And maybe that was the plan in the first place, was just kind of work in pairs, see if you can get some space, and then we can come to a conclusion afterwards. They just get destroyed in every fight, so that won't feel great. Backs against the wall, 5 rounds straight needed to force OT. And
it's a big ask.
And look at the util they have. They have 1 smoke, 1 flash.
That's all that remains. It might just be a raw B here.
Yeah, this will be a B pop.
But the Molly split them up already, so that's already the first plan foiled a little bit, and especially with the opening kill too. Banjo has got to be the blockade on towards B. And he's good for the first, but he's spammed by Analele. So a quick trade that'll come through, 3 versus 3. Smoke front side, and that will allow them out of window as they look to try and get lost in the util. And you look at the counter util on the flip side, it's actually fantastic here for the CTs. 2 flashes, one of which has just been used. And it's really down to the ZTR flank who's making his move, but he is being held by A-Core here. At range, close left-hand side as well. The flash on towards the site to allow them out from door, and it works well. Matthias for the first, labored for the second, and it all falls apart. Analele and A-Core combine well, and a really unorthodox B setup in the post plan is converted.
I don't know if there's a lesson to be learned here. Less resources, less thinking.
Less thinking, more winning.
More shooting and winning.
Less thinking, more winning.
And Lele just brute forces his way through. I mean, he doesn't exactly have a flash to come with him. You see Siphon go out with the 1 flash they had.
Yeah.
Just dead man walking, but Lele recovers. That default box was no friend to Focus.
Less thinking, more winning. No util. Just hold W. That's my advice for your face.
But they bought util again.
Yeah.
The game finishes.
This is where it is lost. Maybe. With this move. How is Matthias got away with nothing there? How? He will fall. So will Yokab as well, who also had kind of a nice idea. Both foiled and a dink on towards ZTR just to rub salt in the wound. Maybe this round is over, but not for Sashi. For Focus, he might have to call an early save.
Oh my, yeah, okay. That will be the round done and dusted.
All 3 kills are like so close yet so far. You hate to say it. If that round is played 100 times, you'd say it is like a 50-50. Like in the way of like, there were those raw individual duels which 1 straight bullet or 1 little bit deeper nade, and it's a completely different round.
Well, Matthias should have gotten his kill, guaranteed.
100%.
Yokab, that one, more 50-50.
More 50-50. Yeah. And then Banjo as well. It's just, what time is he looking towards stairs or is he looking towards connector? Also, a coin flip. Fortune.
Yeah, I don't know. Matthias like didn't clear it properly. It looked like he did a double take, and then he fell off the ledge into.
Yeah, it was the falling bit that I think that really, just kills him. I think the panic and the fluster of the nade breaking open that smoke, and then also then spotting somebody in front of him, which he didn't expect.
Yeah,
threw him for a ways a bit.
I think there's a part of him that thought that he'd been spotted first, and so was just trying to sort of run and gun. Like the M4A4 actually at that range, running and gunning is actually surprisingly accurate.
Yeah.
People will get caught off, especially because of the high fire rate. Those bullets go everywhere.
Yeah, so. Annoyingly accurate, in all fairness.
I love getting swung by some guy on Arch on Inferno, and I'm just chilling brackets, and he's just full running at me. I can't.
Never stops as well, just keeps going.
It's like, what is this, an M4 and an SMG?
Wow. 12-9. Within reaching distance now, I will say. There is a little bit of life maybe to be had here. Yokab, ZTR, and Yokab again. But it's still a 3-for-3 in the trades. But more damage dealt towards the T side, and Zyphon will be gifted one by Matthias. That was maybe an unnecessary move. And we look towards the young AWP. Porte, 19-8 in this game, has to be the one to save face of losing 3 rounds on the bounce and actually giving an opportunity over towards Sashi to recover this map.
If you say Stalwart to B, he might win because they're.
Oh my God, he is. He's hearing them.
Yeah, he hears them.
This could be huge, Porte. He's posted on the angle in towards window. He's just got to get one on the first, but he can't. Second time of asking, he also can't. Nade will come down, and they could still be huge. They land on the feet. Oh, he just survives his skin of his teeth, and Zyphon will spam.
How do they get away with it?
What a weird round. Another weird round. But it really feels like, again, less thinking, more running is working.
Give bodies over to Anlele. Like, let this guy just play behind everyone on first contact. He's the one that's finding these multi-kills that is saving these rounds for Sashi again and again.
Yeah, let him be third in every time. And it may look like he's baiting, but he's doing his job.
Yeah, he is the one with the hot hand. He's the one that's securing kills right now.
So you kind of assume in a round like this where they aren't fully investing that it might be a little bit of a kind of throwaway. The gamble stacking. We'll see what they can do in a spot like this. A very slow, tentative round. As Sashi aren't trying to walk into any sort of gamble stack. They know it's a possibility, right? They don't want to take the risk.
And really, Focus's priority will be just keeping this M4. Like, they go in with a hero, and they just think, if they go towards that A-bomb site, fine. If not, we go for exits, and we create a perimeter so that M4 can feel safe in the next round.
Yeah. And they've gambled wrong as well. In towards B. Moves the T-side park, and... oh, that'll be the round with it, really.
I wonder if Banjo will be a bit greedy, because he's got armor as well, so he also might just think, I have more to live for.
Yeah. If they can scoop up another gun, not actually the worst thing in the world. That actually would be okay. If they can bring another one in towards the next cabbie, sticking around and towards mid. I think he's dead here in a moment. He'll get traded 1-for-1, which actually you'll take. So AK is recovered. Now an AK and an M4 brought in towards the next round. You're feeling okay. You're feeling okay. I guess while we've got a brief interim
at
the tail end of this, got a few updates as well. Ascend have come back from 7-11 down to get 13-11 against NRG. They've 13-2 map with number 1 loss, and they've bit back. That's pretty huge.
That's for all the times America has messed with the Bulgarians.
Yeah, Liquid were 12-3 up and now 12-9. That might be a little bit outdated information. Let's see.
Also, I just like to say,
it is
mainly about Zerg.
Oh, no, it's
all
not.
I was talking about.
13-10.
And Rainwaker, actually.
Yeah.
It's like, those guys actually look good for a while.
Yep.
And then NA happened.
That's what NA will do to you. That's what NA will do to you.
Even the world's strongest soldiers.
Oh, yeah.
Are given the toughest challenges.
Yeah. God, why do you smite me?
Why do you give me challenges?
The daily battle every day.
Give him more character development.
Yeah, character development is waking up and seeing an email in your inbox and it's from a North American team. You're like, no, please, God.
But also,
don't make me do it. Like, you'll get paid well, but don't make me do it. I'll never mentally recover from this.
Yeah. And I'm not sure that Focus will either if they squander their opportunity to close out this series 2-0. This is a back-to-back set of maps that has gone every single round of regulation.
Yeah.
Who's to say it ends here? Sashi have been on a bit of a tear. They've got 4 out of the 5 rounds straight they needed to get it into OT.
And here this does go OT as well. This run of form from Sashi and how red hot they feel at the moment. You make the argument that actually massive advantage to them. So we need something. A little special. This nade could be good. Oh, this nade is placed perfectly. Analele takes a real heap of damage there. It feels at the moment for Focus, after the way that these last few rounds have gone, I actually do want them to play just a little slower, a little bit more tentative like that. Double nade onto Analele to see him out in this round. That is a rough way to start. And on top of that as well, Acor and Mister are left really hanging on for dear life.
Absolutely, yeah. There's no better target for the recipient of that nade, and because people are walking wounded, chances have to be taken. Sashi are in trouble. A 3-on-5 where backs against the wall. 4 out of 5 won't cut it. It comes down to 2 that remain.
Surely.
And Acor's been silent. Zyphon's been slower on this second half. and that no one's going to get a real chance at it. Zyphon won't even find a frag. In fact, Focus will close out both maps 13-11. They did so to Sashi on their pick of cash, but Mirage, it gets close, but they don't care. Focus are through their group.
It's not how you get there, it's that you get there.
Yeah.
And they do 2-0. Really well played, though, from both sides, actually. And in particular, actually, credit to Sashi in terms of that recovery. It was looking rough in that first half.
Yeah.
Really nothing to grasp onto. That was a real positive to talk about. But I actually liked some of the things I saw there, especially towards that tail end, that streak we had. Some nice ideas, some nice gaps they were finding. And they started to come alive in terms of their individuals. But too little, too late when it really did matter. Focus through to the playoffs, and deservedly at that. And it will, of course, be now Sashi dropping in towards that lower bracket, that decider game as well, which I'm pretty sure is a confirmed that as Partizan. They were in overtime, but I don't know if it actually got. I didn't actually check if it got confirmed over, but they were Partizan. Were in overtime.
Okay, well, the game's not still live, so
it must be done. It must be done. With that being said, I mean, what a game, Mike. We really got to see Focus, I think, for the most part. Granted, that end little portion, we can kind of forget about that to fit our narrative, of course.
I do think we saw a few different sides to them, right?
Yeah.
There were a couple moments where they were the ones controlling tempo.
Yes.
I think Sashi overall, I liked their approach, but in terms of form and function, I think Focus showed us brief periods where they had both, and moments where it was one or the other. So I'm sure Cuban will try and get that out of them as they move into the following days. But it's a good sign of things to come, because they were put through some real tough tasks in some of those rounds that Sashi constructed.
Yeah, and I really wonder now as well for Focus, how far can they take this? I mean, this would be a huge qualifier for them to make it through, right? And they're one of the teams that I would call them sort of like fringe teams in terms of like, they're not the favorites, you know, considering favorites being like Liquid and Big and Heroic, for example. They're a fringe team who, for me, feel like they could be really interesting if they can make it through. But, and what it would mean for them in the VRS as well. But would that be, you know, a push towards the major, for example, as it is for a lot of these teams, that if they can actually make a bit of a run. But for Focus, we saw some really nice moments from them. There's still some things they've got to clean up with this new look roster. But the new guys they brought in, I actually got a really decent game. Porte, especially in that map, looked really good.
Yeah, I mean, he had some big clutches. He had some important moments, especially on Cash and on Mirage as well. But yeah, I mean, I would agree with you that the expectations are lower for Focus versus some of the other teams that are more contenders, because it's the start of the season. They're replacing pieces that some have been picked up and some have been, you know,
bought out and whatnot. Yeah.
So it's one of those spots where we understand we might have to give them time. So early results will always feel much better for a team like this.
Yeah, exactly that. And as we run, especially towards this tail end now of the game, you just see the carnage. Like, some of these rounds, they were so scrappy, they were so messy. But in a way, Sashi were trying to use that chaos as their sort of best friend. And plenty of times it did work. It gave them a good run of things.
Especially when you get to these more hot under the collar type rounds, when you're against more veteran pieces. Maybe you're hoping that an A-core will add some stability, perhaps, or you know, someone like Zyphon, who's had and been through so many different iterations of rosters. Focus are quite a young team, so when you get into those positions where the game could be slipping out of your favor, to see them close out, it's also another one of those reinforcing positions. Like, okay, we've been in those spots, we know what to do.
Yeah, exactly that. And then now gives Focus as well the rest of today to sort of prep for tomorrow. They still have to wait to figure out who they're going to be playing off against as well, but they can start trying to work things out and really, I guess, focus on themselves a little bit, right? Work on some of these areas that are kind of creeping in, but I think there's good foundations there, and that's kind of the main talking point we have for this side. And there's a lot to like, I think, generally about this team. Again, it's just about getting consistency of their players across all maps.
I just don't think I've ever hated a Cuban team.
Exactly that. We're going to head to a break. We have got 2 more best of 3s to bring you throughout today, so you have to sit tight as well. We've got some really, really cool games coming up. You do not want to miss out on them. But for now, a break from myself and Mike. We'll catch you in a bit.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports World Cup LCQ. My name is Henry G. Joining me is the GOAT, Yumi. You had that first game. How was the first series?
I mean, much better than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
That's at least where I'll start. Because I think with players and teams like Sashi, I'm always very low expectations. See players stagnant throughout most of their careers. I'm just expecting.
Do you know what? It was cool. We had Hunden versus Cuban as the coaches. That was a cool storyline.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah. You don't seem that excited about it.
Well, I was more excited about Cuban than the other party.
I know what you said.
Yeah,
I know what you said. Let's move on, shall we? We've got the next game of the day. We're going to be going for a household name, Eternal Fire. Lots of players we're familiar with. Then we move on to a team I've never heard of. They've already played once this tournament. Nade. Who are Nade?
Well, that's a great question because most people wouldn't have had an answer, and I don't either. I mean, because we have this open qualifier circuit, we have a chance to learn about new players and actually figure out whether there are diamonds in the rough. But
True.
North Macedonian team that came over have this chance to compete. And their first round against Eternal Fighter, they caused the upset. That's why we're paying attention to them now.
So yes, this is the GSL format. They've already played once in the groups. It was Eternal Fire that opened up. They won the first match 13-5, like hands down, no problem at all. You think they're going to close this one out, then they get battered on the next two maps. So a chance of revenge, I suppose. They should be the favorites here. They should be winning it. I guess maybe they got a little bit too comfortable after winning the first map.
Yeah, I think that's always the problem as well. When you play open qualifier teams, it's like, oh, the first game was easy. Let's just lay off we just relax. We don't need to put too much mental power into this. And then, okay, never mind, they actually shoot hard. And it did seem like, just looking statistically at how the games were going, they're just getting owned on first contacts by Exploit, whether that was with an AWP or an AK. He was kind of doing a lot for the squad.
So you can see we're in Group 11 right now. 100 Thieves, I think, as predicted, have made their way through pretty comfortably. They're looking quite good, wouldn't you say, 100 Thieves?
Well, yeah. I mean, I watched the game yesterday at the end of the day.
I mean, sure. They're looking good. I feel like 100 Thieves, they're one of the teams you want to see at the main event, right?
For sure.
In terms of the organization, the prestige of some of the goats of Counter-Strike in that squad, you want to see them at the main event.
Yeah. I mean, to get Gizmy on the roster.
What a great move that was.
Absolutely.
Shout out to Graham Pitt for that one.
He was the in-game leader of the season, really, towards the end. So
that's a good
point.
point.
Everybody definitely paid attention, and it's seeming to pan out because he's actually quite cool-headed.
Tell me more about the Eternal Fire team. Lots of names I'm familiar with. It doesn't to me seem like a team that synergizes so well. Like some names are recognizable. Like you got the likes of Regali in there.
Yeah.
Who else is stepping up?
Well, Jota is the one that I think most people will pay attention to because of the whole Aurora fiasco.
Sure.
Maybe it gets removed. Maybe doesn't have the responsibilities that you'd like on a team like that. And he comes down and he starts frying. You have missed him, in-game leader.
Yep.
Had his chance on NIP, if I'm not making my mistakes here. And a Regali that's come away from a FlyQuest expedition and it's kind of been shopping around within the European circuit for a while.
I feel like he was trying to use FlyQuest as a launch pad for his career. I feel like he was trying to get games, reps, go to majors potentially.
Yeah.
Just didn't really seem to work out. He didn't seem to find his form and the team didn't really seem to excel with him within him.
Well, I don't know that there was enough practice happening.
That always is the case with those guys, isn't it? Like every tournament they go to is we haven't practiced. It's like, guys, maybe this isn't working out then. If you can't practice, probably call it a day.
Yeah,
I would say.
What's annoying is that as somebody that predominantly looks at the Asian APAC region, to hear FlyQuest have practice struggles for Mongols to go to events and also have practice struggles. For a while, we were very hopeful, but the hope is deflating, unfortunately.
Well, the hope might be rising for Nade Gaming. I didn't realize they were an actual organization. That looks like an official jersey they're wearing. I thought it was like maybe a Faceit stack coming into this one, but it looks like that's a proper org, proper team.
They haven't submitted their things to socials and what have you. I don't know that we have their logos and that this is maybe...
Right, there was no logos on HLTV. I thought this would be like just a fun team. Maybe it is. I don't know. Yeah. But nice jersey, I suppose.
It is honestly
modern jersey.
It is better than some of the other jerseys that I've seen.
I kind of like this one, the polo shirt approach as well. You don't see many polo shirts these days. There's Bro as well, coming in from NRG. What have you made of his season the last year or so?
I was very confused about his situation with NRG because I thought he was kind of make or break on that team. He's a great energy guy.
Yeah.
Seems to really like throwing himself into the thick of the action, especially on retakes. I feel like he has so much impact, weirdly, on those types of positions. But when he was not playing with NRG for a bit and then came back and then now he's on this Eternal Fire team, I was just a bit confused because I liked his heart and I liked his soul as well on that squad.
His heart and his soul.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to need plenty of that today because this is the decider game. You lose this one, you are out of the qualifier. It's all over. And considering, sure, it's not the team Eternal Fire once was, a full Turkish squad. Still, like we said, a lot of household names, a lot of familiar faces there. And the fact they've already played against Nade, just to bring up that last game. So the opening game of the group, they won 13-5 on Dust 2. They got smashed 13-7 on Ancient, and then 13-11 on Mirage. I'm sure they are the favorites still going into this one. They need to just wake up and make sure they convert this one and don't take their foot off the gas, Yumi.
I think what makes you feel more comfortable about them bouncing back is that 100 Thieves actually did just batter them when they played Nade. And
sure,
so
that's a good point.
If you're Eternal Fire, you want to be putting yourself on that same pedigree, that same level. So
I agree. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go then. Decider game. Group 11 is going to be Nade taking on Eternal Fire here. CT start for EF. And we are going to see Nade. Interested to see what they bring to the table, Yumi. They've got a very technical setup here on the pistol. 2 smokes, 2 Molotovs, and a flashbang available. Bomb over towards the A side of the map right now. And a bit of a fake, a bit of a ruse over towards B, which is a very common approach. B execution, send 5 players in. You're guaranteed a bomb plant. He missed the molly, though.
Yeah,
you hate to see that.
That is definitely not good, and it's maybe going to not sell this fake too well.
It's actually rubbish.
Mistim starting to move over. Pavem actually finds himself at the headshot angle. Mistim's done his job, but gets run down by user XD. Mistim a second, so there's still a man advantage held. They still have a smoke and a kit available for this retake. Things could be worse, I suppose.
I guess. The fact they've got the bomb down in a winnable scenario, it's looking better than it possibly could have gone. But let's see if they can hold on, though. 3 players making their way out of the temple. Looking to find Vapor here at the big box. Mistim will take care of him. 2 versus 4 should be fine. But this backstab is looking rather potent. As we do get multiple headshots here. And it is going to be the Eternal Fire players dropping like flies here. They do have a kit available to them. The 1 player left towards that donut position. I think he's going to win this, Yumi. There it is. Okay, so the fake wasn't great. We had a missed molly. It wasn't very convincing. They had a 4-on-3 deficit. They still managed to come out on top.
What more can Mistim do?
I don't know.
He's the one that gets 4 kills. He's the one that has no armor, kit smoke, and everybody's just died around him. It's very perplexing situation.
That was a 4-on-2. And it all came for that backstab from the red room. Yeah, Mistim, you're right. He was lighting them up. Finding kill after kill. You assume they'll force buy off the back of this, but yeah, that's a really disappointing finish.
Yeah.
There's a force with 1M4.
I will say I'm surprised that Usama hit that timing so perfectly because he found instant kills, and wow, this force buy is completely nullified immediately.
Yeah.
Wild Machina.
Well, not really much to say about this round. We'll see whether the 5-7 can step up, gets a face full of lead, courtesy of that Mac 10. Mistim goes down, 5 versus 2. Bro will fight back with a couple, but it seems all for naught. He needs at least 1 more here. The Mac 10 could be the right weapon for the job. The round is back on here. 5-7 drawn, 2 versus 2. He needs his backup from Regali any second now. He's going to come towards Cave, maybe the ramp, as they try and make this 2v2 work.
I mean, they have smokes as well, so they can actually get themselves out from Cave, smoke off short, and try and get some progress. It's a split approach here from Eternal Fire. Usama trying his best to hold out from ramp, but the flank from Regali, he actually doesn't clear fully into the site. Smoke over towards long sign, so it's a crossfire, no success. Nade breakthrough with 2 straight from pistol to breakpoint. It's no economy now for Eternal Fire. This should be a nice early start from a nade, hoping to make lightning strike twice.
Yeah, that, just to reiterate, they played Ancient already, and Nade won 13-7. The first half, they managed to go 7-5 on their CT side and then close things out on the T side, but yeah, nice work that Mac 10 towards middle. Bro certainly made it interesting, a winnable situation there in the 2v2, but unable to convert. We go to round number 3, should be an eco here, as you can see, Eternal Fire with no Kevlar, no nades, no kits, just hoping to get a couple of kills here with the upgraded pistols.
Yeah, I think what you would have learned from that last encounter is that Nade are not afraid to swing. They're comfortable to do so. Kvem is the same. Deagle, right as that smoke blooms, kill right back at the Mister, but there's Regali, P250, AK tried to be recovered, and he didn't even need it for the second kill.
Okay.
Vapor gets smoked.
It's getting very messy out there. This was the gimme round. No Kevlar, no nades, a few 5.7s, and a P250 apparently in the hands of Regali. Earns himself a double kill, doesn't take any damage for his troubles. Upgrades to the AK-47, and now they're in the driving seat. This will be costly, bear in mind. Sure, Nade have won the last 2 rounds, but they've been close. They haven't saved a ton of cash. They give this one up with no plan, especially. This game could turn upside down very quickly. The Desert Eagle wallbang headshot. It is going to be the round 4 Eternal Fire. Regali saving the day here. He gets himself a hat trick, and there we go. The first on the board. A round you wouldn't expect them to pick up, but Regali with that P250, that was crisp.
Yeah, and Kvem also had some really high-impact kills. Smoke blooming in his face this time as well, getting caught, not looking the right direction. It's almost muscle memory, instant reactions. Really nice mechanics on display for both Kvem and Regali. Well, the least likely round to win is the one they do.
Absolutely true. And as I mentioned, the money will be in tatters as we enter round number 4 here. You can see 1 AK-47. Upgraded pistols otherwise, and going to be trying to vault up towards the heaven are the CTs. Quite a passive setup so far from Nade, just waiting for the initial bombardment of grenades to subside. And we'll see whether they can actually hold the wolf from the door. Mr. looking for multiple kills here. Working in tandem with Kvem, but they'll take that early advantage. They've done good damage to another player as well. Grenades towards those double doors, and they're trying to make their way out.
He survives on 1 HP, so there's still another body to throw at him, and yeah, it causes enough of a distraction. Too many targets. Kvem can't choose. Jota will leap up, and so there will be a trade back. Still 3-on-3, and with that 1 health on Vapor, sure, it's a number, but they could certainly be better. They don't have anything that can cause distraction or make them really too worried here on the side of Eternal Fire. User will try and take some space, though, and until he meets some resistance, he may not stop.
This is on a knife's edge right now. CT's desperate for information, and Regali stepping up once again. That's a very valuable kill. The bomb goes down now towards that B ramp, and Regali saves the day once again. Definitely uncomfortable situation there, but they managed to tie things up here, 2-2. I don't think there's any way you can make this one work. Are you calling him User, is it? User? What are we saying there?
Let's just call him User.
Okay.
He's User XD User, so he's made a choice there.
These names, they're kind of throwing me off a little bit.
Yeah.
But I like that. We'll go with User. Vapor we can do. Usama. And then Wild. Who's that?
Wild Machina.
Bloody hell, lads.
I mean, for some reason, there's a washing machine over there.
There is.
Within our eye line, so maybe that's the Wild Machina.
It might be. For now, though, a moment's respite for the Eternal Fire boys, or at least you'd like to think so, because you're up against pistols, no Kevlar, and we've gone for a B rush. Desert Eagle looking quite deadly here, but unable to find the initial kills will be Bro and Regali to open things up. Starting to get in the swing of things now. This is what you wanted to see from Eternal Fire. And it's a clean sweep. Not much to report here. 3-2. Might be time for a tactical timeout if you're Nade. See what they want to bring to the table here as we get ready for a very important gun round here.
Yeah, I think they will have learned from the last encounter that, listen, just don't give them too many opportunities to feel themselves, go for individual plays. They're trying to set their own tempo, clearly, on the CT side.
But also, you don't want to respect them too much.
Yeah.
You know you are the better team. Eternal Fire, hands down, are going to be the favorites going into this one. They know they've got the talent, they've got the preparation. Just need to make sure you've got a nice balance of making sure you're actively looking to win the round and not sitting back too passively. And this is what exactly we want to see. I love this sort of maneuver. First gun round, 2 players pushing A main.
Punish any gap. And even just the spam is totally off the mark there from Vapor. And on that distraction, on User recovering the AK, it will be a kill right back. They have access to the bomb, and they have kind of boxed them in completely here.
And now you've conditioned him to think that's a possibility. We could push A main at any time. We're not going to respect our opponents here. Jota has had enough. He gets himself yet another couple of kills here. MB9 should be able to close things out. It'll be the Tech 9 of Vistum to find the 4th round here. And that's the sort of gameplay I was just describing. You want to get in their heads. You want to be pushing forward and showing confidence there. Not necessarily throwing rounds away by solo plays, but a 2-man pushing towards A main. They had no idea it was coming. And now that's going to be the back of their minds going forward for the remainder of this T-side campaign.
I think there are definitely moments, I kind of skimmed through to see what kind of happened with Eternal Fire. Definitely moments where maybe after they'd been humbled a few times, they played a little bit more contained. I think this time the reaction has to be, okay, we just have to be a bit more brazen.
Yes, agreed. Partial buy. Money in ruins here for Nade the last few rounds. The initial lane utility doing significant damage, but still not dissuaded is Usama as he pushes in towards that K position. They've actually done pretty well in terms of the spacing with this sort of setup. The fact you got 2 players in towards Cave is pretty big. But you have 2 CTs on the other side who have got those AK-47s and they're ready and waiting. Mistum going to be setting up his teammate tucked away in the corner there. Lovely opening kill. Should be enough to win the round. Definitely will be now.
Who's setting up who?
I actually don't know.
He set himself up, apparently. Really nice shots. Regali was just there as a safety net. Yeah, so this round should essentially fizzle. I mean, there's no smokes, no flashes. Nade are just gonna hope that these Deegs can break through. 3 on 5, and a decent amount of time. It's not as though Eternal Fire will feel too pressed. Finally, contact over at the ramp, so Mistum takes the brunt of the aggression. They know about this player out on long as well, so they won't want to fall into the crossfire, but they do so anyway. Bro and Mistum clean up and clean house here on B. That will be the problem throughout this game. There are few places to hide, and there is nowhere to run.
Well, we do have another gun round coming up next. I speculated the idea of a timeout before. I would definitely say take one at this stage, but Mistum looking very comfortable. Gets himself another triple kill there. Bro looking solid on the B bomb side as well. We see no tactical timeout. AKs across the board for Nade here as we enter round number 8. It's Eternal Fire lost out against this very team on Ancient before. Looks like they have got their foot on the throat this time. Not going to be giving this one up. Great nade damage towards the lane once again. Missed him to open things up. He is getting a boatload of kills every single round. There's another triple kill for him. The in-game leader going absolutely massive here. 2 versus 1. Round not necessarily over, Yumi.
That's
he
good
could actually
space.
win this one. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yep, Smoke will just barely make it. Wasn't sure if the bouncer... Oh,
Little decoy.
I've been faked out.
Yep.
Just as bad. But that decoy just being thrown, he tucks himself away, and he will simply hope that Eternal Fire don't go out hard swinging for his position. There's been so much time, he could have repositioned anywhere. They'll have to be diligent, they'll have to clear what they can. Smoke, Incendiary down. They have another one that they can throw as well. Yeah, flashes in, but they have to clear it hard, but they don't. Usama will get both, and a critical clutch, a massive one at that. Eternal Fire from driver's seat to sitting down in a 2-on-1.
I think it was the decoy. The MVP.
It might have been.
Like, they seem to be biting down on the idea that he was towards long or short the entire time. You think that round's done deal with Mistum getting a triple kill out of the K position. How do you end up losing this round? I have no idea. And you can see they're both looking towards long, unsure where the final player will be residing. And that's a huge round. Usama going huge as we get another gun round available here. Money's still not great on the nade side of things here, but the utility damage looking quite significant. Down to 60. Initial mid defenders.
Yeah, listen, sometimes you don't want to piss off your opponent. Mistum took the last loss personally.
Yeah, right. So, a moment's respite here. The carnage subsiding. More of a default round. B-lane control granted, but the CT's looking to snatch it back. Regali on his signature AWP. He'll open things up. Looking for the double kill. Doesn't need it, though. Teammate there through the smoke will find another advantage here. This time a 5-on-3. They probably trade out the kill here. There it is, but 4-on-2 once again.
Yeah, a little messy there on that trade, and from this position it becomes incredibly trying. I mean, they don't exactly have the space to work with. Middle is the open real estate, but there's an angle being held by Jota inside of red.
Surely no way you give this one up.
No.
There's not enough time. They don't have map control. They have pretty decent utility, some of which is being deployed right now. 1 smoke, an incendiary, and an HE remaining here. Vapor and Usama will have to do something unbelievably good to step up here. They've maybe chosen the right angle to approach this one from. Smoked off, though. 30 seconds. Do you wait this one out or do you try and push through?
I feel as though they don't know themselves. They're boosting over the smoke, and so they did neither. Jota just will simply backstab them, and so it doesn't get anywhere near as close as the last outing.
It's definitely not. I guess that's an interesting idea. The round was essentially over. That smoke goes down. Try and boost over. If you get one kill, you can just flood into the site, hope for the best. Didn't work out. As the backstab comes through, another aggressive round for the CTs here, allowing the round to just calm down. Readdressing the aggression toward that lane position. Multiple kills coming in, and Jota to close things out with a spray down in the back.
And then that's the thing you were mentioning earlier, Henry, is that the idea of them creating those conditions early about, okay, they're pushing down lane, they're pushing us through main.
Yeah.
We have to be considerate of that. They've now stopped. They've let off the gas on those attack avenues.
And then you just run down the clock, and then you've got nothing left to really do with the round. Could be a similar situation here, I'm afraid. We've got the partial buy coming in from Nade. 1 AK-47. 4 pistols otherwise, and at least not taking massive damage across the board as they find B lane control. B execution looking very likely here. 2 players towards cave, 3 towards the ramp. Very unlikely they win it. They'll need some miracle Desert Eagle headshots. And just as they deploy their utility, teammates smoked out of the cave position. They're going to have to focus their efforts towards the ramp now.
Yeah. AWP on the line already, but needs to stand tall. Hits the collateral, but only 1 kill found. Oh, the spray from Mistum. He's on point. Even the sidearm switch. He'll end up with 4. This in-game leader does not want Lightning to strike twice. He is doing it his own way.
Dude, very impressive. Great output from the IGL. Each and every time he's tested, he'll find at least 3 kills. They might not win the round necessarily, but he'll always find 3. It was looking so promising here. The Tech 9's lighting up the defense there, but Mistum somehow getting away with a quad kill once again. The USB to close things out takes his total up to 16 and 6 as we enter round number 11.
Got the magic touch. I don't know how he does it. He may not be thinking about it. He's simply doing.
It's in that flow state.
Absolutely, and Mistum just finding time
goodness.
to go and find more kills. He will go down with just the 1 this time over, and Kvem has also lost his life on his exit from middle, so man advantage held here for Nade, and they will have opportunity to reset. Smoke fresh over on the lane.
Okay, best opportunity Nade have had in some time here. Finally, a man advantage of 4-on-3 presents itself. Nothing too complicated, nothing too flashy required here. I don't mind this call, a contact play, but the problem is the AWP has rotated over just in the nick of time. They might have found the gap there, making footsteps now, and there it is. That's surely got to be the round. Bro still alive, low HP, doesn't matter. Eviscerated by the AK-47, bomb down as we go into the final round. AK-47, you might as well save down the CT side. Sure, he's got 15k in the bank, but you can't buy the AK. So I'd say just hold on to that.
Yeah, no, definitely of worth. It's always a tricky position when you're down a man on any CT side. You always feel like you want to do something, but they just caught the prime worst opportunity. That wild Machina slides in at the right time.
So Jota giving a look at, I guess there's a world
there
you go for the Ninja defuse. Not going to happen, though.
If you're going to punish anybody for that, it's an inexperienced team.
You don't see many of those these days.
Yeah.
I really think saving the AK there would have been great, but it doesn't really matter too much. He's got plenty of money. Can make do with the M4. But it's another round for Nade, who are somewhat struggling here. After winning the pistol, of course, snatching it away almost. They haven't posted many gun rounds. This is one of them, though.
As much as I always enjoy giving an in-game leader a bit of his chops, you know, like he's doing well, he's fragging hard. He shouldn't be, but he is.
Yeah.
I am hoping to see more out of the rest of this squad because I want Jota, I want Bro to be high impact, and they are not currently.
Well, Jota is going to be tested right now. A lot of pressure heading his way towards that A bomb site. You can feel him struggling a little bit with this one, but managing to push them back. They will consider their options and fall back towards the B bomb side of the looks of things here. Bomb outside the double doors for now. 1 minute 20 on the clock. Smoke down towards elbow. Might have to disrespect it. Might have to push through. The grenade
so late.
Doesn't quite hit the mark. They're going to be boosting instead.
Oh my, and it's the perfect call. The damage on Mistum is great as well, but Bro will track one back through that smoke. They're going to react quickly up from the ramp. Regali needs to hit a shot or at least create a perimeter around this cave position. Mistum sliding behind the box. They'll chop and change positions with Regali. But here's the reinforcements coming out from CT. Usama hasn't pinned in position. The flash won't quite connect, but they'll catch him just before it blooms. But they're playing close to the smoke. Regalia's first contact as they come in for this retake. But they know that there's a Molotov down. Bro will swing out from long. Wild Machina can simply not do enough from the back of the site. So they will keep 3 up, and they'll get an 8th round. They have finally gotten more rounds than they did last time they were here on Ancient.
You can see it's a very different Eternal Fire we're seeing in this outing. They're making sure they give nothing away. Although it didn't start great. Bear in mind, they had that huge advantage in the pistol.
Yeah.
That's the only problem they really had. If they won the pistol here, I dare say this could be like a 10-2 scoreline. They're looking much better. Nade look a little bit out of their depth here. It seems like Eternal Fire are not taking their opposition lightly this time. And Miston, what can you say about that performance? IGL getting, what, 18 kills, I think it was,
Sure.
in the first half. That is surely enough to get this map over the line here. A little bit scrappy towards the end, but overall, it looks like Bro and Regali working in tandem there. No problem on the defuse. Important pistol. That goes without saying. Feels like Nade need this one, both pistols. They've got 5 sets of Kevlar on the CT side, just to note that. No kits. Flashbangs getting set up towards middle. We have got Jota watching for any aggressive play. Speaking of which, Osama will be pushing all to A main and actually taking down Bro and finding the man advantage here, but they can't hold on to it. The P250 Regali stepping up.
I mean, it was absurd that Usama got away with that one, but with his low health, it's not exactly conducive to holding onto bomb sites when the Glock can be such a nuisance jumping around corners.
Yeah.
It's Vapor that's actually keeping tabs on middle here now. But he does have a teammate alongside him that can trade things out if things get a little too precarious. Regali is pinned in position. He'll wait for the teammate to emerge from ledge, but teammates are also making their move over towards A, and this is the low HP player.
I was going to say, the round,
solo anchoring.
The round's essentially over, yeah. They're so far removed now. There's still a smoke and a flashbang to deploy in CT spawn as well, which presumably will be coming in momentarily. There's the smoke. The backstab is what's going to have to save the day once again. Surely they've learned their lesson. We'll see whether there's anything to be said. CT's actually setting themselves up in towards spawn. All 3 players here. As we mentioned, no kits, so kind of have to operate very quickly here. And the Glocks making light work of them. Missed them, continuing to kill. There's the 18th kill, as it is quite a comfortable finish in the end. Now, the problem is, CT's only getting 1 kill there. If you do force fire, it's going to be quite a weak one. You can get like maybe an MP9 and Kevlar, but you're not going to have many grenades. See whether they want to go all in here. Just kind of pick your poison time. There's not really a good call to be made. Sure, take the full eco, but you'll still be struggling on that first gun round.
Yeah, do you go out on your own terms, or do you let the flow of this game fall away from you? Because, listen, I'm sure they hoped this would go better on the second run-in, because we have the same maps as we did the last run-in with these teams in the groups, and that will only benefit the team that is more prepared, typically.
So, Ancient, of course, a pick of Nade. We've got Dust 2 up next. Very puggy map pool here, you mean?
Yes.
It's like the top 3.
You wonder why they lost.
Yeah, right. So, opening frag has been found. Courtesy of Jota. Like you said, hasn't had a massive amount of impact yet. I suppose it doesn't matter too much when you're comfortably in the lead. 10-4 looking incredibly likely. Doesn't seem like this setup's really going to cause too much trouble. Bomb outside the double doors towards B right now. Need to be careful, though. Don't want to be offering up AKs for free. You haven't won the game yet. E-bomb side wide open. CTs need information. Get a lot more than they bargained for. See whether there's anything they can pick up. A couple of kills, potentially. There's one. User stepping up with that 5-7.
Well, it shouldn't get too out of pocket. I mean, they've got their hands on an AK. That should, in my opinion, is probably enough to justify just running away with that thing. So AK's doing that. Deagle's still hanging around. I'll take a moment just to look at some of the games that we have ongoing at the same time. Sashi are in their game against Partizan, 7-0 up. First map, Metasport 9-1 over Prestige, also on their first map. Sinners have just won their first map, 13-2.
Okay.
And OG are currently 1 round behind Echo in their third map, their decider.
Okay.
So
what's your thoughts on OG right now?
I forget they exist frequently.
Right. And that's maybe the thing. I feel like they won't qualify for the main event.
I have no expectations.
Yeah, and it's like, it's just such a shame, like, considering like the prestige of the org and there's some of the players within there as well. You're just like, damn, dude, it's just sad that you never really hear from them at all.
Yeah, Heroic were technically below OG at one point.
Yeah.
And then Heroic became the new OG, but like more advanced somehow.
Okay.
Like we actually had started to build some expectations for Heroic at a time. So,
well, I wish him all the best. I hope OG do find some success here. Cadian, he needs it. It's been a while. Give him a win. Let him have one win.
Well, it's not looking like Nade are going to get the one win that may be necessary to cause another upset. Eternal Fire 10-4 Second time of asking. Vapor, round of smoke. Oh, needs that kill if you're going to catch them walking around, not looking at you through a smoke.
Round not necessarily done, okay, but it is starting to wrap up now. It's going to be down to this mid position. Needs multiple kills here. Jota maybe overstepping the mark there, but good trades coming in from his teammates. It's an MP9 to try and clutch up here. Not an impossible task, but certainly an unlikely one regarding to close things out with ease. 11-4, touching distance now. I've taken their opponent's map pick. Just 2 on the menu. Bear in mind, decider game here as well. To win this series, you're through to the playoffs. You lose it, you are going home, I'm afraid.
Maybe it was less the map and more the order. Maybe they just start slow in series.
That's maybe a good point.
They need a map to warm up. They got battered last time, so maybe try something a little different second map over. But yeah, I don't think any doubt in my mind. Eternal Fire closes one out. They've come up with an extra bit of flair. I don't think Mistum will allow them to let off the gas.
This is quite telling. You see, Eternal Fire, the ones taking the timeout, suggesting that they want to make sure they don't give this one up. They don't throw it away. Let's lock in and focus. Sure, these rounds have come easy, but the job's not done.
It's a decider game within your group. You don't want to miss out against the team that you know you categorically should be beating. So yeah, there's a lot to answer for. They've got a lot to rectify internally. But things are looking good. Things are looking good. It started good yesterday too.
Looking too good right now. It is going to be a partial investment. I guess pick your poison time at this stage. You either take a full eco and allow them to get to map points. You go all in and destroy your own economy. This is a bit of a middle ground here. Playing on the front foot, but getting swept away quite comfortably by Jota and co right now. Nade towards long should do significant damage. And then some, pretty much max damage.
Oh, great shot there from Wild Machina.
All right.
It might be the only kill they get that's as flashy. He'll need more than that, and they know he's weak in the knees. There is no way that he can make his way to A. This is a free round here for Eternal Fire, but he might be able to get his hands on a weapon, at least.
Maybe, yeah. That's the most compelling storyline we have right now. Will he get a gun?
Yeah.
There's a gun. And a kill.
Okay.
It's got even better. Upgraded to the AK as well.
Right, nope. That's
all right. We'll come back.
I'm watching it through the tight angle on Kren's monitor.
So, saving the AK does look likely, but it is going to be map point for Eternal Fire on Nade's pick. Not really too much to report here. The only real interesting part of the game was the pistol in the first half. That's where things got really exciting, and since then it's been quite flat.
Usama 1v2, that was
cool as well. Yeah, that's fair.
Then, yeah, nothing else has happened, sadly. Mistum was the main storyline.
Mistum
was
great. Yeah, he really was. He pretty much single-handedly got the job done for them. Like, triple kill almost every single round.
He's South African Gizmy.
He is. What was the rating Gizmy got? Like 3.5?
Yeah,
Dude, I didn't even know that was possible. I've never even seen it that high before.
They were funneling kills to him. It was great.
Unreal. So, 8 opportunities to close this one out, Eternal Fire. You'd like to do it now. Alleviate a lot of pressure and stress. Get out quickly, move on to your map. Jota, he's had enough. Looking to push one of these smokes. Disrupt the defense, can hear a rotation towards CD spawn. Teammate will come join him. A main aggression presented once again, this time by Nade. Lots of intel.
Yeah.
Losing players across the map now.
They're just not as sharp. They're just simply not as sharp as what Eternal Fire are offering. AWP will make a difference here. And because of the flank as well, there's just action happening simultaneously everywhere. They break into B, though. That's the one gap left in the defenses. And that means they have a man deficit. But they have an isolated duel towards spawn. And with X point down, it now is only a 2-pronged assault back on the retake. Incendiary will separate. Mistum has a chance at it, and you don't want to take fights with this guy on this B bomb site. He made it hell on CT, and he'll want to close things out all the same. Mistum, another multi-frag. The man of many has made sure that they get a map up to start off this series.
Well, there you go. Like I said, close it out early, avoid the stress, the confusion. They've managed to take their opponent's map pick here, 13-4, after losing the first half pistol. A couple of clutches in the mix there, but Nade it felt like they got blown out the proverbial water, UB. They had no response to that whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't know if it is just them going off to slow starts, but players just simply didn't hit the mark. There were many times Kavem got caught off guard or Mistem got caught off guard, and they still found ways to kill the player back. So
yeah.
I do think it's a mechanical failure. I'm not sure they'll go outside for team talks. They might just be hitting the aimbots.
I think that's all you can do at this stage, because it wasn't like a tactical collapse or anything like that. It just felt like every duel that they were encountering is getting their head blown off, and by the in-game leader mainly.
You'll just feel boxed in when you can't frag your way out of a bad spot occasionally. The one fragging moment was the Usama's 1v2, where they just didn't properly clear him.
Yes, that was the decoy.
Yeah, well, it was the decoy.
Don't forget the decoy.
Am I learning new things about decoys at this event?
Dude,
perhaps.
I think they're an underrated piece of util. I feel like there's something to be said about decoys in the game. We don't need to get into that right now. We should get into those Dust 2. More of the same. We said it's a fraggers, puggers map pool right now. We've just seen that the boys on Nade got blown out the water on Ancient. Can they bounce back on Dust 2? I don't think so. I feel like we might be done here in terms of like the individual skills on display today, at least, is looking like just one-way traffic.
Listen, I think there's a lot of teams that actually avoid Ancient because it can be a little bit high variance with map control takes or whatever. Dust 2 is not in that same vein. I think, unfortunately, if this was your ace in the hole, I don't know where else you can go if you're Nade here.
Well, I feel like I'm not going to say they made a name for themselves at this tournament, but the fact they managed to turn up, we didn't know who they were.
Yeah.
Their expectations presumably quite low. The fact they're even in the decider game against a team like Eternal Fire, a team have already beaten. Even if they lose 2-0 today, I think it's been a pretty successful campaign.
Sometimes all you need is one series.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about where Kixin and Sasamito were before they got the world's limelight. They were being accused and dragged through the Twitter timeline.
Yeah, right. I remember.
So it's one of those things where sometimes you just have to beat one team, get a little bit of buzz about you, and yeah, more people will pay attention. So I do think things are still good. It's not over yet. Like we're running the obituary before it's actually happened.
That's true.
There is a chance for them to bounce back on that Dust 2, but yeah, this Eternal Fire just looks more dialed in than I think the last encounter.
Yeah, absolutely true. I'm excited to see what they can do here. Like, it's going to be the absolute last chance now. We know the last chance qualifier, but this next map, it is the actual last chance.
Yeah.
You lose this one, you are going home. Eternal Fire will be a nice sigh of relief for them, I think. A team that was one of the favorites, I'd say, to actually make it through to the main event. Maybe not so much after losing to this team, but quite a declaration of intent. Just bounce back and locking in and focusing and actually showing a solid game plan, and the individuals obviously making sure they take this one very seriously. Should be a 2-0. I'm not going to say I wanted to be a 2-0, but I'd like to have the more storied players and organizations in the main event.
Of course. I think that's what most people have expectations for, but there's also this idea that the post-game talk after that map will be way more serious for Eternal Fire than I think the other way around. They might just go, guys, let's just brush that off, let's just play another game, and hopefully we make it. So
yeah,
maybe on a vibes basis, they might actually be in a positive place, but we're actually going to have to wait to find out whether the vibes are good, because Dust 2 is coming up after the break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Hello, Counter-Strike fans. Thank you for joining us as we create esports history here at Esports World Cup. Last chance qualifier. 64 teams are trying to whistle them down to 32. And one of those 32 teams could be Eternal Fire after winning their opponent's pick of Ancient. Pretty comfortably, Yumi. 13-4. Moving on the dust to Hope. Is still there, I suppose, for Nade, but it's not looking good.
You still hope, you suppose.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, this was also the map that in their series last time,
Exactly.
Eternal Fire
Yep.
13-5 them.
Exactly.
So,
I feel like we all know what's going to happen here,
yep.
but would love to be proven wrong.
Nope,
I
yep.
love an upset. And sometimes it's CS has the most fun games to cast. It really is the last chance for these guys now. Lose this map, you're out of the tournament. Win this one for Eternal Fire, you're through to the playoffs.
I will say, apparently everyone loves underdogs. So in an upset, is anybody actually upset aside from the people that think they should win?
I guess so. It's a good point.
It is one of those spots where, listen, if they win, they win. There's so many other teams that are heavy contenders for the 4 slots out of this LCQ that I do think, listen, if Eternal Fire failed to make it here, it would obviously be a massive failure for them, but they could have lost to any of these other contenders, right, along the way.
And especially even if they made it to the playoffs, like, it's still going to be so many difficult teams to make it
Absolutely.
through. Like, you're not through to the main event by winning this one. You're through to the playoffs starting tomorrow. It's a 3-day event. Lots of Counter-Strike. We have like 16 simultaneous best of 3s going on at once, but we're focusing on this one. Do or die time for Nade. That we set on the CT side here. Flashbang going out of long. All 5 players going to be attacking the A bomb sites. They got 1 smoke and 3 flashes, so presumably smoking that crossover, flashing over a couple of times. They're smoking short as well, which you love to see.
But this is an A retake setup, and they don't have flashes. They have a kit and a smoke. That's all they've got.
Oh, they missed the smoke on short?
Well, it does appear that it's just a little too deep.
Yeah, that's not useful at all, really.
Well, there's heavy reinforcements here for the CTs, and they, again, don't have a flash to play off. They have a decoy and a smoke. Just drive-by straight through Goose. There's Vapor, actually distracted. Jonah didn't turn in time. As the player out from long that also gets divided between two different angles. It's now only Fem. Even with a minimal utility, they brute force their way back in this bomb site. Eternal Fire don't hold on.
They really don't. Couple of mistakes there, most notably the smoke down towards short. That alleviated a lot of pressure, reduced the amount of interactions with the defense there. Backstab coming in from the CT side as well. But I suppose the bomb was planted. They should be force buying the second round, which is arguably better if you can win that round than winning the pistol. But great retake from Nade, it has to be said. Quite comfortable, quite precise those USPs. And Vapor to close things out. As mentioned, the force buy almost guaranteed at this stage. We're going to see one AK. Means that one player won't have Kevlar. That's going to be missed him. See whether they can bounce back.
He's the nades guy, even though he was the one that was popping off in the last game.
He was the GOAT in the previous map, but it has to be done.
He's the sensible decision maker.
So we have got him trying to fake something towards A by the looks of things here. He's outside the long doors. His teammates getting ready to pounce in towards the B bomb site. See what utility set they would like to use. In terms of the CT defense on the front lines here. Looking good for the opening kill. Have to convert the shot though. Uh-oh.
Reaction. I mean, he's fast. He escapes, and so Vapor can take first contact, and he'll get more than just the one X-Point that gets funneled out from Car. But Vapor's in for a triple, dancing around the double stack in at that site, and no problems. Does get traded eventually, but the round has fizzled completely. Regali simply has to pick up that package and hope that he can somehow slink his way out of here, because staying on B might be a death sentence.
Bomb planted here. Very little chance doing much with it. All three CTs, however, outside those B double doors. 40 seconds remaining.
There's power in numbers. They're just going to stay shoulder to shoulder, I imagine. So, Regali will have more than enough chance to do what he wants. Just don't go back mid-B. That might be the worst thing he could.
If you're wondering what that noise and ruckus is behind us, there's about 10 other games going on right now as well. The big stages. And we've obviously got the main CS event starting, what, not next week, the week after, I think?
Yeah. Oh, well, I think it's
next
immediately
week,
after the LCQ.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll have our moment. We'll have our big stage. But right now you can hear the other games, which is, there's a lot of energy in the room.
I've been told that maybe they wouldn't be able to hear it. We've got advanced technologies that, that reduce the amount they hear. But
disregard all of that then.
There are trains in the background. There's vuvuzelas.
There's vuvuzelas for sure.
So there's a lot happening. So Regali did get a plant. They stuck together. They played in numbers, but now he needed a quick kill, and he just simply can't get it. A plant is more than he could have asked for, given how the round was already going. They'll take the extra money.
Oh, they absolutely will. Means they can partial buy into the next round. They won't be forcing. If it came down to like maybe even a 2v1, 1v1, you'd consider forcing again. But with 3 players surviving, probably not worth it. Bring out some Tech 9s, bit of Kevlar here. We'll see whether Nade can hold on. But bear in mind, they were up 2-0 on Ancient. They lost to the full eco in round number 3.
Yep.
Can't let that happen again.
There are no guarantees, clearly.
You really can't afford to let that one slip by. If you're going to be winning this map, you need to be converting against the ecos here. Really nice approach towards the retake at the end.
Yeah, it's just also more like it. They're playing off of each other. I didn't really see much of that happening in the first map.
So, what have we got? We've got the Regali Scouts, which is actually finding a bit of damage there. Usama will be down to 63. Deagles otherwise, bit of Kevlar. As we mentioned, a partial buy here. They're actually taking quite a decent amount of space. I assume that's a mid to B smoke you were deploying from outside the B tunnels. Go on, miss him. Let it go. Get it out of there. Smoke's deployed.
He's again faking, though, right? He's going to have to throw these flashes out from the tunnels because his teammates are congregated on short. They're hoping for a rotate.
See whether Regali can crack things open on that A bomb site. He certainly can. Fantastic shots. And now there's a chance they give this round over against the eco here. Good flashbangs, but a better shot. Vapor holding his own here admirably with the M4A4. Crisis averted by the looks of things here. It's a Glock and a Scout. Surely nothing more they can do. It was uncomfortable for a moment there, but in the end, they stick the landing. Should be no problem to close things out. Goodness gracious me.
No.
Not the cleanest spray.
Not the cleanest duels at all, but they'll just be happy that it didn't compound into a greater issue. That shot from Regali was nice. I didn't think the fake would really do too much, if I'm being honest. Like, there wasn't enough mounted pressure. I don't think Mistum threw his life away, so... Yeah, well, it's a nice idea. They ran in with a very little. But honestly, the support flashes that Exploit was throwing, I was worried that he was going to actually just catch Vapor as a result of where he was throwing them, but it's all well and good.
Absolutely is. Ooh, interesting idea. You don't see many CT grenades down towards
that's
the drop-down area. Yeah,
Some
actually,
arm he's got on him.
Yeah. And we've got a bit of aggression here from the CTs. They want to set the tone. Start conditioning the offense here, and it will be the first kill for Mistum once again, but answering back our nade and beautiful shots. Now the duels are getting more interesting. Lovely little one-tap from Jota, 4 versus 3 advantage. The CT aggression shut down. Bomb still went towards T-spawn, and now the CTs are desperate for information. You see them pushing in towards upper B, and it's actually maybe a perfect timing here. Could find Jota, get a bit of a freebie going, but Jota changes up and now aware of this prospect.
Yeah, I mean, perfect read, but still, Wild Machina gets his kill, and that does make them a bit more conscious about this B-bomb site. They'll know that they can gamble, start to push in from different angles, especially when there's a lack of confirmation on numbers. I mean, Wild Machina gave up his position. He's now hoping to lock things down over on mid, but that leaves the B-bomb site now vacant. It's almost false information, the fact he got that kill.
I think they got 3 smokes as well. They can smoke the doors. As soon as the bomb's planted, they can just keep it going. Like, you won't be able to retake for the double doors position. They've actually just given them the entire site for free here, hoping that pushing towards lower B will give them the intel they're looking for. At least there'll be a quick retake here, I suppose,
Yes.
with 2 players from tunnels. So the round definitely far from over, but that's a strong smoke down toward the tunnels now. You're going to have to give up your position and blow it open.
Yeah, they're not even going to give you a fight when you blow that open, and so running through the smoke might be their best chance, but they do have flashes to facilitate this.
Smoke.
I mean, Vapor can throw one out from the doors. There's also another one from the tunnels. Someone is getting sent into this bomb site, and it's looking like the wild one may be the one that they ask. Oh, he eats the flash. No one peeking. Second flash will also catch him, but Vapor has still found another kill. It's Bro and Mistum that combine, and they tether well. A crossfire built towards the end. No breaking back in. A first round here for Eternal Fire.
Still very active round when the CTs there, as I mentioned, setting the tone, some calculated aggression at the start, nades towards T-spawn, some interesting duels, but a great shot for Mistum to open things up. Jota with the one-tap and lower. Did get taken down by the flank, and that's what got the round back online here for Nade, but the retake unsuccessful in the end, but still made it tantalizingly close. Very important round here, Yumi. Round number 5. Both teams are breakpoint in terms of the finances. See some concessions being made. We've got Galil, Kvem, and a Deagle on the CT side as well. So, very, very important round, especially for Nade. Want to get back to their winning ways here. They are out of the tournament and they give up Dust 2. Need to maintain this lead. Lose this round, it's going to be 3-3 all day long.
I'm really liking that Eternal Fire seems to just be going through their rehearsals. They're going through what they go through in practice, staging the round. Especially when you play against lower level teams, you should make them work for it, and they need to hit their shots. Exploit won't deliver on the goods. AWP is whipped out. So they know it exists. They know it's on this A bomb site, whether or not they decide to confront it further, because Exploit was the one that seemed to be punishing them when it came to their previous run-in in this group. That's the one the AWP is just a rifling prowess, seemed to break them through.
Okay. B splits. A fan favorite. They've been running this strat for generations, Yumi. Is it the one that's going to find them? A very important round in their campaign towards the playoffs. Timing's good. Pressure being applied. Multiple players surrounding him. But Vapor, he's on for a hat-trick. Can't hold on any longer, but the round is still alive and well. 3 versus 2, and the bomb's down outside B.
Yeah,
oh,
it's
no,
in the ramp. Regali needed this kill, so now he's caused a distraction. He's working down the ramp. They're working backwards into the bomb site. Exploit needed it. A no-scope up close, and as he recovers the package, Jota still capitalizes. Exploit cannot hit the flick. It is a calamity, a total collapse outside of B.
Oh, that one hurts, especially with the context of it being such an important round. your lifeline in the tournament. It felt like Vapor did enough in towards the B bomb side, fighting tooth and nail here. Gets himself the double, sets his teammates up, and that moment there, pushing through the double doors. Lovely backstab from Regali. Absolute pandemonium, it has to be said, but they come out on top. And as you mentioned, you win that round, it's going to be worth 2. 3-3 should be locked in here. But from way downtown, the Desert Eagle does find a headshot. Not quite the killing blow. Bro, a little bit messy on his spray, but absolutely fine. That's round.
Yeah, they got the information they needed. I mean, they saw that there was a mid-sided push, so the B players capitalized, no one properly crossing. And so it is a free one, it's looking like here for Eternal Fire, unless they step a little too far. You've secured some space over towards B, but your teammates still need to go through the tunnels, and you don't have full control of that.
Yeah, actually, good point. Now you're kind of thinking they could probably get maybe a couple of kills here. Okay, that was the opportunity, not going to convert it, and now it's just down to whether he can find one. User X de-user. Not going to happen.
Well, we might not remember his name. Unfortunately, things have just not been going well on an individual fragging front. Only impressive stuff we've seen so far on this CT side has been Vapor and his B-holds. I mean, the way he's dancing the bomb side, he's collecting on multi-kills when they go B.
True.
Maybe being let down a little bit. Frags are not coming thick and fast here for Nade.
Well. 3-3. Another pistol victory for Nade, but unable to hold on once the guns have come out. It's a missed double door smoke. There's a gap above it, but they won't be punished. There's no AWP on the other side. There it is.
They haven't really prioritized Nade, so they just want to fight, and why not? Vapor's hitting shots like that. Instant dink and delivery.
Okay. Man advantage once again. One of the heavy hitters going down. Regali, the AWP removed. Jota hasn't got a gun right now at 16 HP. There we go, there's the AK. I think he was trying to find the AWP in the smoke. Not going to happen. A finish looking very likely. A lot of space here, maybe too much space granted by the CTs. They don't have the util to really hold them off. They've got one smoke and Molotov, and I think that's all the way over to B. That's Vapor. So no util on the A side to try and hold them off.
Everyone valuing the weapon. They need to hit shots. There is no support and no position to swing from. It's all independent here, and this A-bomb site needs more than one. User does get his man advantage still held onto Jota, low HP. And if he gets this kill on the flank, he's not a dead man. You cannot count him out.
That's
not so quickly. Oh, but Exploit, he went completely undetected, and so he will exploit it. Jota on that low health. Bomb is not in a prime position for this tap. The guarding from a distance. Exploit whiffs. Oh no, okay. Vapor has it under control. His aim has not been shaky.
Dude, it's a messy round, but they get the job done.
They're dragging them into the mud a few of these rounds.
Like, it seems like they're getting caught off guard quite a lot. Like, no one's watching the A ramp. You're unaware that could even be a possibility. Bit of a collapse in the comms there, I would say, from Eternal Fire. But still, as the opening kill, they try to make a contact play with the AWP. Nice position from Vapor, changing things up each and every round. Gets the open up, gets a tag on Jota as well. That didn't dissuade him getting a nice kill towards short. The round was back on, but Exploit stepping up with that M4A4, double spray down. And they found themselves to lead once again, 4-3 on their opponent's pick. Nade fighting for their tournament life here in the best of 3. Lower B push. This time the smoke lands. You got to be aware of this. Great Molotov will flush him out. Still fighting though, admirably towards top of middle. Can't get 2, but still you take it considering the situation you're in. Trying to make up for the deficit. Vapor this time dealt with.
I was very confused why Exploit got naded, but he got naded by his teammate. He was hoping to get more aggressive inside of middle. Maybe not on the same page here on the side of Nade. But they have put Eternal Fire on notice. Jota and Kvem are far from healthy. And with this 1-2 punch setup, and also a player drifting over from short, they want to re-aggress. They want to be disruptive. It's all Wild Machina, but Kvem is just too damn sharp. He has not missed a beat. And with Regali getting the final frag, Eternal Fire will answer back once again. These two are not separating from each other very quickly.
No, this is what we wanted to see, though. Like, you don't want any blowouts, especially with so much on the line here. You want Nade to be taking them to the absolute limit if possible, and they're not being scared of these duels whatsoever. They're playing a very aggressive CT side.
Yeah.
Even when they're lacking utility, they're more than willing to get stuck in. Molotov out of position, running up middle. Didn't necessarily work out that round as Regali spots a couple crossing over towards B. It's another eco this time. As we see a 5-7 and Kevlar at the top end. Otherwise, Deagle no armor. Gonna try and push once more. These guys really do love a fight. But you can see what a tentative hold.
Again, I understand you hit hard, but someone has to throw flashes. When you're playing against teams of this caliber, someone's got to throw flashes, someone's got to buy them. It doesn't seem like that is a heavy priority. Playing in pairs, and that always leaves one man out.
Well, that man this time is going to be Wild Machina. Desert Eagle, alone, isolated on the A bomb site. Could be the prime weapon for the job. Need a couple of one-taps and not going to find it. Kavem certainly will, though. And unfortunately, that's probably round. As we mentioned, no Kevlar, no nades. Might even want to save the 5-7 and Kevlar just so you have a bit more to work with in the following rounds.
Yeah, there were definitely more dangerous rounds earlier on in this half. And of course, Nade propped up by winning the pistol, the conversion, anti-force buy, so... You know, we've painted a pretty bleak picture in these rounds, mainly because the gun rounds have been a little hectic, a little chaotic, but Eternal Fire found the edge pretty consistently so far. Yeah, having your money reset like this, especially when you've had chances, will feel disappointing. Maybe he'll get a kill. He'll get a kill every round. He's feeling himself, just hoping that the rest of the team join him.
14 and 5 right now. Yeah, not a bad showing whatsoever. That's a nice shot from user X to user.
Yeah, maybe we're cool enough to just call him user now, you know? I don't know if we need to drop the full...
I think he needs a rebrand.
he might do.
I would say, dude, if you want to be a household name in the future, you need a rebrand. That ain't gonna work.
He might not be the only one.
We can't put that on a baseball cap. You know what I mean?
Oh, well... just lose the D.
True.
User X user, maybe?
Yeah, maybe there's something there.
We'll workshop it.
So, 5-4. Still feels like Eternal Fire are running away with this one. Even though it's a one-round game, it seems like the gun rounds are a lot more convincing. And we're relying on one player. Vapor, I was about to say, maybe opens things up again. It's actually going to be towards long. Kavem goes down.
Oh, God.
They're fighting back, and they've got a perfect flashbang. And our hero goes down at the car. 3 versus 3. An incredibly difficult bomb site, famously. Here on Dust 2.
Hey, but Vapor's been the man on B. This time, he's not on B, they break in, but there's no guarantees that they hold on to it, because he still may find kills on this bomb site.
You got no nades. I mean, one flash.
Exploit, he's just ran through the smoke, and so he's way ahead of the pack. They create space for Vapor, but one kill's all he's got. And with Usama close by, that Molotov just waits for it to expire, and Jota, wow, just looked like an open opportunity, but Usama can't quite wrangle the kill, and he's now out of time. And out of health, a 6th round here for Eternal Fire. They finally cracked through that B-bomb site.
Yeah, pretty comfortably in the end. These gun rounds have been convincing, to say the least. CTs, as we mentioned, time and time again, more than willing to get stuck in, look for those opening jewels, but right now, they're keeping up in the initial stages of the round, but trying to retake bomb sites with no utility whatsoever. Yeah. It's just not going to happen. And it's so desperate for the rounds, you have to give it a look at and run through these smokes with one flashbang. You're never going to win it. You're hoping for a miracle, and it's unfortunately just spiraling at this stage. The money's going to be in another tense position. A tactical timeout called by Eternal Fire. Again, surprising. They're making sure they don't give anything away today. They know how important this game is to them, and they know how aggressive the CT side of Nade have been so far. So just want to make sure they guarantee this next round.
I gotta say, though, I mean, Eternal Fire are willing to take risks against a team that can shoot pretty hard, and maybe because today it hasn't necessarily been that way, they are swinging. Sometimes dry into fights, just to see if they can be punished.
Oof. Both orbs firing off. It's Regali that takes a bullet in the thigh. Down to 13 points of health.
He got aim punched as he shot, right. So it was, a total miss.
So a chance here with that damage done. The orb of Vapor starting to slow down a little bit now. 15 and 6. You can save the day here with a couple of opening picks. Could be enough to tie things up. Great Molotov, though. So annoying. That's a double kill all day long. Not quite there to do the job for you.
I've never seen a Molotov land literally on top of somebody's head. I might have blown up and sparked off him.
Landed in the back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good kill back at the very least, because Exploit, he needed to, I think, pincer onto Kvem just before he could link up on short. Teammates were just crossing along. That might have been his chance, and a missed one at that. Osama is there, and Kvem, yeah, hard to capture.
Play.
Absolutely hard to capture. He's making the right choices.
He absolutely is. Well, doesn't feel great for the CTs at this point. More util being dumped in towards short. Again, looking for miracles, hoping that it's Eternal Fire throwing the round away rather than you retaking the bomb site, but no mistakes being made at this stage. And it will be a comfortable close out of Kvem. 1 round to go in this first half. Bear in mind they were 0-3 down after losing the pistol yet again. Yeah. So we've only really had 1 gun round land in favor of Nade. We said they had to step up here. Their last chance at the EWC, last chance qualifier. And yeah, it feels like unless they get this last round, we might be packing things up for them shortly.
I mean, there's part of you that is relieved simply that it is going much smoother than their last encounter.
Yeah.
Nice tag there from Kvem on the cross. In fact, not even the primary AWP. It's both tags as they try to
good output.
push things over towards B. I mean, if you're Joda, you know one's tagged. You're taking this fight.
Absolutely. And it's Vape trying to get into that interesting position.
Yeah.
He actually did well from there before, but yeah, scrambling at this stage. Smoke's going down. They don't even necessarily have to commit towards B, but it looks like that will be the final port of call. Smoke kill comes through, and it looks like this half is done. It's a 5 versus 2. Wild Machine up. User X to user. Will be trying to save the day here. Another miracle required. It's a word I've been throwing around a lot. And actually, a chance there, but one that won't be converted. We go 8-4 after losing the pistol. Pretty solid showing from Eternal Fire. Once again, Yumi.
Yeah, this is what they expected to happen the first time,
yeah.
But it simply didn't. And listen, for them, it's all smiles. They feel good, but when you're a team with so much to prove, you have so much ambition, you come in as a unseeded team, you understand that you're going to get beat up and brutalized a little bit. You get your confidence stricken away, and the reason professional teams and teams that are grinding in the tier 2 and onwards are so effective is that they can sort of reset mentally between those moments. I think there have been far too many times where Nade look like they've lost a bit of confidence in themselves. Maybe the second half could be a little bit better, but it's not starting great, Henry. I'm not sure it will be a sign of things that could go better.
Yeah, you don't really need me to break that one down. They ran out long or their head's blown off. That's kind of it. And it looks like that's all she wrote about that particular round. So, Jota, how many did you get? 4?
I think he got 3 in the end.
3, okay. Nothing but headshots. That's one of the most demoralizing pistols you can really receive. You don't even get a bullet fired off there. You don't get out the double doors. And we will find ourselves with Eternal Fire 1 step closer to the playoffs.
I'll be so honest, if you're rushing long and you're the first guy out, you're not jumping, it's your fault.
You're trolling.
Yep.
That's to avert the crosshair of the defense, making sure they can't get multiple kills just like that. Wow. No force by here, I'm afraid. Double digits all day long. Eternal Fire chomping at the bit to get this round over and done with. It will be Exploit to at least fire one back, but 0 chance of winning, I'm afraid. 15 points of health. No Kevlar, no nades. All his teammates gone. Just a matter of time before he's dropped. Regali will find the last kill there. 10-4.
And we usually focus on players that are having these massive pop-offs, high fragging games. Jota's 18 kills. He's looking good. He's ahead of the server. But I wouldn't say he's necessarily done anything too crazy in this game. He's just not been punished for his peaks. He's caught them on trades. He's gotten a multi-kill.
And he has been farming the ecos as well.
Exactly.
So
not to discredit that. He's playing good. But
absolutely.
He hasn't been punished for some of these plays that maybe they did the last time.
Well, full steam ahead. Trying to give Nade a taste of their own medicine with his hyper-aggressive CT stance. You can see Bro just trying to set up his teammate here. Kvem. It's beautiful.
Even think about it.
It's a beautiful thing. Headshots across the board. Get him out of here. It looks like they might be done. No response. No rebuttal from Nade. Getting trounced here in the opening gun round of their T-side campaign. 5-on-1. outside the B tunnels of Galil. Good luck, my friend.
And Nade were the team that everybody were talking about.
Yeah.
It's the big upset. It got an article. They was like, how on earth did this happen? This is what people expected the first time.
True.
So they have righted the ship, I think. Eternal Fire, the stern talking to that they received or gave themselves seems to have worked.
And again, I talked about some of the most demoralizing rounds. We saw that pistol round, and now this one, the first gun round, you don't even really get a bullet off or any damage inflicted. They're running around with knives, like trolling you in the end.
No.
That doesn't feel good at all. They won't fully invest, but it's going to be series and knockout point coming up next. If Eternal Fire can convert this one, it's not guaranteed with the Tech 9s and Kevlar out there as a scout. But you sum up, we'll see whether this is going to be where Eternal Fire set themselves up for the playoffs run. They took the long road there, but it doesn't really matter either way. Top 2 of each group go through. And for now, Mistim very defensive there. Against our scouts will take a bullet in the shoulder. And 30 points of health. They know he's been tagged. You just focus on that area and try and swarm him.
So,
got no smoke for spawn, though.
And also, while they're doing this, the bomb is running it down suicide and has been dropped. So even if they broke into B, they wouldn't have the bomb to go with it. So a 12th round for Eternal Fire. Things are going smoothly. I will say, even if you're Eternal Fire and this game has been going good, I don't know that they're going to be actually happy with how... There were a lot of really chaotic, weird-looking rounds in the middle here. It's only now that things have really become an open and shut case.
Interested to see whether the coach will call another timeout here, just to make sure nothing is given up. It looks like they're comfortable.
Let's just get the day done, I think.
Yeah. Well, there we go. One round will do it. It's never that easy, though. No one gets 13 in CS2 this comfortably. There's always a few more twists and turns.
We've had so many 13-2s and 13-1s in this group.
That's
group
true.
Stage, Henry.
You haven't had me commentating them, though. Trust me, when I'm on the mic, this probably goes to overtime.
It doesn't happen to you.
Yeah. And well, to be fair, it's looking very good. 4 AKs on the CT side with the AWP. The absolute strongest setup you can have. You've got an opening kill through the smoke. We should start packing it up right about now.
Lower
They're getting
tunnels.
so much damage. Oh my god, Jota mowing them down. A stylish way to close things out. Beautiful stuff from Eternal Fire. They managed to seek out their revenge against Nade and give us 2 very, very convincing maps, Yumi.
I will say it did seem like Nade were guarded. They were, but slowly but surely their guard was getting whittled down, and eventually once they broke through, it was just full steam ahead for every single one of the players. Whether it's Jotes or Miss, everyone's taking so many liberties because you know morally they've been crushed. They're not considering all possibilities. That's what Eternal Fire came here to do. That's what they should have been doing from the start of the groups. And listen, Nade impressed. The fact they even got a win in the first place within this group, that is more than many could ask for within the open qualifiers, uncategorized group of teams we had.
Yeah.
So for them, this is a great learning experience. This is as good as open qualifier experience as they possibly could have had. They at least impressed us once.
Absolutely. And for Eternal Fire, maybe it's not the worst thing they suffered a defeat early on. A bit of a wake-up call, perhaps, because this is a different team we saw today. They came through with that killer instinct. That last round really kind of punctuated their playstyle, just disrespecting their opponent, running up mid, brutal aim, Jota stepping up and realizing, like, we're a much better team than these guys. Let's not take anything for granted, get stuck in, and don't let them breathe on the map.
Yeah, and they absolutely didn't. I think you're right in that it should help them with the confidence and also put them on guard for the teams that are definitely way harder within this group.
Yeah.
They know that it won't be as simple as what they just delivered against Nade the second time over. And they also don't get another chance to play second chances once they get into the playoffs.
Good point,
32-team bracket playoff, single elimination. I mean, there's 4 teams that make it through, so there's a safety net in that. You only have to beat, what, 3 teams? 4 teams as far as we're. So, yeah, this is, it could be a challenge, but...
I was convinced, though. I like that from Eternal Fire. I think the individual skill was what really leaped off the page for me. I think what Jota's putting down was like almost like world-class towards the end of that dust too. Sure, the opposition's not world-class, but the skill, the aim, the movement, the confidence, everything was looking great. Mistim kind of cooled off in that second map, but still, the level he was putting out on Ancient, everyone had that moment, right, for Eternal Fire.
I think the Ancient was more impressive than the Dust 2, just simply because I think the Dust 2 was too messy. Yeah. I think if I'm the coach, I'm actually thinking, guys, those rounds shouldn't have happened in the first place. Yeah, the disrespect, I think they just let loose a little bit towards the end, but the Ancient, it felt like they were more coherent in their approach, and maybe it's also like Nade were pressing them and actually getting a few trade kills more.
Yeah, well, we will be saying goodbye to Nade. It's always a shame, a team from North Macedonia turning up here, a group of lads who made a name for themselves, I would say. They took a series off Eternal Fire. That's a big organization in the landscape of esports in general. They've got a lot of teams here at EWC, and the fact they've already taken a series off them, we've learned about their players. This is what these kind of open LAN qualifiers are all about, unearthing the gems. I think Vapor, for me, that B bomb side play he definitely is on my radar at this point.
Absolutely. He was very impressive in that spot. He played positionally well. He didn't let his aim fail him. So yeah, absolutely. But I mean, our two favorites within Group 13, Group 11, is 100 Thieves and Eternal Fire. And both have made it through. So this is the kind of the expected outcome. It's just a bit more turbulent than expected.
Sure.
Maybe we're hoping that Eternal Fire and 100 Thieves would play each other, in fact, but that might have to wait until they get into that playoff bracket.
I think so, which is going to be starting tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 3-day tournament. We have one more best of 3 to bring you today. And yeah, bear in mind, we started with 64. We're going down to 32 for the playoffs, and then 4 teams will make it to the main event. Bear in mind, a $2 million tournament. Life-changing situation for some of the lower tier teams here. If an upset does occur and we get one of the unknown quantities making it through in terms of VRS points, prize money available, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say it's a life-changing opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, if one of the favorites or one of our ranked teams comes into the open qualifier side and they earn no money and they lose position, it's devastating for them.
That's a good point.
So it's one of those positions where if you're a small level team, you have to be able to punch up. Even making it through to the main part of the competition might be negatively affecting you in some respects.
Yeah.
If you're a team that already has quite a few VRS points.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, actually.
There's this weird paradigm where you going lowest seed out of these last chance qualifiers could put you in a compromising position.
Well, I hope to have... we've got a schedule coming up. Let's have a look.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know who's playing next or what we've got going on. There's lots of games here. We have like 16 best of 3s kicking off all the time. So, okay, I know 1W.
Yep.
A lot of fans in the talent crew. Everyone's talking about them. Basement Boys, I've commentated for them as well.
You've heard about the Basement Boys now.
I've heard about the Basement Boys. I'm a bit of a fan of the boys in the basement. What are your initial thoughts in this game?
I simply want Axel to show me that he's still got more to give.
Dude, everyone keeps telling me he's back. I was like, dude, he has been washed in CS2.
I'm not sure.
He has been absolutely washed the entirety of CS2. Not to say I don't think he can bounce back. It's just like he feels like an irrelevant player at this stage, considering he was, at one point, the best rifler in CSGO. In the top 20, I think he got 4th, in 2019, I think?
Yes, I believe that's...
Or maybe it's 2020. But he was like all the AWPers.
Post-2020.
Exactly,
sure. No, he was absolutely insane. I mean, what best Mirage lurker I could ask for a BX lurker, right? So, I mean, I loved watching him play, but I agree with you. It's been many years since I've ever really seen that happen. So who knows how that's going to pan out. The Basement Boys look like they can punch up, and I'm really hoping that Nafany and Axel can actually punch down at them.
Well, if that doesn't whet your appetite, I don't know what will. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with that game very shortly, maybe about 10 minutes. For now, we'll take a break, and we've got the last best of 3 coming up after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Esports World Cup last chance qualifier. We're back by popular demand for a mid-game jump-in, Henry.
It's never been done before. It's experimental Counter-Strikes on the menu right now. We're going into OG versus Veil. Now, we're all familiar with OG and their lack of results, I suppose, the last couple of years. Veil, I know nothing about. I looked on their HLTV page. No one's got a profile picture. They've got 2 games recorded, both for this tournament. Doesn't sound good for their prospects going forward.
Unfortunately, the case. It's one of our open registration teams, of course, that has joined up here today. But, you know, for OG, every single result is important. Because as you mentioned, they're not really beating anyone at the moment that's relevant, unfortunately.
But with Body joining the team, and they've got some good pieces in there, I feel like it's not the end of their story just yet.
No.
OG, I think, are on an upward trajectory. They know this is probably the last chance of the organization to Counter-Strike. I want to see them make it to the playoffs.
Absolutely, because like you've got Cadian, AWP in-game leader, one of the most storied players in Counter-Strike history, really.
Yeah,
you mentioned Body. He's a very storied name as well, not just for French teams, but also winning events with G2 back 10 years ago at this point, right? So, yeah, this is a team that we need to see make it through to the next stage. We need to see at least push up a little bit higher in the rankings, and winning games like this will matter. Getting through to playoffs will matter. Qualifying for the main event for them will matter, and will change their fortunes for the rest of the year too.
Okay. Take the mask off for a second. What are your honest thoughts on OG? Do you feel like it's
they haven't played enough?
Okay,
they haven't played enough.
Okay.
And I don't think that they've signed up for as many tournaments as they should have in this race to actually become relevant again. Because right now, unfortunately, they're not as relevant as they need to be with the changes they've made.
Considering the prestige of the org and how well they do in other esports titles, OG have had decent CS teams at times as well. Not maybe world beaters, but teams that are relevant and making deep runs at tournaments. We just haven't seen it for a long time. I think the players know it as well. Cadian, this could be like his last
swan song,
tier 1. Like if this doesn't work out again, I feel like he won't be getting the same opportunities or paychecks that he'd be looking for at this level. Just to note though, the first map they played was Ancient. I think Cadian top fragged with 18 kills, and is moving on to Dust 2 next, which is the pick of OG. Should be a foregone conclusion. I don't see a world where they even scratch the surface here, but we're looking to see what OG are putting down right now. It'll be indicative as to how their run will continue here at Esports World Cup LCQ.
Indeed, and I think that's one of the main things with this team is because they haven't played that much, and the results they've gotten have been underwhelming. They've gotten to 3 maps against the likes of Focus, TDK, BetClick, Spirit. Sure, the Spirit result is understandable, but the others you'd maybe expect them to win or at least get a little bit closer than they did. It's a story of it's so close but yet so far for them, and the map pool also, that is probably one of the main issues that is causing them to lose these series 2-1. The pieces are great. I mean, Adam B and Spook, I've covered them for a very, very long time at this level. They've been incredibly solid. And look, players of that quality, especially for me, Adam B, I've seen so much good work from him. You would expect him to fit into a roster like this and go lights out and maybe push to the top of tier 2 again. At the moment, it's just it's gameplay and tournaments they need, and this is a great start.
Well, just to note as well, this is the Group 9 decider match, so winner does make it through to the playoffs, loser will be out of the tournament. We've already played 1 map to reiterate that. It's OG who absolutely dominated the first map of Ancient that his opponents picked, Dust 2 now, and if required, I suppose, worth mentioning, is going to be Anubis. I don't think we'll get there.
No.
I'm being realistic here. I don't like to be pessimistic, but...
One thing I will say is we do have some players on Veil from North Macedonia, and that is the only country that provided us with an upset in that first day of play. That Nade gaming team beating Eternal Fire. Sure, the rematch didn't go at all the same way.
Sure.
But at the same time, that is what we've got going with. Of course, here are the players for the Veil roster. Bonowick, Stoli, Gosi, Zubrito, and Mesua.
You can handle Mesua. I don't want to go near it.
There you go.
So, OG looking to book themselves a place in the playoffs here at EWC LCQ. Should be the likely outcome, but you never know. Prime Taps opens up the fragging here. Adam B will join in with the second. Body pretty much guarantees the round of that kill towards short. They've got a bit of open runway now towards the A bomb site. Player towards long as well. CT's bit of a shooting gallery available, but unable to find those crisp 1 taps required to recover the round.
Oh, Stoner giving it a go, but a little bit messy on the first. He almost gets the second. It would have given him a glimmer of hope, but that glimmer of hope has been removed. And OG will start well. Some laughs from Cadian already. He knows that this is pretty much a dead set guarantee, but after seeing what happened yesterday to Eternal Fire, I don't think any of the top teams will be taking anything for granted.
I think you might be onto something there, Trav. We'll see whether there's a force buy in response. I would say they didn't really get enough kills to justify it, but time will tell. We don't really know much about this squad whatsoever, their playstyles, their tendencies, but for now it will be that full eco. 1 Deagle and a 5-7, no Kevlar, no nades. A bit of a walk in the park here for OG, I would imagine.
Indeed.
Kill looking very likely. Stuck behind the flames here. Spook, though, showing a bit of discipline with the bomb somehow already in B. So, all the meanwhile, the round's already over. Here comes the cavalry. Cadian, not the cleanest kill, but gets it all the same. And there we have it. Not really much to commentate on this particular round. Save my breath for the next one.
And for OG, this is one of the maps against the more higher-ranked and more relevant teams they have been trying and testing to an okay level, right? More relevant games they've played, Spirit and Bounty. They beat Spirit 13-11 on Dust 2. That is, I know it's on the online stage of Bounty, but to beat Spirit is no mean feat. They beat Focus back on a local LAN in Romania as well, the Super Draculan it was called. And of course TDK, they played them online a little while ago in the circle as well, didn't go as well, but yeah, I mean, if you can beat Spirit, whether it's online or on LAN, it shows there's some progress there somewhere.
Absolutely true. Progress being made in this particular series. 2-0, already a map to the good. Feels more like a formality, this map. But would love to be proven wrong.
We've already seen a couple of 13-0s in this tournament, and we've seen one 26-0, I think, which is one of the...
I think we've seen one, yeah.
Like one of like the third one on LAN ever in
Yeah.
CS2, I think, or something like that. So yeah,
unicorn.
Pretty crazy. When the open registration teams get a beat down, unfortunately. But that's what the experience is all about for some of these boys. And that, as we said, that Nade Gaming team will be reveling in that win versus some storied Tier 1 players on Eternal Fire for quite a while. Anyway, here's the first gun around here. Vale. Got the M4s out, 1A4, 4A1Ss. Utility a little bit limited, but Sabrito does a good job to get one. And look at Stoli come all the way through long. These are the moves they're going to have to make to worry OG in any way, shape, or form. Cadian will go down, 5v3 off the rip. OG are making their way up short.
Bonnie Wicks in a prime position here, undetected. I think he gets a kill here, denies a plant. There it is. And that's quite a convincing round here. Job not done quite yet. Spook will keep the dream alive here with a response on that AK-47. Bomb not down just yet. A minute to work with. 4 versus 2. This is a round where OG surely can't pull it off. And there it is. It's going to be the first on the board. Quite a convincing one there, Trav.
It was indeed, and that is, as I said, the moves that a team of this rank, of this lacking of experience, have to make. They have to try and look for the opening kill. They do, and they can't really stop there, because they know that OG have the quality and the experience to pull back 3v5s, even 2v5s, when you basically have no experience playing against this level at all. So, yeah, that is the case, and that push through long was expertly done to catch off Cadian. He was an important player to remove as well, of course, as he had quite a lot of the utility that was being used in middle, or planned to be used in middle. So OG couldn't get it done near short, and now there's a chance for Vale to tie up the scoreline with the OG buy not perfect. Cadian down to a Deagle, a couple of Galils, but it's not too bad. They've still got decent util.
Very important round here. CTs can pull this one off. It will actually put them into quite a promising position. The money will be broken. So we'll see what Vale can do with this one. They've got an AK-47 in the hands of Zubrito. See whether this Deagle Acadian can do anything. He's got the bomb on his back as well. Util's pretty good still. They have 3 smokes available to them. Some space on the map. They've got 2 players towards short. Giving up the fact they have indeed bought into this round now. The Galil firing off through the smoke. Waiting behind it. Very tentative on the CT side. They're not as aggressive this time. No flanks coming in. Pretty traditional setup. 2B, 2A1 long.
Do the right thing for now, for Ghosty dropping off in towards CT, but Bonowix tries to fight in that same position, and Body will deal with him easily with the Galil. Here's Zabrito, though, looking for a double, and that's nice on KD and Adam B.
Okay, that was actually pretty
here
hasty.
we go. That was clean, and Body, he's tried to drop in towards CT. He's in a good position, but the thing is, B is pretty well held still. Ghosty will look for Body and find him. That gives him a 4v2. Lovely reface in the middle as well. He only had like 5 bullets left for that one, I think, and Spook gets dropped easily. Prime taps don't give him 1v1s. He's found 2 back. And Stoli and Mesuha have got a bit of job to do. Bomb is recoverable as well, but there's no time.
Yeah, that's
10 seconds on the clock.
saving grace here.
It is the saving grace. They've got a player tunnels as well in Mesuha. Would deny the bomb even if he did try and plant it. Prime taps on B. So can they kill him after time? I don't think so.
That's actually an important kill. Does it come in? I don't know.
So.
Well, we'll take a timeout here. OG actually finding a bit of resistance here. Some nice, fancy footwork towards middle especially. It seems like the Vale are playing with confidence. They're not like shying away from the duels. They're happy to take them and actually having some very impressive sequences. So, 2-2. Money pretty much busted, and it will be prime tap safe in that AK, just to note as well. Doesn't get extra cash, of course. And the money is pretty grim overall. You can see the investments coming through, Trav. They are going to force, maybe. Canadian seems to think so. So this is when you want to be deploying your pocket strats. I saw a lot of flashbangs, a plethora of them there. The opening kill towards short, but this is where the round was fumbled. What a great display. Confidence and skill there, the AK-47. 2 very clean kills. Gosi stepping up as well. Got domed by his teammate. Cost them a lot, and that's the reason they are force buying into this OG. They know they can steal this round away. They're back in the driving seat. They shattered the economy of the CT side. But Canadian didn't see that one coming, did he?
No, lovely nade to break that smoke in middle, and Canadian will drop straight away. Again, we'll have to call from the sidelines. But the thing is, for a team like Vale, who, you know, we're expecting to be stomped, unfortunately, this is why it's a promising start for them here, without any shadow of a doubt. You know, OG, these sort of buys will be so dangerous for them. They'll, as you say, pocket strats, that'll be the main thing they'll be able to pull off. And any buy will be a worry for them. They're peeking to 4 players here. Gosi on short. He does big damage, to be fair. Spook 11 HP, body 9. We need Bonowix to get a multi here. They're going to swing all together. All right, beautiful triple kill. Spook is very low, and Bonowix is going to get all 4 of them. So now, economy broken. They're going to get a proper lead to work with here.
Liking this. Down but not out. First map was a disaster for them, but stepping up here on Dust 2, the individual shining bright for Vale. And OG, they're the ones sent packing financially now. Nice smoke break. A response from Adam B, but nowhere near enough. Bonowix mowing them down there. A dream lineup. As he gets nothing but headshots there. Has to be the eco now. And they've taken the lead, 3-2.
Incredible. This is very promising. And by the way the path of map 1 went, way more promising than map 1. 13-4 to OG on Ancient. And some of the individuals of OG might be put on notice now. These are some of the players I've seen perform excellently against some of the best teams, not just in Tier 2, but of course in Bounty against Spirit. That was an incredible game for OG, almost taking Spirit out of Bounty. Got to respect them for that attempt there.
We absolutely do. Don't think we'll be doing much here, though. Couple of deagles. 1 smoke to work with. You can see they're trying to bring some little gimmicks out, boosting it towards the blue box here. It's a nice idea, but no one home. This is how you should be playing it if you're on the CT side here. You know they're full eco. Don't risk any duels that could give over a rifle here. Work in tandem, set up those crossfires, and keep the range nice and long.
Yeah, the basics need to be very much intact and not lose to any of these rounds for Vale. They don't have any chance whatsoever here. Good nade onto body, putting him down to 2 HP already. And with 35 seconds, OG will need to push in to make sure they don't die after time on an eco. That's always a nightmare. Bonowix will do a good job. He's had a brilliant start to this one.
Oh, he really
Another
has.
2 kills for him. 7 on the board already. Messyuha will get himself both to confirm all 5 players live as well. It's not that they're taking damage there. That's okay money for them.
If I'm OG, I'm sweating a bit right now. I'm like, damn, these guys can actually shoot, huh? They are keeping up. And in some ways excelling over OG in the individual department right now, looking very confident. It's their last chance in more ways than one here in the decider game. And you've got to say, this is looking like, in terms of the individuals, they're keeping up. They're looking like a Tier 1 team right now. See whether they can keep this momentum going, applying that pressure, keep their foot on the throats of OG. It's going to be a long take here. Massive damage from the HE. Takes prime taps down to 65. They've got the long corner smoke down. And now you get to decide, do we continue with the long push of multiple players? Ideally, the old school way to do it, Trav. You get the AWP established in the pit. Then you go for the A pincer, keeping the pressure towards the A ramp and having an easier time up towards shorts. Problem is you have committed 5 players out there. You don't know if they push tunnels. You don't know if they're lower B. They could even be top or middle. Speaking of which, they're about to do that right now. And yeah, disaster strikes. This seemed like they were in 2 minds about what they're going to do on the finish there. Now you have to commit towards long, and you don't have that pressure from short anymore. You're going to have the hope you can excel in the 1v1 department, which has not been going on their favor here on Dust 2.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they have a good number of players here, do Vale. That's the main factor, but Stoli is caught in transition. Not expecting body to be flashed in like that straight up before that smoke even blooms properly. Bonowix will get a lovely tap onto body, though. He's been looking the sharpest so far, ready for more as well. Sees him on ramp, flash high. Can he push a bit closer? Zabrito can't because Cadian is watching that long flank. But again, it's still a 3v3. It's still a question mark for OG. They might have information. They've not been able to remove players yet. Finally, Prime Taps will find Bonowix, and Adam B forces Ghosty into the open
Make it easy.
and takes him down. Oh, and they did try and peek Meteor, but Adam B got it down. Most impressive rifler on the team for me as of late, and he is absolutely needed there to get OG within one again.
Are they arguing or bantering? Body language doesn't look great. Vibes. Getting a little bit wretched. And to be fair, they had a 5-4 there. They had all the intel. It was just a bit unlucky. Like you said, the player caught in transition as they peeked the long corner. That was just unfortunate. It was a bit unlucky, and it could have been a very different round if they didn't give that kill away. But still, the resources are good, but the manpower not so much. Cadian will find one through the door cleanly. The double orb set up for these CTs now. And a 5-4, good damage at least towards Long, and to try their luck towards this side of the map once again with all 5 players of OG finding that control. Now, you need to bear in mind, same thing's going to happen here. They are going to react. The CTs have to find space and information elsewhere. So if you are going to go back and try and set something else up, it needs to be done quickly before that reaction comes through.
Bonowix tries to block the cross smoke ever so slightly, but it doesn't really get him much luck. He was looking to try and fight around the long corner smoke for a second, and when you're in a 4v5, I wouldn't have blamed him for looking for a recovery kill from somewhere. There come OG again, creeping past the cross. 3 players again are in position for Vale, and that's not too bad. That's presence and big damage onto Spook as well. They're trying to make their way up the ramp, but Spook is continuing to peek on that headshot angle, and that makes him very hard to deal with. The molly will move Ghosty out of the round. They wait for Prime Tap to get into position, and Bonowix will go down as well. OG starting to claw back control of this first half very nicely. Stoley's going to have to save the orb as well. It's got full utility and a kit to keep too. And with only $200, even though they did get a bit of success in previous rounds, winning with a good number of players alive, they do need to keep hold of this.
Well, back-to-back long takes, both of which are successful there for Cadian and co. You can see they're a bit more on high alert there as Body went back to smoke the double doors, and we have got a sequence of events here where he could have kept the AWP, but not going to happen. That's just in the finances packing. 4-4. So that great start. Kind of washing away now. Opening kill from Cadian. Love to see that. Molotov kill towards short. And there's some nice clean kills here. Didn't have to work too hard for them. They removed the AWP at the end. And there we go. Should be a bit of a walk in the park here. Not a force buy, a partial investment here.
Yeah.
And we're going towards long once again.
You think Cadian's still got that dog in him, Henry?
I don't personally, but I'd love to him prove me wrong. What does it matter what I think, I suppose? If he can turn up and actually qualify for the main event at EWC, that will be like a huge win for them in general, I think.
We had a player stuck in the long blue box smoke there for a long period of time, and big damage actually from Vale. Messy would be an understatement perhaps on that long corner. They dive into the smoke by the second CT, almost going for the knife even there. But in the end, it will relax into a 3v3. They do have a Zabrito in toward T-spawn though. But I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make a play in time.
Yeah, pretty interesting reaction here from OG, knowing they lost a player in towards T-spawn, and it's likely that CT will push in towards the actual T-spawn area itself. So they've actually confirmed the B is clear. Check out Body, though. I was going to say, he's got a perfect position to catch the rotators, but spotted from top of mid, and actually turns out to be a bit of a fumble. Advantage I'd still give towards OG. If Cadian gets a kill especially, they should be absolutely fine here.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult. Oh, Ghosty's going for it with the MP9. Put Adam on notice there for sure.
Just because they know Cadian's lower, they've got a chance of a 1v1, right?
Exactly.
But didn't quite work out. An exciting round. Uncomfortable for OG, but stayed calm. No real problems. Bit of a drought of rounds here now for Vale. Definitely was messy. Oh my God, that POV shot. 2v2. Well handled by Adam B. No timeout call by the CTs yet. We have got the AWP on the CT side. Smoke down for double doors.
OG starting to get some control again now. And yeah, as I said, this is one of the main maps for them. I mentioned their slightly weaker map pool. And that comes with maybe just not enough reps on other maps in the pool because I haven't played as much maybe as some other teams that are coming up from this level. They do tend to try and focus on these local LAN tournaments rather
Big miss.
than online. And yeah, Stoley would have loved that one. That was a miss that he would have usually gotten. Surprised he would be in himself, I'm sure, on that one. And Cadian's creeping out middle. Smoke is missed by Zabrito, and he gets punished for it. Great move from Cadian.
Yeah, huge punish. You know he's fumbled his smoke. You know he's panicking a bit. Stayed calm. Found the angle. Mesuya, what have you got for me? High pressure situation, needs multiple kills, finds 0. Should be round here, Spook will be caught. I don't think you can even justify the retake here. Unless you're going to get a kill here. Okay.
Ooh, sees Cadian. And because it's a silenced USP and there's lots of noise in our Expo, Henry.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah.
Cadian didn't
It's
react
not your
to that
usual
immediately.
lap. Yeah, they're not on a booth or anything like that. They're in the thick of it right now. It's a loud room.
Yeah, I think maybe silenced M4s should be the way to go in a venue like this, rather than the A4.
It's not a bad shout.
But OG in the end will figure it out, and Cadian does survive after his push through middle, getting that important kill. Solely missed that opening shot on short, which did kind of change the path for OG, I feel. And that didn't give Vale a start they would have wanted. He'll try and save it, and should be able to, because both Cadian and Prime Taps are on the other side of the map. Prime Taps, of course, hasn't really had a very long career in terms of being known at this level. Did play on BC Game very, very briefly. We saw some highlight clips from the BCG socials of him playing with Simple and Simple going, "Nice, Primey," whenever a big play would come through.
I didn't catch that. That sounds fun.
Yeah, and when you're a slightly newer player who's a way more unknown name, if you're being, G'd up by one of the goats of the game, that'll make you feel good.
Absolutely true. Well, should be feeling good now. Starting to get in a more comfortable position here. 2 weapons saved over Vale. See whether they can actually utilize the saved AWP and M4. OG keeping it pretty simple. They're barely even running defaults right now, Trav. They're calling out of spawn mostly. We're seeing those long takes out of spawn. We're seeing the beat splits out of spawn. They don't even want to run a default. They've got an idea at the start of the round, running with it, and seems to be paying off each and every time. Cadian, this was a nice little maneuver with that AWP, punishing the missed smoke. They do save some weapons. Most notably that AWP, it kind of feels like we need a 6-6 half from Vale here for them to really be in the conversation of taking us to a 3rd map. If you are just joining us, we're covering the 2nd map right now. It's the nature of the beast here at the LCQ. Here things getting exciting. It's all kicking off. We got an opening kill as well. Love that.
Yeah, we got plenty of other esports going on around us at the moment. Has got some big crowds, actually, it deserves to be said. Stoley will manage to remove Cadian as he waits up toward long, and now looks like Vale will maybe creep a bit closer to that 6-6 half. We've got Adam B, Prime Taps and Body left. Adam B tagged down to 36. Their only option left, really, is to take map control somewhere and push out middle, and Ghosty wasn't ready for that. A complete dry swing will get deleted by Body. Some weird utility bouncing off each other, perhaps. And that smoke will be a little bit off, and the flash will allow Prime Taps to cross. And with the lurk in from Adam B on tunnels, that could become a little bit of an issue, but Meteor holds on.
That alleviates so much pressure. The B Pinter was coming through. It felt like a round that could fall apart. They're not out of the woods just yet, necessarily. Another kill from Body. Taken down, 3 versus 1. Adam B just doesn't have the HP or the space to do much with this. It would have to be a thrown away round from Vale for him to stand a chance. Smoke down towards double doors. He will take that and actually run in towards A, which is kind of open at this stage as well. You need to be careful here, Vale. Don't swing into this angle, Bonowix. You're going to have to wait for your teammates here, and they just let the bomb go down. You know that money's going to be fine. It's next round. Number 12, and well played. Okay, we'll take that through the smoke, through the boxes, straight to the dome. And we go to round number 12. It's a 1-round game.
Indeed, and now they've bettered map 1 by 1 round already.
True.
So, progress. For teams like this, that's all you can really go off. You can go off small silver linings and sort of step-by-step progress when you kind of know it's very unlikely you're actually going to win the game. It's, they'll take solace in that, that's for sure. There's some good holds coming in here. Good realizations of what OG were trying to do in that moment with the lurk through tunnels on that timing. Just making sure they blocked him off, focused on the mid push instead. And now they are within 1 again. Body boosted up towards short to look for the pixel angle, but nothing doing yet.
Here we go. We mentioned there was a lack of defaults. This definitely is one of those. Holding for any sort of CT aggression. You're boosting up in lower B, seeing if they're trying to get an opening pick with that AWP. Speaking of short, Body trying to help himself to that prime bit of real estate here. Another boost coming in for Cadian. Checking their Kenny S angle. No one home. CTs will be vaulting up the boxes, though. Frustrating sound cue to come through. Not the end of the world, though. Will bait out a smoke from the CT side. They might try and reclaim the territory and push through this. They get flashed in by Bonowix. Maybe that's an idea. 2 players behind the smoke right now.
Yeah, and it would be a big brawl considering we've got 2 OG players moving their way up as well. Body and Cadian. Cadian's going to continue to hold that smoke with the rifle next to him, and that is where the fight will come through. They don't know about Body. That's a really nice shot to react to him, and now Cadian's missed his shot. How has he got one more from that? I'm not quite sure. Spook will manage to activate at least as Bonowix pushes further forward. 3v2. Make that a 2v2 as Stoley's unable to get that second. Nade pushing forward with Spook, and he gets that frag as well. He was the bomb carrier, by the way. That was an important one.
Very, very important kill here. It's OG looking for 7 on the board. And Zabrito looking to find 6-6 and a 2-on-1 clutch. The AWP and the retake far from ideal. He has got a kit, an incendiary, and a flash to work with here, but coming through the smoke is going to be such a tall order, and one he cannot deliver. And to go 7-5. I guess both teams would be quite happy with that. OG, sure, would have liked another whitewash here, but still they're in the lead. They're looking like the better team, and there's been some very impressive individual moments from the likes of Bonowitz, especially. Sometimes that's just the way it goes down. He was getting triple kills and quad kills almost every single round. They managed to avoid him and find a slight lead as they look to knock them out of the tournament in the second half.
Yeah, good chance for OG just to confirm their spot in the playoffs. Of course, we've already got some of the big boys confirmed in that race in the playoffs here for the EWC main event in this LCQ.
Yeah, we haven't lost anyone significant yet,
no,
right? Like, no one notable, I suppose. I'm not trying to be rude. Just in terms of the big dogs here, we haven't lost anyone, right?
Yeah. Liquid are through, Big are through. So there's some examples. Heroic are through. We saw them yesterday. They get a bit of a day to relax a little bit now.
We have got one more series to bring you today as well, ladies and gentlemen. Playoffs begin tomorrow. That's when things really get interesting. I think for the next game, they'll be covering 1W versus the Basement Boys.
Yes.
Basement Boys are my favorite. That's my, those are my guys.
There you go. Yeah, that performance they did against BCG was enough to put them on some of our radars. Good stuff.
Managed to get a map off them. That was cool.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be as a walk in the park for 1W as it could be. So looking forward to that.
Body, it's pretty decent. Gonna have a few bodies in front of him now. Dual elites in hand. Did he spot it? Reaction suggests he didn't. He is completely alone, Trav. There are 5 players here. He's got the right weapon for the job. Can he find multiple kills?
He's looking for it. There's the second.
Wow.
Oh, the shield going as well. The duelie's so good at those sort of moves. Easy click for Body on the third. Stoley and Zabrito, they'd love a plant in some way, shape or form, but look where Zabrito has put himself. He's got a molly, but he's also got the bomb, and being allowed to cross might not be too easy. Primetaps is trying to jiggle with him, trying to be a nuisance. Adam B's on that line as well, and with his teammate going down, that means Cadian can activate, and OG find 8.
They certainly do. Well played, Body. If he doesn't get more than one there, I dare say the round falls apart. Manages to mow them down with those dual elites. Flashbangs coming through the double doors, courtesy of his teammates there. Bought enough time, denied the plant, and it looked pretty comfortable in the end. Oh, that third kill, a thing of beauty. Denying absolutely everything. No plant found. Pretty traditional. Eco here, get 1 scout. Glocks otherwise, try and get a few tags in just like that, and maybe the Glocks can find a couple of kills here. That's the idea.
Yeah, plant would be incredible.
I mean, sometimes you get a bit more of it. You remember that Krabeni round at Pro League?
Yeah, we don't forget that one.
That's what you're looking for, ideally.
That was one of those unicorn rounds that probably doesn't happen in the entire calendar year again, or maybe even 2 years.
Yeah, that was... I think I was commentating that. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Was that a playoff game, or was that groups?
Quarterfinals, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff. We want to see more of that in the future. That would be called the Krabeni for as long as maybe it is remembered. Good kill for Adam B, holding on against the pistols with ease. We're playing pass the parcel with the scout, but unfortunately that parcel will be unwrapped entirely and then be dropped.
You can start to feel them fading away from the LCQ. Vale did well to make it to the decided game, but it feels like they're being outclassed. They definitely got some interesting individuals. That's what the LCQ is all about, Trav, I would say. Unearthing these hidden gems that are playing just beneath like the ultra-competitive scene and get to turn up at these sort of tournaments, make a name for themselves. And I definitely am noticing some of the output from the individuals here. It has to be said, Stolen and Bonowix have had some very, very high-octane moments, but they might have run out of steam here. Have a look whether they can do anything with this one, taking a lot of damage. We're seeing those nades up and towards T-spawn early on here. It's going to be a bit of a bonus situation from OG. Are we live? Okay, it looks a bit weird. They're running back towards
that's
T-spawn.
what I thought. I think we are.
Okay, it's all good. Very slow methodical so far. Going to be resmoking the double doors here. Going to see Bonowix. Nails it.
Yeah, the basics are intact for Vale so far. Bit of damage through the smoke from Body. That'll put them on notice, and now 3 players.
Yeah.
Pretty much 50 or below. Nearest makes no difference. MP9, as you said, and Famas still in play for OG here on this bonus. So if
you
this
lose
round is
this round,
AGs, then it's done, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. He loses round to the MP9s, the Famas and stuff. Yeah, you ain't pulling this one back. And another player now, the walking wounded.
God.
There's only one healthy player remaining. Body can hear them heading up towards shore. There's a huge spray down available for one of these CT players. They can get in position. Body wants to be that guy. Volts up. Bomb will go down. Doesn't overstep the mark here. Scout needs a headshot. Only finds the body. Adam B, but on notice here, still willing to swing around.
Oh, they're all kind of stuck on elbow. They're going to finally make their way back towards short, but the issue is there is some utility to block them off, and there's one HE on Spook, by the way. That could be huge if that's thrown on short somewhere. But hang on, Vale. All the headshots have come in out of nowhere, and that's exactly what they needed to do on low HP. There had to be instant headshots, and guess what? They hit them.
They certainly did. You can't ask for much more than that.
Primetaps is trying to limit the damage here. With the new bomb explosion changes, if you're in pit and you're this low HP, you don't survive. You're going to see at least 3 players die to the bomb here, I think. There we go. 2 go down. So Primetap's doing the right thing to limit that money as much as possible.
Interesting note. Sure, you won the round there, but they're coming down to 1v1. Bear in mind, we said it a few times, it's the bonus round. And it was far from comfortable. Arguably, he probably should have lost that round considering the damage he suffered, but can't argue with those headshots. They stepped up and delivered, but you're not out of the woods just yet, I'm afraid. Concessions have to be made. Galil, Mac 10 after winning the previous round. You're hoping some of the CT players don't have helmets, and that would be true. 2 players, Spook and Body, operating without them. Missed double door smoke. It might have been blocked. I don't want to say missed. You can body block them if they're thrown out of spawn quickly.
And very clear that Vale just want to go for their good old-fashioned B push. The thing is, they're going through a smoke, and going through a smoke isn't necessarily always advisable. Spook will get 1 more, technically 2, as he removes his teammate as well. And actually, Vale do have the bomb site, and B, of course, very defensible once you get into an afterplan.
Certainly true, Trav. Be a difficult retake, and they're not wasting any time here. As the bomb's going down, don't give them a chance to get into comfortable positions and set up that crossfire. That's the right way to play it. You were there, you were ready, you had the flashbang going over, and now this is tactical timeout territory. The money's going to be, even with the bomb going down, in a very compromised spot. You can see them averaging $3,000 on 4 players, and they had 5K on 1. So there is a buy there, but do you want to go all in? The chips are down here. Decide a game in the last chance qualifier. Already mapped down. Double kill. Food. A worthy sacrifice, I would say.
Yeah. It does the job, it does the job.
So a hero AK, a couple of upgraded pistols. See whether they can make a bit of a dent here. Looking for 11 rounds. OG close to closing this one out and booking themselves a place in the playoffs here at Esports World Cup.
For a young team like Vale, an inexperienced team like Vale, you know, I appreciate them going for a proper eco here with just the Zabrito AK. Taking a sensible pill. Often many teams will just think, you know, why not at this point when you're on the verge of losing, but they're playing it properly. Oh, nice shot from Bonowix. Adam B will be frustrated how he's died there. And that's an AK that can be, or an M4, sorry, that can be retrieved. AK will be swapped to in the end, because of course there were a couple of players in that position. So they've got a glimmer of hope in a 2v3, but OG still have good spots.
Thing is, in terms of map control, sure you have long, but with 1 minute on the clock, 1 smoke. Speaking of which, that's been deployed towards the crossover. What do you do now? You're hoping this incendiary gives you a freebie. Hopefully flashes someone out, no one home.
All CTs have bitten, to be fair, but it's a long rotation over to B.
And they're flashing through, they've confirmed the long is clear. So they know this is maybe not a fake, but they know they don't have to commit all their manpower towards long. And you can see, sure, it's a nice idea. It had somewhat worked, but you haven't necessarily capitalized upon the fake itself. So it's going to give a chance for Primetaps especially make his way back in towards B, which is exactly what he will do. 30 seconds remaining. No util on the CT side. There's an MP9 to defend.
Yeah, they got Spook here though as well now. And as you say, Zabrito just didn't trust himself, really. He could have maybe sprinted that one. Of course, we have the mini-map and he doesn't. But yeah, the fact of that is probably causing a round for OG here. But hang on, it's Bonowix again. Another crazy headshot from him. Prime taps will go down. Spook now needs to reface in some way, shape, or form. But Bonowix has put himself in a position where he can only be cleared from tunnel. And there's not going to be a retake from tunnel. Body and Spook, kit available on Spook here. They should be able to take their time, but with no retake utility, it's going to have to be a dry push through. And Bonowix could be in for some more damage, but no, Zabrito's gone down. It's going to have to be the hero of the game for Vale. Bonowix will get one. All the transfers not going to work out. Has to go to the Tech 9, and Body is too strong.
Oh, nice try, Bonowix. Another 3K for him up to 16 and 14. It just doesn't feel like enough, though, unless you're actually converting these rounds, Trav. Sure, you're damaging the economy, but we need rounds on the board.
Yeah.
That's the problem right now. Close doesn't really help us out at 11-6 scoreline, already mapped down. They've shown some great character and guts today, but doesn't feel like it's going to be enough here on Dust 2.
Yeah, it's an experience they will treasure, that's for sure. And they've done much better than map 1. I think it's fair to say that the individuals have stepped up pretty impressively for Vale. But sometimes, nearly all the time, that's not all what Counter-Strike is about. These OG players are looking to make a push for the main event for the Esports World Cup. It would be a really important main event for them, considering they're just so far behind, I feel like, in their progression. They've had Cadian for quite a while now as the AWPA in-game leader, as he so often has been in his career, but there's not been as much progress or as many tournaments played as I would have wanted.
Which has been the case for this organization for about 4 years now, unfortunately.
When they had like Alexi B, Issa, Val, that was one of the better teams they had.
Absolutely. And since then, it's felt like more like an academy team under a big organization without actually getting any sort of results. Would love to see that change. I want to see KD.
Yeah, I like the players. I really do like the players, yeah.
Unfortunately, though, for Vale, they might not like him as much because they've just lost Zabrito. That's towards T-Spawn. Oh, Prime Tap's getting a ton of info there. You might have to run through this smoke. Flashbang comes in. It's a pretty good flash, but it doesn't seem to matter. Jumping blind kill from Prime Tap. Start packing it up, lads.
Yeah.
Start putting the cables away. The mouse bungees. We know what's coming.
Stoli will try and run his way out of this one, but OG know they have 12 and double the lead. Double the score of Vale. Be very comfortable for them from now on in. You would think Stoli looking to add some numbers. Of course, with this being the HLTV debut, this tournament for the Vale players, and will show up a little bit. And of course, them being in the decider match here, they've won one game on LAN at a big qualifier. They can at least say that.
Yeah, it's true. Saving the orb is about as good as it gets here, but you can see on the mini-map in the top left, that looks very unlikely. You'll have to isolate these duels now spotted, and they're going to try and kill him off the time trap. That's their plan. That smoke might protect you from one angle, but you've got CTs coming from each and every side. They'll just get the job done. And there we have it. Elimination points, playoff points, whichever way you want to look at it. It's looking quite good for OG. Should be no way they give this one up. But stranger things can happen, have happened.
Indeed. I think stranger things might be put on the DVR, though, and saved for later.
Yes. Right then. 6 in a row. And it all starts with a pretty awful buy. 2 pistols, MAC-10, AWP. Will be an opening frag with the AWP. Prime Taps goes down, being technically open, but no one there to really take the space.
I appreciate Stoli trying to move forward. Body will already try and ward him away, though, and that re-smoke will actually force Stoli to make that move through it. I don't think he knows that CT has crossed to Carlo, and that is Body, but even though he didn't know, he reacts really well. Kaden will finally put him down, but they haven't really pounced upon that presence they had on B. They still had all their players top middle around those long doors, so they couldn't take any space on B at all. Look at Adam B.
Wants to get it done now. They haven't been able to recover any more rifles. There's still 2 pistols. All 3 players towards long. Cadian spoiled for choice there. And now a chance. Can they keep their head above water here and have a couple more rounds in the LCQ? It doesn't look likely. So much damage being put out here. Adam B can't close it though. And it will be 15 HP, keeping them in the tournament so far.
Cadian's full recline. He knows that if he hit one of those 3 players coming up long, in all those classic moments where if you had 3 eyes, they'd all be looking in opposite directions.
Right through the wickets. Unfortunately, Cadian gonna put it to bed right there and then. Fortunately, though, they'll have to make do with a force buy here. This is letting Vale back into the game.
Indeed. Yeah, a little bit possible here with Spook only on the Scout and be on the Deagle. That will allow already a bit of presence out for long for Vale. Body's trying to fight in toward lower, but not able to do that with Cadian. Gets nothing from that, so gives up on it, goes back to fight A instead. 4 players out long for Vale. But even though it's quite early in the round still, their utility is very low. Body's waiting for the flash. It might be a little bit late, though, and he does get punished for how late that flash was. Slowly will manage to remove him. Bonnet nade finds Adam B as well, but in comes Cadian. Rifle instead. It's only one. Spook Scout could do big damage. 27 HP on 2 players. Jumping Scouts. We've seen them many times over the years, but then Messi comes through middle. He knows that they're all distracted on the long players and gets both of them.
Okay, that's 2 rounds in the bag. It has to be the eco now for OG. It's going to be a 3-round game, Trav.
Who would have thought it?
Gotta stay locked in if you're OG. It's going to be uncomfortable. You know you should already put this one to bed already, but now a 4-round game.
Yeah, it feels like one of those rounds from OG where they're so close to the finish line, they're trying to force it a little bit.
Yeah. Well, full eco here, no forcing for now. Single flashbang to work with. Gonna try and recover some rifles here. Boost the coffers for the following one. No real cause for concern just yet for OG. It's still fine. Use the following round. That's when the conversation of the upset, the comeback, the reverse sweep, whatever you want to call it, could actually happen.
Shout out to Bonowicz and Stoley for 36 kills between them in this map. Really not a bad performance at all against a team that is got way more name value. Ghosty and Zabrito will get a couple, but hang on, the pistols could still do damage all of a sudden. All bodies in the open. 1 bullet is all Bonowicz needs anywhere. Could a little tickle will take body down. And Cadian and Adam B have recovered rifles, but of course they haven't got armor.
Ideally, just want to save these rifles for reasons I stated earlier, one of which will not be making it through. Bonowicz up to 20 kills. And there it is. 3-round game. Probably a tactical timeout from OG at this point. Bring the coach in, discuss your options, close it out. Look for that knockout blow.
Yeah, all that matters for OG at this point is getting the W game through to playoffs, and they can full focus on whatever team they are drawn up against, of course, in those big single elimination playoffs. Is a lot on the line for a lot of these teams to get through to that main event. Sure, we've got 4 spots available, but there are more than 4 excellent teams in this qualifier.
So they've gone for a Furia buy here.
Yeah.
You bring out the MP9s, and you know you haven't got quite a full buy, but you can still do a lot of damage here. Still a chance you can close it out right here, right now. They'll be pushing in towards upper B. Looks at things here. Here comes the flash. Very effective one, actually. Thankfully, the blind kills prevail. I don't know how he gets away with that.
Come on. That's a disappointing one from Prime Taps. He wasn't blind really at all, I don't think, from that flash. It worked well. First blind kill for Vale was good, but the follow-up should have been an easy trade. Maybe the Spook Scout can do something more special instead. Big damage. There's 30 HP on Ghosty. Finally, Slowly will get what he wanted. Adam B and Body 2v4 won't be winning this one. They're going to look to try and contain and maybe pick up an AK if they're lucky. And 12-10. This is way, way closer than I thought it was going to be.
Well, like we said, that round where Cadian had 3 blind on his screen and missed all 3 towards longish, the game should have ended there.
Yeah.
Now, as I mentioned, is let them back in. Stress and cortisol levels rising dramatically.
Just like your basic games.
Yeah, exactly. This is where you start to feel a bit paranoid. The voices of doubt are creeping in. You think, we can't lose this, can we? We surely wouldn't go to overtime, maybe even a 3rd map. But you can see the Vale boys are fired up. And no slouches when it comes to the individual mechanics. 4 players survived, and Adam B will save an AK. This is a little partial investment, bear in mind. MP9s, I think a FAMAS as well. A Scout. Now, they really are looking for that final round here. Get them out of this series. Get back to the hotel bar.
Yeah, a chance to relax and focus on what's to come in games which they know are going to be really critical for them. Yeah, I don't quite know how PrimeTap doesn't get that trade kill. That's one that he'll be looking back on and say, oh dear, that's my bad.
Really hoping for a bit of a statement here from OG.
Yeah.
First map was great, but if this ended up going to overtime, you'd be thinking, can we really make it to the main event? We're struggling with Vale.
It's one of those results where you look back at it and say, okay, we can try and forget about it, but you can't because you're like, how is it so close? Should never have been this close. PrimeTaps will avoid taking any tick to that molly as he jumps up close tunnels. So that's something to stop information being gathered. Stoli will see the jump of Spook back on the side. Incendiary is good. And Bonowix is also trying to fight short with 2 players on that line, Body and Cadian. Bomb waiting outside long still. Every angle is held for OG. They just need to not overcomplicate things at this point, but they're doing some good damage here. Again, Bonowitz got information, but this time Body will hold on, and there's no trade potential.
Take it easy, PrimeTaps. Don't need to throw away this advantage. That's the right call. Get back in that bomb site. Run the clock down. Cadian saving the day here. That's surely enough to close this one out. 5 versus 3. 1 round required here. Desperate times call for desperate measures. What's the final play going to be from Vale here? Could be their last round in the tournament. 5-on-3, damage through the smoke. It's Spook to look and mow them down. Great first headshot. I think we might be done here. PrimeTaps just needs to stay alive. 1 more kill would secure it. Not going to find it.
Cadian looking to try and put the cherry on top of maybe a cupcake that wasn't too tasty this game, but that's a lovely peek through. Zabrito planting the bomb on 6 HP might not mean much, and Cadian will close it nicely. Sure, a lot closer than OG would have wanted, but fair play to Vale. They deserve credit for a couple of great individual performances on Bonowix and Stoli. Unfortunately for them, though, they're eliminated, and OG are through.
They certainly are. It wasn't the prettiest Dust 2. It doesn't really matter too much. It's a puggy map, and I think the Vale boys stepped up individually. I think Bonowix, there's sometimes it doesn't matter. You have the best strategies, the best players. If they're hitting their shots and they're feeling themselves, that can happen. It's just not the performance they would have really liked to have to really build the confidence going forward. But still, the job is done. They're through to the playoffs now. We say goodbye to Vale, but as I always keep saying throughout this tournament, now this is what it's all about, learning about these new upcoming players, and now we know about Bonowix. We know what's the other?
Stoli.
Stoli, that's the other one. So ironic I said that. But yeah, do you know what I mean? This is what it's all about. They gave them a run for their money. I don't think they can be disappointed with their showing here.
No, I mean, look, considering map 1 was 13-4, to get that one up to a 13-10, I think they'll be pretty happy with that. It was great, as you say, great individual performances. We now got these players, of course, who have never played an HLTV official before, going through the open registration for this tournament, now have at least memories and progress as individuals to remember. The fact they've played against some very storied professional players in Counter-Strike. Body and Cadian have been around for yonks, as they say. So, yeah, they'll remember these hugs and these handshakes at the end of the series.
Absolutely. Cadian, shout out to him as well. I think he top fragged both maps.
Yes.
For someone who I would say the scene considered him a bit washed, which is probably fair enough. Like in-game leader Orpa hasn't really been showing the best results or performances in either role, but this is looking good for him. If he can maintain this level of performance, maybe there's a chance they can actually make it to the main event and show us what they've been cooking up for Tier 1 teams.
Indeed, because there's been so many of these smaller events that they've played, which they haven't really made that much progress in. And I mean, I think a 13-10, I know it was like a formality at the end. It might worry them ever so slightly, It's one of those sort of results where, sure, you're going to be fully focused on playing the better teams, but it might just throw some extra doubts in your mind about the future and where you're trying to head with this particular lineup.
I guess at the end of the day, the coach will be saying the same thing. It doesn't really matter. They haven't prepped for these teams necessarily. They're coming in the old cliche, we're playing our own game. That's all they can really focus on here. You don't want to be doing hours of prep for this sort of team because they haven't got any HLTP demos available to them. If you start trying to anti-strat them while they're doing this tournament, that's when you could actually be running into a bit of trouble there. So I think this is a result. Sure, it's not ideal, but it's not a big deal.
Yeah, and that's why the style that you mentioned OG were playing, pretty off-spawn, not as many defaults, is the kind of style you need to play against a team like this, is to stick to your own guns, right?
Absolutely. And I think that was a good game. I wasn't expecting to see what Vale were able to put down. One of those teams you have no idea what you're going to get out of them. I'm sure OG felt the same. But yeah, we learned about a couple of interesting players. OG got some reps in, and they've made it to the playoffs in. Now, bear in mind, the playoffs, it sounds like you've done a really great job and you're in touching distance, but there are 32 teams in the playoffs as well. So still going to be a long road ahead, and this is where the pressure will start mounting. And the fact they've come through the decider game as well, presumably it means they'll be playing against one of the heavy hitters on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, that's going to be the main tough part of it, of course, as well for them. I mean, we know that they've started the year pretty impressively. That bounty result against Spirit going to double OT in map 3. We saw a great Dust 2 from OG against Spirit in that event, and we were maybe hopeful that could push them forward to even better results. But we have not, of course, yet seen it because this is their next event they're playing pretty much. So we need to wait and see how that goes for them. And OG, at least they're through. They would have much preferred to have gone through in the winners match, that's for sure. But getting the job done is all that matters. And I think the two teams that have made it through this group do make sense.
I think you're right there. Just having a look at the replays here. Zabrito, he was another player that stepped up. Really liked this round from Cadian towards the end as well. Good conviction behind it, hitting his shots. There wasn't too many blunders there. I think the only one I could think of was when he peeked out long with 3 players.
Yeah.
Wasn't necessarily a mistake, just a missed shot. It happens. But generally speaking, a pretty good performance from him and the team in general.
Indeed. And of course, this is not the last game we have got coming up today. We have got one more to come. I think we've got 1W versus Basement Boys, which is really exciting. There's some great players on that one-win roster, and we'll see you very soon for that.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back to EWC LCQ, where the group stages are starting to finish up nicely. We have one more game to bring you on the broadcast today. It's going to be One Dubs versus the boys in the basement. Are you excited, Trav?
I'm excited because it's the first time we're seeing One Dubs on the main broadcast.
Absolutely.
And there's lots of very, very well-known names on this team which are looking to try and grind their way back up to the top again.
Tell us about a couple of them.
Axile used to be the best rifler in the world.
I like that. Let's look at the bracket first. Let's see how we got here. You said it's the first time we've seen them on the broadcast. Let's see who they played so far. Citron Esports. You a big fan of Citron?
Look, I like Peugeots myself.
Okay, nice. I like what you did there. 2-0 versus them. Then lost to BCG. I didn't catch that game. You'd think they'd probably get a map off BCG, considering they don't look like they're in amazing form. What happened there?
Yeah, that for me is one of the more surprising results. Not because of the surprise of BCG winning. It's the fact that I thought it would be closer. I thought it would be a 3-mapper. So, yeah, good stuff from BCG to get that one done. And now, really, for 1W, if they don't get their way through this decided match against Basement Boys, who did look very good against BCG.
They took a map off BCG.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
This could be a worry for 1W.
So, we have got the return of Nafany as well, I believe.
We do indeed.
Where has he been?
Basically playing with this lineup.
Yeah.
At least the core of this lineup, right?
Okay.
So 1W were the team called TDK. They have Groove as a coach role, back in action, of course, as well.
Yep.
They brought in Fame, which is a buyout.
Yeah.
They've also bought out Axile, but Art Frost from Boom is still on loan, and Belchnock is also on loan from Parry. So we've got a really fun selection of players here that synergize quite well.
Players.
And tenured players, exactly. I mean, mentioned Axile used to be the best rifler in the world. That was behind on the HLTV 2022 rankings, I think, behind Simple, Zaru, and Shiro, I believe.
Yeah.
Like those 3 AWPers. So he was the best rifler in the world. He was an absolute demon, especially on maps like Overpass and stuff like that. Then Overpass got removed, and that's lowered his form maybe a little bit here.
Unfortunately, it's for me, since CS2 got released, he has just dropped off the edge of a cliff. Like, he just looked washed in CS2.
There was like a tiny renaissance at the Copenhagen Major. Do you remember with Cloud9 when they made playoffs?
Yeah, okay.
That was kind of the last we saw of some of the Axel that we knew and loved.
Yeah.
Online, sure, against some of the teams that we've actually seen compete in this tournament. Fact, sure, he's been looking good, but we need to see that more in the local lands as well. And of course, the most recent local land they played, they got farmed by a man called Deco, and we all know quite a bit about him.
Let's have a look at the beta. Let's look at the battleground as to where this will be played. I don't know much about the map, Paul. Why don't you walk on? We know Basement Boys on Ancient are good. That's the map they won against BCG. Dust 2, we've had this map, Paul, the entire tournament long, I think. Ancient, Dusty, Mirage. I have not commentated any other maps. I would have loved to have seen more cash. Why people aren't really bringing that to the forefront when you're a tier 2 team, I don't know, but it doesn't really matter.
I think teams are adopting cash in tier 2. It's the fact of it's never the main pick. And any team it's a main pick for, some lower ranked tier 3, tier 4 teams who are trying to make waves and trying to make it a bit more of a surprise for some of the higher ranked teams. The one unfortunate thing for this TDK/1W roster, now of course 1W being picked up by this organisation, is I mentioned the removal of Overpass 4 cash. That's been a very hot topic in the scene. Why was it Overpass that was removed? They'll be also asking the same question, because Axile, that was one of his best maps back in the day in the Gambit days.
Yes.
And unfortunately for him, it was one of his best maps in this TDK/1W roster as well. And Nafany was calling very well on that map, in my opinion, on what is pretty difficult team map.
Oh,
so,
absolutely.
Shame that it's not here anymore. And with them not really playing cash a whole lot, their map pool's been slightly lessened, let's say.
There's Art Frost looking to bounce back this season. At one point, a very promising AWPer, and it definitely has his moments still, but it seems like he has inconsistencies. When the pressure's on, he seems to crumble.
Yeah, I've always been a massive fan of Art Frost, because I saw him come through on Spirit Academy with Donk, with Zontix, right? Some of the players that have now gone on to do amazing things, but unfortunately, Art Frost was left behind, and you can't really blame him or Spirit for that. because they picked up Shiro.
Yes.
So that's the unfortunate thing for Artfrost's career in general. But of course now, as the technically still on loan from BB, you've got some even better players arguably around it. They were playing with a player called Sugar before from, I believe, Azerbaijan. And now, of course, they've got Fame in from VP. Brought up properly. He's been freed from VP jail once and for all.
VP, they're at this tournament, right?
They are, with their Academy boys.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
Okay, I was wondering. I haven't heard much about that roster apart from it's after failure recently.
I think they through to playoffs, I'm pretty sure.
That's pretty cool. Good for them. I hope it works out.
I don't know if they played against them. That would be pretty cool.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
We can see the Basement Boys getting themselves ready. I guess there were some standout names. I think it was Trouble and who else? Who was the other guy? It was Owner for me. Trouble and Owner, that was like the dastardly duo against BCG. They were very difficult to put away. I don't think this will be a walk in the park whatsoever. Bear in mind, both these teams have played BCG. Basement Boys are the only one who took a map off them.
Exactly.
So this is actually going to be a pretty interesting battle. I still favor 1W going into it, just for all the reasons you've went through. But Basement Boys, they can shoot. We know that.
They absolutely can. And of course, Trouble, the player you mentioned on the AWP, he's going to be trouble for that 1W to deal with. And look, in the opening matchup that Basement Boys played against BCG, we were kind of looking through them on day one and thinking to ourselves, okay, there's a lot of opening matchups here that probably are going to be stomps. There were stomps, many 13-0s, many even 126-0. But Basement Boys were going to be one of those teams that would put up a fight, and they did. And with the name value they've got, it's not as much as 1W, obviously. I've seen Fake Reality, I've seen Krivda play, I've seen Magic play, cover these Basement Boys guys quite a lot, a bit like you mentioned, like Neo did as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, of course, Owner has a lot of experience dating back to multiple iterations of teams at this level, like your Beteras and Hellraisers and that sort of squad. So I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park for 1W here. I think I'm going 2-0, but I think we're going to have close maps, like that focus.
Which is the best we can hope for as spectators, I think. We don't want any blowouts. We want them to be competitive games where the best team goes through. We want it to be double digits on either side of the server. That's the dream right there. See Groove behind them there.
He's been around these guys a long time.
Yeah, he certainly has. Good to see him bouncing back. I think he's always a respected coach in the scene. Fell off for a little bit, but back here looking to get in that Tier 1 tournament. The last few slots of the playoffs available. Bear in mind, if you're just joining us and wondering whether winning this game gets you through to the main event, it does not. You go through the playoffs, which happen tomorrow. 32 teams will remain, and we'll see which 4 make it through to the main event happening in a few days here.
I think that's one of the best things that this 1W roster have done is the changes they have made, right? Because we saw them play a lot in Tier 2, play these local lands. Nafany was funding this team out of his own like bank account, pretty much. Like he was getting all the funds ready to go to these local lands, and of course there's sign-up fees and all the above for quite a few of these. And of course, they did make some deep runs. It's made their VRS relevant. They've also qualified for, I believe, the upcoming Pro League. So you will be seeing them in Katowice, I believe.
That's
so
cool.
It's a really big deal for them. Of course, keeping the core with Axel, Artfrost, and Nafany. Picking up Fame is a great choice. And Belchnok, of course, has come off just playing so many big tournaments with Paravision. And we know how ruthless Dastan and Paravision can be with maybe player changes and everything. So if you're going to... Look, we know that Belchnok is a good player. For this level, I think he's going to be even better.
I hope so. I've always been a fan. I believe Belchnok means baby squirrel.
Yes, I've heard this.
So, that's fun. Bit of trivia for you there, guys, as we get ready for this first map here. Last game of the day, bear in mind as well. We'll come back tomorrow with 3 best of 3s, but it looks like we are good to go. Lock in, ladies and gents. 1W taking on those boys in the basement. See whether we can get a nice, exciting, closely tied affair to close things out today. I assume we're going live with the high fives, and here we go. Ancient to kick things off. This is the pick of the Basement Boys. Managed to take down BCG on this one. In terms of the T pistol, we have 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov. Suggests a B finish. IMO, Trav, they'll be smoking long and short, Molotoving the pillar or cubby, flashing over. That's what you'd expect from this sort of buy, and they are heading in that direction.
And of course, both bomb sites on Ancient are very easy to access. They're very quick to access, and 1W are going to have their wits about them as we set up here for the Basement Boys. It's Nafany with the smoke flash kit combination. Fame's already going to be put on notice, though. Goosed down to 12 HP, and in come the Basement Boys. Should be allowed a plant hit for Magan. He's trying to make it a bit more comfortable for himself to get behind the pillar, avoiding that spam from the USP. And they will get it down. Of course, this is what 1W were planning for. They were planning to go for this retake, playing a bit more defensive, making sure not to lose a man before they head in. And now it's time for them to pop off. Fame will deal with fake reality nicely. Imagine it's stuck on the side. Axel's got a smoke of his own. He will connect with one more headshot. Krivda found Benchlock in the meantime, but that might be the only kill they're going to get. It's going to need to be all Krivda. Lots of damaged up players. Actually hits one more bullet on Nafni defusing, by the way, and he was on 1 HP. I reckon they could have scooped up that kit in time anyway, but still, that was a crazy bullet to hit.
Well, there it is. A bomb gets planted. It's a decent effort there, but the retake, very strong indeed. It's all built around that smoke towards the cave as well. It's so stifling when the bomb's down. You had a couple of players in there, started pushing through and getting to unfavorable duels. Well handled from 1W, though. Calm and collected towards the end. Nafani with that defuse kit. Axel hitting a couple of nice shots as well to open things up. And I'm expecting a force by here, and that's exactly what we get. 3 rifles, 2 pistols, a plethora of utility, and they're sending 3 towards A. So this will be a B fake, Trav. We're going to see that same util deployed in towards B, I would imagine, and then they'll try and creep in towards the A bomb site, hoping to cause out some rotations here.
One thing that's a positive for this 1W roster is that even though Basement Boys have picked Ancient, it's a map that 1W play a hell of a lot. They've played it a lot under the TDK banner, especially in online Counter-Strike, and also have played it on LAN against some reputable teams like Namiga, for example, and managed to beat them on that sort of level. Some of those local tournaments in Russia, which really boost up their various points. And that smoke hasn't gone all too well. That's a cloud now to try and avoid. Axel from the back of the A-bomb site is about to be put on notice a little bit, and that's a lot of damage done.
It's not what you expect from the world's best rifler, though.
No, and that, unfortunately, it's 4 years ago, isn't it, mate? Nafani will try and fight back, but Trouble's going to hold on. I reckon we're going to see a pretty significant back and forth early game here. Trouble finds Belchanok, and with all 5 players still up for Basement Boys, they're going to get the round.
Oh, Axel, I don't want to beat him up too much, but like you got to have one there. You got to be getting 1 kill. The fact you're able to get off on 15 bullets before they take you down begs the question why you're spraying so much anyway. Some karma taps there, a burst fire perhaps might have been a very different round. Taken down in the end with nothing. The fake somewhat working out. They didn't necessarily bite down in it, but they certainly only had 1 player to deal with in towards A. Axel getting nothing is very disappointing. They have to save the little they have. A scout and MP9 after winning. Such a convincing pistol there as well. They don't even get a single kill.
Yeah. Disappointing for sure. Axel was on an island, sure, but, from someone of his quality, his name value, maybe 1.5 at least is the bare minimum. As you see there, just so many players on his screen, just tagging him up bit by bit, removed by fake reality nicely, and then just the positioning for Basement Boys is more than enough. Hopefully this tech pause we've got here will be brief.
Shout out to the admins, the organizers. One of the most ambitious LAN tournaments in Counter-Strike history.
Honestly, I think it's one of the highlights of the year.
Yeah.
No word of a lie.
My point being that we've had no technical issues.
Yes.
I think we've had 1 tech pause throughout my commentary.
You had a slight delay before the first ever game, but that's totally understandable.
Yes.
And since then, really smooth, genuinely.
Absolutely. Just shout out to the admins if you ever hear this. Doing God's work out there.
Yeah.
Short technical break.
A few of my friends over there as well. Shout out Yannicka and Oso Dank. They do some great work.
Let's go. Force buy in response, you'd imagine. Not all in. You can see they're keeping $1,000 on a couple of players there. They have enough to win the round still with the saved rifle, saved MP9, and the scouts. Good smoke, forces the duel. The MAC-10 is getting scrappy, but it will be Nafani to come out on top. Low HP. Makes his way back towards long. They've got the man advantage for now. Wallbang attempts coming through now as well. Going to try and maybe take some mid-control on the CD side. Actually, it's Artfrost with the scout patrolling that area.
Nafani was very lucky to avoid that grenade. 28 HP after winning that MP9 fight and survived on 6 HP. One of the things to keep an eye on over the course of this series is to see how good Nafani's individual level is, because in all the online games with TDK, sure, understandably, it's a lower level of opposition. He's played Tier 1 Counter-Strike before, but he was really good numbers-wise. He was putting up an average over the 3 months of 1.10, 1.11 on the reg for the in-game leader, which is very much above average for an in-game leader. So we'll see how that goes throughout the course of the game. And against Basement Boys, it should be similar.
Big round here. A lot on the line. It's going to be the 2nd kill for 1Dubs. Ono goes down. 5 on 3. Oh my, it's getting a little bit awkward now. Krivda braves the smoke, hoping that they rotated, but no dice. 5 on 2, bouncing back. A 1W. Fake plant coming in, trying to bait the players out of the cave position. And Frost, that is ridiculous. The wallbang headshot gets himself a double. And, well, giving them a taste of their own medicine. The 4-spy victory with 0 players going down.
Yeah, there's a game I remember seeing 2 wallbang kills from Art Frost. Reminds me of a game I did years ago in a qualifier when he was playing with the main Spirit lineup for that few months he did before they picked up Shiro. And from Cave on Ancient, he got a crazy, I think, triple kill wallbang with the Scout, which I'll never forget, actually. I think he was playing Mals in that qualifier, and obviously that was the Mals that have gone on to do great, or did go on to do great things.
And
so.
just to note as well, him denying that plant is massive.
It is.
They can't really justify another force buy here. They know money is tight. So he's actually maybe given them 2 rounds there by getting those wall bangs and denying the plants. In towards A contact maneuver. It's Fame to defend. He's got the AK-47. Back up from CT spawn as well. This should be a bit of a walk in the park. There's Art Frost with the Scout. The Galil, I should say now. And yeah, that's pretty much the round. Nice double nade. Gets the job done on Trouble.
Yeah, control of the map here for 1W. Fame, definitely a player that I don't feel like has lost that much of his name value from being benched and playing just on and off for so long.
Yeah.
I think the combination of Flit and Fame, when they've been in VP jail for that long, didn't really hurt them that much. And of course, now Paravision have moved on to Flit from that little mid portion where they were picking up Hobbit for the Ecstasy Pro League. So yeah, he's back with his buddy, Jane, is Flit.
Is Hobbit still in Paravision?
No, I think that is for Hobbits.
Oh, so he's only in there for what, 2 weeks?
He was only, it feels like a very temporary thing. I'm pretty sure that's how they announced it. It would be a very temporary thing.
Okay.
But Hobbit's out and Flit's in, I believe.
I was going to say. So
We'll try.
See what happens here. Big victory for 1W. Belcher not closing things out. Right then, round number 5. 1W in the lead. A slight bump in the road, losing to the second round force buy, but smooth sailing since. Again, will be trying to creep his way up towards the B ramp, but Fame to defend, and defend he shall.
Beautifully
Love this
done.
spray down.
Beautiful done from Fame. And that just completely pours cold water all over the round. Slightly faster move from Basement Boys up the ramp, and 1W deal with it easily. And Fame deals with it easily. All they've got left is a bit of wallbang damage, really, that they can attempt to try and get 1 kill back to have any say in this one. And the AWP will be swapped over to Fame as well on that low HP, just to give him a bit more comfort. Play from distance and feel a bit safer. Griffith going for a fight, but Nafany's going to hold on to that one easily. And 1W are looking very good.
They certainly are, Trav. Agree with you there. Nice spray down. 8-1. 4-0 for Nafany. The Immortals, same story for Artfrost as well. See whether anything left to be said here. I doubt it. 2 players remaining, 40 seconds on the clock. You're just trying to hold on to the 2 AKs. There's 1 smoke. Owner's lining up a wallbang? Or is he just an anti-flash?
Fame will at least get a chance to shoot 1 shot with the AWP, but he knows his job is done in this round. And ideally for Basement Boys, when you look at their money, I know it's very awkward when you have to save on T side and you don't get loss bonus and it splits up the economy, but really it's probably their best decision. Unfortunately for Owner, he'll get caught by Belchenok.
Now just don't know after time. Okay.
And there you go.
Nafany continues this good form. 5-0 now. 1W looking quite comfortable, as we will see another round on the board for them. Our Frost hasn't had to go nuclear just yet. He had a good scout round, but the AWP should be out and about momentarily. Can be a high-octane sniper.
Basement Boys, we were talking about them over the last couple of days. Obviously, played a lot of these local tournaments as an eco comes in, so I'll just waffle over this for a moment. They do play Ancient a lot. There's a reason they picked into it, even though 1W play it a lot themselves. But of course, when you dig a bit deeper and see the teams they've beaten, there's a difference in that name value. I mean, of course, in events like ESL Challenger League and some of the other online leagues, European Pro League, they've played it as well, and some of the local lands they were talking about, Parken as well.
Hang on.
Had a really good win against Ascend, and as you say, hang on, I do agree with you.
There is a wide open bomb site.
There's a chance with Krivda's one dig that they could take A and plant A, but they're not going for it. They're walking back. They're leaving Krivda there.
The thing is, you can see Fame's position. He's aware of this prospect, and I think he wins the round off this one spot by the double doors. They really might have overcooked this one. Because now they have to come through with no util. You don't get a bomb plant. You're not finding Fame. You have to make footsteps. I don't know if you're going to trade here. Even if you find that one, you've got Belchnok to deal with. He's run out of bullets, though. Okay. Why he hasn't reloaded with all that time to spare, I couldn't tell you. Should be fine, Axel. Let's see what you've got. That will do. No headshots, but we'll take it.
Yeah, a little bit easier when you've got a couple of players maybe without Kevlar, so that'll work nicely. And yeah, if you look at the Basement Boys record, even though, as I said, it's against lower ranked teams, like Fireflux, you've got Inner Circle's Academy in there, you've got Ascend, the Bulgarian team who are playing here at this very event. Some exciting players, of course, on that roster, like Red Star and Han. But it's not as big a name value as some of the teams. There's not upper tier 2 that 1W are playing. Still a good record on both sides of the map for Basement Boys. 56 on CT, 55 on T. They're solid on both. So I'm hopeful they'll be able to build into this game a little bit here, but 1W are in full control for now.
Absolutely true. 5-1. Opening kill for Belchnok. Might be another one available here for Frost. Axel will find that kill. Ono goes down. And now you're in a lot of trouble. Once again, speaking of which, he'll make his way in towards the A side. Just got to go for this now. Just hope you can find these gaps. Snaffany still yet to go down. Trav, he's looking for a double kill. And he'll just take the one here as Magents will be so far removed. It's not really worth mentioning. He might get a couple of kills, but he will not be winning this round.
Yeah, Nathany doing the no death challenge in this game so far. And he's succeeding up to round 8, most likely. Imagine, as you say, any sort of extra damage to the economy would be nice here because it's being built up so significantly for 1W. $5,000 on Belchnok, 9 on Artfrost, 6 on Nathany, 7.4 on Axile. But plenty of buys left in the tank, and there's information of where Magent is. Again, like, you might think that saving is the better choice, but again, it's the issue of it just splitting up the money, and he just has nothing else. Sure, utility could be dropped over to him, but it would just be a buy probably with pistols and that AK.
Not really much to do. Much to say. Saving the AK, 10 seconds on the clock, bomb down. It's going to be 6-1. This feels like tactical timeout territory. If I'm being honest here, this isn't the same team I saw the other day against BCG.
Yeah.
Basement Boys look a little bit flat right now. Only round they picked up is that second round 4 spy where Axel had a bit of a stink up. Looking way too comfortable for 1W right now.
And there is the timeout you were talking about. Axel's going to pick up an AUG, which is maybe harking back to the scoped rifle era of 2019. Still viable, the AUG. I still like seeing it. Don't see
It's
many
not as
Kriegs
popular as
anymore.
it used to. Like, at the start of CS2, a lot of people were experimenting with it.
Yeah.
It seems to have fallen off a bit. But I agree.
Was that one of your least favorite eras ever, seeing those Kriegs and AUGs just farm people?
When was that? Was that 2019?
About around 2019, I think.
I
yeah.
think so. I think it's like the funny thing about it is like Nico and FaZe, I refused to do it
I know.
the entire time. And then the moment he started using it, like the day after, that's when they made the change.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of made that whole year a bit of a joke because like the teams that are winning and it's like using Kriegs and Orgs, it's like, well, we know this is not going to be around forever. I mean, it's a bit of a novelty. But
Yeah.
to answer your question, what was the question? Do I
Is it
like
your
it?
least- was it your least favorite era? Like,
Oh,
you
no,
remember,
yeah,
like, the powerful
maybe, yeah.
CZs or whatever?
Or the R8. I like
The
that one
R8.
day we had
the
the R8.
one day R8? Those Freakazoid clips go crazy.
No, that was my favorite era. The one day of R8 fun. B Execution coming in here, trying to find some threads of interest. Anything
Nice.
that suggests he might be able to win this round. Doesn't look good. Frost with the open up. It's 1W with the 5-on-4 advantage, and they haven't really found any space at that B ramp just yet. Basement Boys started to spiral. Not much conviction behind their plays.
This is just smart CS from 1W, right? Alfrost gets his one, gets out. Fame gets his one, gets out. Trouble's got a nice flank kill through that smoke in cave to find Nathany, but the bomb's not yet planted, even though that rifle's been picked up. That's the main issue. Axel's trying to throw utility in cave because he knows the Belchnok's coming in on the flank, and it's unlikely even if he goes down that he wouldn't be untraded. Magent tries his best with that AK, but they'll all be cleared up by Belchnok and Artfrost. And yeah, just good protocols there from 1W, making sure they don't overpeak as they get their one kill. They dive back through, play their life. And that's one thing that I think Artfrost has improved on quite a bit in the last, like, maybe year or so of his career. Sure, he's been bouncing around a bit and unfortunately didn't play the Cologne Major, mainly only due to visa issues.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure BB did say, like, they would have used him if he could have come, but obviously had to use Zorti. And of course, BB went on that crazy run to make playoffs.
Probably for the best.
Maybe.
In the end.
But yeah, in the last year or so, I would say Art Frost is not as willing to throw his life away on secondary picks when he doesn't need to.
See what we can do here. Great run so far from 1W. AK's win the CT ranks. Art Frost on the AWP still. Smoke down towards Cave. Trying to get some mid-control here, splitting from the heaven side. Flashing over. It's just like one of the more promising positions the Basement Boys have been in. They haven't lost any casualties. They're about to take some mid-space here. Molotov actually pretty significant. Nafany can't get the intel now. Can't backstab them. And they're going in towards A. They've got that mid-control we spoke of. They're going to try and split through the donut. Bear in mind, though, it's Art Frost deep in CT spawn. Axel in towards the donut. Haven't really talked much about Axel so far. We'll see whether he can defend valiantly here.
Yeah, good position for him, but it's the nades that really do the work of chasing him out of the round. Didn't really get ahead of the play there and let him be exposed by that. And now they know what Art Frost is, trying to get a pot shot through the smoke. And yes, we all know how retakeable the A bomb site all of Ancient is. And look at Belchnot creeping through. Didn't deny any plant, though. That still comes through. 4v3, make that 4v2, and that should be enough because the flank has been checked by Trouble nicely. And Art Frost, he might have 11 grand in the bank, and that will mean he'll give this one a bit of a look, I think. But it's incredibly difficult, and there's Fake Reality's headshot. Basement Boys will finally double their score.
Needed that. Like I said, it was looking much more promising than what we've seen so far. Actually getting some mid-space there. Nice simple play in towards the A execute, trading out their kills, taking down the CT spawn player, and then it felt like a foregone conclusion they would pick up their second, but needed to do a lot more work here. You can see a tactical timeout called by the Basement Boys. After winning that round, you'd normally want to keep going with some sort of momentum and try and build upon that win, but each to their own. Nice strong buy now on that T side. They've got the AWP available for Trouble as well. It's been quiet. And as you mentioned, plenty of cash for 1W here. Should be no problem. But with them taking the tactical timeout, Trav, if I'm the CT caller right now, I'm calling something a bit avant-garde. I'm going for like a B lane push, jumping up heaven.
Yeah.
I'm throwing a spanner in the works. I'm not letting them run whatever they have in mind.
Especially because you've got money to rely on as well, right? Like you've mentioned that they had so much. They can still got one more buy left, as you see with Belchnok and Art Frost's dollar. So
this red smoke, come on, lads.
Yeah, that's a bit of an annoying one. That allows CTs to play around it, right, and be a bit more of a nuisance. They're going to force their way forward now with flashes like we're talking about. It's the delayed flash from Nafany, and I'll get back to a point in that in a moment. Ona will also get caught by Axel, and that puts this into a very difficult situation. They're able to isolate Fame, though, to be fair. Magic will remove him, but there's Belchnok. Look how sharp that was. Magic barely rounded the corner, and he was headshot, body shot. Plant will be attempted, but Nafany's trying to deny. Doesn't. Out of bullet, so has to hide in the smoke. Awkward for Nafany, but Axel's flank again is something to worry about. There's his kill. There's Trouble getting one, but it's only ever going to be one, and Belchnok clears it up.
More aggressive stance, having the CTs, wide swing out towards that elbow position. T's one ready for it. We're trying to get that mid-space once again, funneled in towards B, where Belchnok completely shut them down with a nice hat trick there. Nafany sure didn't deny the bomb, but he definitely got enough aggro and set up his players who are flanking, retaking the bomb site to get a very comfortable victory here in round number 10.
That's one of the things that a certain Mr. Maui Snake always mentioned about Nafany, right?
Yeah.
The lack of flashes to get control of maps on T and CT side.
I forgot about the Maui Nafany era. That's maybe my favorite era.
There you go.
Yeah.
Look, I'm telling you right now, from what I've watched of this team, whether it was with the old two players or the new 1W5, the way they use flashes and the way Nafany helps out his squad is much, much better. I'm very impressed with it. And the fight in middle this time is very much a back and forth, an aggressive one from both sides wanting control of it. And we go back into a 2v2 with still 1 minute 25 on the clock. Nafany hiding big box, still with a full belt of util. Doesn't want to use any of that at the moment. Doesn't want to reveal his position. He's hoping he goes unchecked. Magic will walk his way forward and probably tries to plant the bomb on default. And that's unfortunate because he hasn't cleared the bomb site properly. Now Ona is all alone and looking to own two players, but it's still doable. You've got a good position. If there's a charge through from Art Frost, that'll be a freebie.
Hello.
And he finds Nafany as well. And I'm not sure why Art Frost felt the need to do that.
I guess he's trying to back up his teammate. He's calling for help and back up. His position's been exposed, and he's if he had a rifle, I could justify it a bit more. Running through with the pistol, though, and the open your back, pretty ugly finish there. Just let him plant if you have to. Like, Either way, it was a chaotic round. You can see these trades coming towards middle. It's where they found most of the success in the Basement Boys side. We think that play from Napney, though, that's going to be enough. Just a wild maneuver. Very wild maneuver from Frost there. Was hoping that would be enough chaos for his teammate to pick up the final kill. It's unlucky, I suppose. Probably should have got it. But it will be Basement Boys keeping their head above water.
Yeah, captain on captain action there. Owner versus Nafany in the 1v1. Owner coming out on top. Very, very brief tech pause. We love that. We're back underway for the final round of the half here. Both teams at full strength, other than maybe a couple of Galils on Basement Boys. They've all got all the utility they need. Trouble already is going to be boosted up on the ramp box. Fame will be jump spotting that at the moment. Here comes that flash in middle all over again. Axel doesn't complete a kill this time. Oh, I say that. He gets very, very close. Look how far forward they are on B, though. Trouble's already holding toward that CT rotation. Nafany needs to deliver, and there's some of that Nafany individual ability I was talking about. He is so solid at this level. He finds a three-piece, and all of a sudden, it looks like 9 for 1W.
I think he might be onto something there. Excellent work from Nafany, that's for sure. Rived up, fake reality. The latter of which operating on almost no health. Just does pull one back, but still so much of the heavy lifting to be done here. The bomb's down on the B side, so you're hoping to catch some stragglers, some flanking CTs, but all of them remain on the site for now. Smoke towards short, being considered at least by fake reality. Down it goes. Actually pushing into the smoke is Axel. He wants to slice the action. He has been, sure he's got 10 kills. Just hasn't had his big moment yet.
Yeah, it's a good position for him. Especially with both these two players so very low. Nice reaction, and then he gets away as he's low himself. Not giving Krivda anything for free. He'll be badgering around on the floor there to try and find any sort of upgrade he can get, any sort of utility on the ground to give him something to work with in this 1v3, but it's very unlikely. Look at the posturing for 1W. It's too strong, and Axel will close with his 12th. Very comfortable first star for 1W. They're well on their way to taking Basement Boys map pick.
They certainly are. This is not the same Basement Boys we saw on day one. They look a little bit flat today, a little bit overwhelmed. I have to say, though, 1W looking quite calm, confident, skilled. Everything's going well for them. Nafany, especially, great sequence from him. Well positioned, good off angle. Lucky that the final player of the AWP had to swing into him, earning himself a hat-trick. Axel with the last couple of kills there. So, a couple of bumps in the road, but 9-3 on the CT side of Ancient. Still a very good result. 1W, if they win this pistol, call it done. We've got ourselves a plethora of utility. A couple of smokes, a couple of flashes, a decoy for good measure, and a Molotov for Frost, who's got the P250 Kevlar and util combo. Fake reality. Up close and personal, Julie's here. Would have to do something unbelievably good to survive this. Got to be pincer from both angles. They might shadow bait him as well and then swing wide.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. As you say, shadow bait is very prevalent in this particular position. That's why Fake Reality is going to be getting ahead of the angle, but Belchnock is so ready for it. Now imagine you've got a lot of work to do. You're going to have 4 players charging at you, and then Artfrost is going to group up too.
When you know you're taking out a Julie's player at that close range, you can pretty much guarantee he'll be there by himself. There's no crossfire available from that position, so you get the smoke down spawn, the round pretty much done. Of course, it can still fall awry, but that's pretty much as good as it can go for 1W right now.
Yeah, I'll be happy with that. They'll try and force their way back in, of course, but the issue is there's no kit available for Basement Boys on this retake. The kills are going to be where they have to come from, and all of a sudden, Owner's found 2, by the way. Artfrost now dancing on Big Box, but he needs to do more, not able to do so. Famous 13 HP, 1v3. One player needs to hold that defuse, that's exactly what they do, but Fame surely can't get past the picked up goalies, and he cannot. What a retake from the Basement Boys.
With no kit, a 5-on-4, those smokes down. They shouldn't be winning that round, but they'll take it all day long. Great retake. We said these players were skilled. Bit of a disappointing finish there for 1W, but the plant comes through, I suppose. You can force by in the second round, but you got that opening kill, the bomb planted. A 10-second defuse. Feels like they should have done a bit better with that, but that's what happened. That's where it all fell apart. Owner getting that beautiful double kill. That does save the day there. They don't force buy. They're going to have a nice, strong third round. They're going to try and get the bomb planted again. They've got a few upgraded pistols. Keep the money around $2,000. You'll be getting $2,400 into the next round. For a decent buy available. And a decent shot through the smoke.
Okay.
What just happened there? Triple kill. Didn't see anyone.
I can't remember the last time I saw a FAMAS do that. I know it's against the Eco, but still, that is a unique one. Fake Reality will get one of his own. Axel did put Magent down finally, but Basement Boys only lose him. Again, good final kill from Owner. And then Owner's 2 kills were a big factor in that pistol retake. And, you know, Owner's, as I said, probably the one player that maybe some of you may have heard a little bit more about. Played on Bait for a little while, a couple of years ago, against some very well-known players that have been playing in Tier 1 for a while, of course, now on that Bait team. NPL, Essential, Wrinkle was on Bait back then. So he's knows what it takes at this sort of level. And now up to 5. Maybe a little bit of a hope on the CT side.
Down but not out, that's for sure. Winning that all-important pistol was huge. Belchenok, though, he's been red hot. Gets the opening kill, trade from Magent, but Axel, he can smell a gap. He's going to try and thread the needle in towards Donor, but other CT is going to overlook this position. This all now comes down to Axel. Pressure being applied across the map here. Axel gets nothing again.
Yeah, 3v2 for Basement Boys. They got every angle locked off that they need to. I think they got the kill on the player carrying the bomb as well, which Artfrost is now recovering. So that was good information of where they're at least holding, even though it's a default place to drop that bomb and just leave it there. Everyone knows that. Every team knows that usually is the regular position. Owner, again, could have some work to do, but Nafany's looking to hard clear that angle, and that is something that Owner won't be ready for. It's brought back into a 2v2. Plant available. Artfrost will molly off Cave, and now there's a great opportunity to hold on.
Very, very important round here. Basement Boys win this. They'll get close to tying things up. This is a recovery for 1W. Looked like another round that was going to fall apart, but Nafany has found a bit of space here. They're in the conversation to pick this one up, and he continues to frag. There's the hat trick. He wants all 4. The quad is realized, and they get double digits. 1W are saved by in-game leader Nafany.
Look, I'm not going to blow my own trumpet, but I did say...
You did.
Nafany's individual ability.
You said it before the show as well. You said it to me.
Boys. I know it's Basement Boys.
Yeah.
It's not like he's playing in the playoffs yet, which is what, of course, the 1W are aiming for. But at this level, in online Counter-Strike and seemingly LAN as well, he really shows up.
Had you not mentioned it, my mind would be blown right now. I was like, where was this? Where's this Nafany been? But you're right, you called it early, and he's playing very, very well. 15-7. A quad kill there to save the day as well. He pretty much wins the round single-handedly, Trav. And now this round could decide the game. I don't know how he gets that first kill completely blind. Same story for Belchenok as well, but we trade blows. Fame trying to find a gun. Belchenok low. This could decide the outcome of Ancient here. Trouble, well positioned, will get Nafany. Finally, simmers him down.
Yeah, Fame's going to try and take some presence up the ramp, though, with the Tech 9. The strafe is so wide, but unfortunately, Trouble's there as well to deny the Artfrost trade. That was the point of Fame swinging as wildly as he did. It was to get the Artfrost rifle into trade. Not going to happen, and Krivda will hold on to Belchenok. So hit straight back. Gap is 4 again. Not going quietly here.
That's a convincing round as well, and bear in mind, sure, they won the round prior. 2 players surviving, though. They had to take some concessions. 1 player on attack 9, Galil was in there as well. I'm pretty sure the money is wrecked, battered and bruised for 1W. So yeah, we've got a game in our hands once again here. We're there to close things out. Full eco from 1Dubs. We'll see them have a couple of upgraded pistols. Kevlar for Nafany. That's about it, though, as they make their way through the smoke here. Gonna try and boost some players up, get some 1Digs going.
Yeah, and I think it's obviously fair to say that a lot of people will be more unaware of the Basement Boys than 1W, as this half-buy or eco is being dealt with quite easily here for Basement Boys. But you know, just looking at it, their VRS rank isn't that far apart, really. Like, Basement Boys are competitive and playing these tournaments in the top 100, top 80. 1W are around the top 50 at the moment. So it's not like it's a massive discrepancy. It's not like it's some of the other open registration teams that we've seen, of course, that are basically just level 10 on Face It. So there's a reason why this game's close. We already saw Basement Boys get that map against BCG, causing them a bit of issue after BCG came off that LAN win in Finland at Elisa. Sure, didn't beat anyone incredibly impressive over there, but it's the point of winning something straight off the bat.
Sorry. They only played finished players there, right?
Exactly.
Finished team, sorry.
Exactly. Still, it was something. And Fake Reality will at least start the round again for Basement Boys, but there's a more aggressive push from Nafany towards Shelf, and helped out by Axel's trade, they've got a 4v3.
And they converted, though. Trouble doesn't seem to think so, but he is in an awkward position. Surely goes down. He's done well to do even more damage. Keeps the round somewhat alive. 3-on-2. Own up. Crived up. Need to try and clutch up here. Own up. Deep in towards A main. I actually like this position.
Yeah.
But they're not
Unfortunately,
heading,
they're not going toward him, yeah. And it depends what Axel wants to do now. That's one of the things he did very well, unfortunately, on a map that's no longer in the pool anymore, Overpass. His B short lurks on Overpass, when that map was still available for TDK/1W to pick, he was incredible at that. He was so solid every single round, would always get you at least 1 or 2. And this is a very similar sort of situation for him here. He's lurking around, getting an important opening trade, a second kill coming through as well, waiting in Donut, selling the fake. Crivder's going to look for him, probably take him down. But the thing is, he's getting tapped from behind. And that distraction, you know, by luck or by judgment, it works perfectly. And it allows Fame and Artfrost to take B.
Money not ruined on the CT side. You'll definitely give this one a look in if you own up. All you need to do is isolate some duels, bring it down to a 1v1, but Fame, aggressive peek down towards the CT lane. Not going to happen. 1 round away from map point here. But as we mentioned, Basement Boys actually looking pretty handy on the CT side. It's their map pick. Money's still absolutely fine. Opening pick there, but it was Nafany stepping up once again. Axel, some decent impact. And Fame to close things out. 5-7 for Cribbed Up. M4s in the AWP otherwise. You can see they are missing a few bits of util, but overall, more than enough to win this round. We have got Belchnok. Decent space there towards middle, ducking and weaving around the utility. It comes down to this box peak, and it will be trouble to find Artfrost.
Yeah, peeks into the crosshairs. Oh, a walk from Owner. We thought for sure would have got him caught and taken down, but Belchnok is the one to drop, and Cribner pushes with the 5-7 on the timing, and that one has fallen apart piece by piece.
It really has. It was looking so promising for a second, but it's all gone horribly wrong. Basement Boys are back, and that's going to be the money broken once again. 1W, sure, they're close to victory here, but going to take a few more rounds yet. Next round will be an eco once again. Fame, can he cause any damage here? Apparently not. Clean sweep. They can recover AK-47s now on that CT side. It's a very convincing finish. Yeah, this one's going to go the distance, Trav.
Does feel possible, and they deserve the credit for it as well. As we said, it's not like this 1W team are massive favourites. We think it's kind of an opening prediction close to 0. It's getting a bit closer now for 1W.
Well, yeah, this is exactly what we wanted, right?
Exactly, yeah.
A nice close game, no blowouts here, and it is going to be the eco. So we're pretty much guaranteed 11-9 unless somehow, some way, the round is given over to a couple of 1-deags, but only 1 deagle out there. It's in the hands of Fame. No Kevlar on the D side. One of those rounds, you kind of treat this like a timeout. Bait out some util.
Don't worry, we didn't see that HE grenade, don't you worry.
Need a bomb plant here, that would be great. That would really help them out.
They're going to try and fight for it, and that's why they want to deny that bomb plant, but they will be allowed to get it. Only Nafany gets a kill, though. Maybe the AK retrieve can do more, and you know what? It actually gets close on the transfer, but you look, 2 kills on a plant on an eco, as we say, we take that every day of the week.
Nafany gets an extra $600 by getting those 2 kills. That's a pretty good round. Maybe a tactical timeout here. Discuss your options. How are you going to close this one out? Getting a bit stressful.
Yeah, because a reminder, of course, this is a decider match.
Yeah.
Whoever loses has to leave Paris, I'm afraid. Whoever wins goes through to those playoffs tomorrow. Full 32-team playoffs with single elimination as well. So it's going to be fascinating to see what bracket we get tomorrow when it is all released on the respective platforms.
Here we go. Belchnok tip of the spear. Round number 21, looking for map point, but Magent doing everything he can to deny it. Nafany will go down. And another opening pick. You can see the CTs now. Look at the minimap. Everyone retreating, setting up the crossfires, maintaining their advantage, not taking any risks here. Very passive setup now.
Yeah, this is a really good move. They are going not as passive anymore, though. They're moving into A main, and this is going to be a meet here in toward Axile. Great reaction from Axile, and the fact the second shot is a bit whiffy allows Art Frost to get Fake Reality
Spawn,
for
lads,
free.
there we go.
And Trouble. Oh, that nade does break up in that smoke for a little bit longer maybe than 1W would have been expecting, but even though Owner is on the scene, I still feel like 1W have got this one sorted. Incendiary near that default plant spot. Axel is low from his hard work, but Fame has cleared out B. They were already gravitating that bomb
this is
over.
huge. Yeah. That might actually need to save the round, because sure, you got the man advantage, but you walk into that AWP, they swing out from Temple again. There's a way this round falls apart. This is looking like it's a guaranteed victory now. With Fame getting that information to B is clear. Although they didn't fall back. Does he check the angle? Oh, he doesn't. Oh, no. What seemed to be a gap. I thought they were going to go back to B with this play.
No, me too, but they're still committing to A.
You confirmed B
guess-
was clear.
I guess they just thought Fame had 3 kills in the back, but he didn't. The angle from Trouble is pretty insane to cover for that eventuality. And now, let's retake it very much on for Basement Boys. Art Frost will find Owner. He needs more than that because Beltlock's been taken out. And as you can see, Art Frost is fighting forward. That's a lovely kill. Considering Axel is low, Art Frost had to do that. Krivda, defuse kit available.
dear.
Tap on the bomb is luring them out. Art Frost going for the jiggle. Time is still quite a lot on this bomb. Art Frost has to waste a lot off that clock. And now, Krivda, honestly, he needs to make a decision on whether he wants to hold or fight. In the end, he goes back into the fight. And Art Frost had to fight. And he finds 4 in doing so.
A laboured round. That's a hollow victory. You called it perfectly. Like, Fame's confirmed that B is completely clear. The bomb was at the start of A main. They definitely could have justified falling back. He doesn't check his angles. He gets taken down. All of a sudden, it's a very uncomfortable 3v3. This moment here. No point checking it after the fact. You've already gone too deep, my friend. But still, they win the round. Courtesy of Artfrost, to be fair. Very high pressure 1v1. You lose that as well. They're a step closer on another eco. So he goes absolutely massive there with the AWP. Picks up 3 kills. Very difficult clutch. He was smoked off towards A main. Could have been baited out. Full defused at any time. Held his nerve. Delivered the goods. And has found map point on the pick of the Basement Boys here. Ancient.
Yeah, and it's rounds like that, isn't it, that Basement Boys might look back on later and say, oh, one slightly different decision. It's not 12-9. It's 11-10.
Yeah.
Game on.
Still, money has been a massive problem for 1W here in this T-side campaign. You lose this one, 12-10, and money busted once more. They really want to close this out right here, right now. I don't think it's going to happen, though. We have got great flashes being deployed from either side. It's going to be a 4-on-4. Trying to upgrade these Khalils. You can see they are desperate. There's some more firepower here on the T side. Going to slow things down. Pump the brakes.
And you can see Magent there, you're talking about those flashes, like pretty much aiming into the floor to try and be as least blind as possible from some of those extra flashes that came through. Only gets himself a 1-for-1 though. No committals from 1W so far, other than toward the Jag position now. And for Krivda, I think he has more on his plate than he might realise. In comes utility. Nafany and Fame will probably cross first as Artfrost makes his way up the ramp with the AWP and the bomb. And in comes the push now, and I think Krivda will probably put a few spams in here, but will try and stay alive for his teammates' rotation. They're all over the map right now, our Basement Boys. 2 coming through past that molly and towards CT, and as you can see, Trouble is taking a long time to get through middle, and Axile, he steps forward really nicely.
Huge
Makes it a
kill.
4v3.
Could be enough, Trav. Is this the
Axile.
GG moment?
Oh, big double kill from Axile as well. And Trouble's a long way away. Defuse kit available. Oh, look at the damage he's taken. It's a great shot onto Axile. And with an AWP, it might not matter up against Artfrost. He's going to go for the full defuse here. The molly's nowhere near the bomb. Where's that gone? And he's got it over the line. We go on Ancient.
Axel was looking for the ace there. That's what just happened. He had 4 kills.
Absolutely.
And I was about to say he's on for the ace, and I realized he's going to go for it after further round. He was the AWPer's there. You know it's the AWPer. He hasn't touched the bomb. You want your ace, I get it. And he swung into him, and he left your AWPer in a horrible position. And we talked about the money being a problem on his T side. That was their get-out-of-jail card. They have fumbled him. So those 4 kills Axel got, they don't really matter too much. They're almost in vain if you overpeak in the 2v1. And now they'll have to be down to a partial bite. An absolute disaster, calamity for 1W.
Incredible. Can't believe they're still in this first map. And of course, you mentioned those 4 kills from Axel. There's only a Famasa on Krivda, and the money isn't good for Basement Boys either. I know it doesn't matter when they're map point down, but it's the lack of the AWP, which is the factor. Artfrost has one, and that could be a difference maker. You never know. He's still keeping that one over from that previous round.
Yeah. Damn, that's one of those rounds, though, you really have to hold your mental together. Everyone's tilted off the face of the planet. You just gave that one up. You know the ramifications that could occur now. You go to overtime, you'll be kicking yourself. This game was on a silver platter. And now you're on the back foot. Up against these rifles, there's 4 pistols and the saved Artfrost AWP. Going to try and finish up maybe towards A, but they've got space across the map here. 2 players in towards Donut, going to be making their way back towards Heaven. Finish wood. Oh, you can see the CTs are bitten down on this at least. They've only got 1 player in towards B, but there is time to rotate over. No further utility. I was 1 smoke, I tell a lie. So they can smoke short or long. It's going to be short. Or nails the shot. Okay, we're back on for a victory.
Through the legs of his
Nafany,
teammate. And
don't fumble this.
Oh, he's not being checked by Fake Reality, but it's not easy with a Tech 9 from that range. But maybe Artfrost will just do it all by himself anyway. Good flash forward. Owner will get 2, but there's the Nafany kill. Owner, imagine. 2v3. Defuse kit retrieved, but the thing is, the time is still against them. Nafany, Fame, and Belchnok should be able to hold on. Magic will get himself his 1, but Belchnok gets his 1 too, and it should be enough. It's only Owner, the captain. He'll switch to the AWP, would you believe? And can he defuse again behind the side? Full defuse again? No, not like this. Surely not again. He goes for the fight. Maybe he could have held it, and Belchnok will save 1W.
I think he has to hold that.
He has to hold that.
I think he had it. Oh, that's a shame. Either way, it will be 1W, finding the victory. It's not a clean finish. I feel like they should have put that to bed much sooner, but a win is a win, Trav.
Yeah.
And shout out to Nafany especially. Great performance from him. Artfrost as well, saving the day in that 1v1 situation multiple times. A few fumbled rounds, a few heartbreakers, but as I mentioned, you've taken your opponent's map pick. We knew this would be a bit of a brawl, and we got exactly what we wanted. Double digits and the favorite to win the map.
And some exciting rounds there.
And
very much so, right?
Yeah.
I think there's definitely some worrying factors for 1W over the course of that map. Just like some miscommunications, decision-making a little bit off. You mentioned maybe some players hunting for a bit too much, and maybe they shouldn't. The Axel Ace comes to mind, obviously.
I don't want to call him out too much for that, but you can see when he had. I was kind of acknowledging you or something like, he's got 4, he's on for the ace, and I was like, oh no, he's on for the ace. He's going to swing, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, look, at least it's a good start for them. They got it over the line. They can just forget about it now. It's not like it's one that's gone awry.
True.
Going to map 2, which is their map pick as well of Dust 2. That is one they've been very, very comfortable on for a very long time with this core. And of course, you know, Artfrost, Belchnok, Fame, these have always been very good Dust 2 players, which is why this lineup has been trying to adopt Dust 2 the most lately.
So what I think you're saying is we've got a chance at a 2-0 here.
We do.
A strong chance.
But Basement Boys have shown that they're ready to brawl, they're ready to fight.
Yeah.
The individual level is still decent. The decision-making is good sometimes being the key word, because I think that if we could still be in the map right now.
Also, 1W are far from a perfect team. They have moments of brilliance, but they also threw away as many good rounds as they have there.
Yeah.
Most notably, like the Axel situation, and then Pistols, where they had a 5-on-4 advantage, and they had the CT smoked off in their kits, and it felt like they, again, overpeaked certain angles and swung into those USPs. As you mentioned, it doesn't really matter too much. You got the win. It's just not that promising for the future. You need to tighten things up if you're going to close this one out 2-0 and make a dent in the playoffs.
So one of the things that does concern me as we go through the highlights of Ancient here is we go into the 1-win Dust 2, like I was mentioning, the 1W Dust 2. The thing, if you look back on this is, with TDK, they won 8 in a row on this map against some pretty reasonable opposition in Tier 2. If you look at their results with 1W, they played it twice, online and here, lost it to BCG 13-5 and lost it to Butterfly, a team online, very small team online, small Russian team online, 13-11. So the 2 times they played it with this lineup, haven't won one yet.
Okay. Well, that's interesting, I suppose. Hopefully, I just want another game like this. That's what I'm looking for.
Completely agree.
That's all I want.
Really fun.
This was great. Like, in terms, it might not be the most beautiful CS times and questionable decisions, but I feel like that has added to the intensity. You could feel the pressure just by watching the game that 1W were experiencing. Yeah. And the fact they held it together, shout out to the coach, shout out to Nafany, they didn't seem like they broke mentally.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what something...
This moment, yeah, I forgot about that. Fame and CT Spawn.
Yes.
Baffling round.
Yeah.
But they held it together.
Absolutely crazy. I mean, there's so many little moments here at the end, to be honest with you. I mean, the Arc Boss holding his nerve as well. A lot of these results at the end of this map come down to years of experience from some of these players.
Yeah. Oh, it was a really entertaining game. Belchnok, great performance from him. I actually liked his output. I think the team, in terms of overall skill, 1W looked very impressive. They could be dangerous in the future. I wasn't familiar with Nafany's game. Now he's on my radar. I'm being converted, a bit of a fan after that.
Yeah, honestly, this team is just really fun with the name value alone, let alone with what they've done before they've been picked up by 1W. So there's a reason why that's come through and a reason why they've reinforced it with even better name value with Belchnok and Fame.
Well, should we take a break?
If you want.
All right, then. We'll take a break and be back with the second map, Dust 2, very shortly. Do not go anywhere.
DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
What's up, Counter-Strike fans? Welcome back to EWC LCQ. My name's Henry G. We've got the GOAT next to me. We've got Trav. We've got 1W. We've got the Basement Boys. We've got Dust 2. You hyped?
I'm hyped because that first map was really solid, I thought, from both teams.
Yeah.
And not so solid from both teams, which made it very exciting. We saw some great moments from the individuals on 1W, which we want to see. We saw Basement Boys try and fight back into it.
Sure.
I think Dust 2 might not be as much of a walkover as we think it could be.
I think you're onto something there. I still consider 1W to be the better team, but we saw signs of life. We saw the Basement Boys keep pushing forward, capitalize upon the mistakes made, and actually show us they can keep up and hopefully give us another performance on Dust 2. I think there's a chance of a third map, but I don't know. I've been really impressed with 1W as well. The individuals there, with Nafani especially, you called it, he looked amazing.
Yeah, he did. And that is one of the main things that has helped them progress when they were called TDK, playing in all these online events. Sure, playing against lower to opposition, but that's where you've got to start when you're sort of starting from afresh with a team which you're looking at it from maybe one side thinking it's just a mishmash of players who have maybe had their day. But that's what they want to try and prove, that they've not had their day yet and they've got more days left.
Well, maybe one more day. We'll see.
Yes.
We've got Dust 2 coming up next, and hopefully they can put the same level of performance down both teams, I'm saying, as well, because, yeah, Dust 2 lends itself to that kind of high-octane Counter-Strike, wide-swinging, pushing through smokes into more Pugger's paradise, I would say, and that's what I want to see here. Ancient was fun, but I think we can go into 5th gear on the second map.
Yeah, 5th gear, not top gear.
Not top gear.
Okay. You preferred 5th gear over top gear?
I don't think I ever saw 5th gear.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was like the as like very British term, the B-Tech version of car shows in the UK. Top gear is more of a legendary choice, I think.
The Grand Tour as well, obviously.
Yeah, of course. I mean, both of them count, really.
Both of them count.
Both of them count.
Well, we'll make this map count as well. It could be the last map we cover today, so we'll try and give this one the beans, try and keep you entertained at home. If you're not aware of the format, you're just joining us, we've got the whole LAN area there. 64 teams battling it out. 32 teams at once. We have, I think yesterday we had 16 best of threes simultaneously running. That was wild. I don't think it's ever been done, at least in the modern era.
No.
Where I came from back in the day, my first LAN I went to was in 2005, right?
Yeah.
17 years old. I am old. And it was a 128-team source tournament, and it cost us £100 each to enter, as in each player. Guess how much I won in terms of prize money for getting first place in a 128-team tournament in 2005 UK CS source?
2,500?
Good guess. Divided by 10.
250.
£250 for 5 people.
Wow.
And we didn't get hotels, we didn't get salaries, we slept under the desk on our on our gear, basically. And then you turn up, play a load of CS, and then leave at a loss after winning the tournament.
Yeah, compared to that, this is definitely luxury, I think you could say.
I peaked too soon. Imagine if I was 17 now, getting it done in there.
I know. I mean, I've had a look around the Expo, of course, about all the other games that are being done in Paris at the moment.
Yeah.
But EWC, honestly, kind of fascinating. It's an amazing venue we've got here. All the people are very, very polite, very kind. Even the catering has been excellent as well. So I think everything needs to be credited for making especially the setups for all the games we've got, run so smoothly.
Absolutely. I keep saying it.
Because you say, like, mention how it was done back in the day. This is one of the most unique events of the year.
Yeah.
Like, it's only an LCQ, obviously.
I hope it becomes part of the calendar, like a mainstay.
I know, but only shouldn't really be used as a word here because it's such a vast scale in the modern day of CS2. Never been done in CS2. Very, very rarely done. Only RMRs you could maybe compare to it in Go in a way.
I guess we have like Fragadelphia and Epic LAN and stuff like that.
Yeah, of course, but that's lower
very
tier.
different vibe. Yeah, completely different vibe in terms of like the experience, the spirit of the old school LAN party. Yeah, this is as good as it gets.
This is finally we've got got IEM Kettering. It's been done.
True. Okay, you set me off. I'm going to cough.
I'm sorry. We're both getting over some coughs, I think, over the last few days. But anyway,
Yeah, definitely.
let's see if Basement Boys can give us a little bit more against 1W here. Look, map 1, genuinely impressive. I enjoyed that one very much. Lots of back and forth rounds. Basement Boys might be thinking back to some of the moments at the end of the game where maybe that defuse could have been held to take us all 24 rounds.
True.
There were some moments as well where Artfrost got that clutch on the A-bomb site where maybe they could, the fake of the bomb or the hold of the defuse could have been the option. That's the difference. The difference making of the experience for, of course, the 1W boys compared to Basement Boys is significant. And that's what can come into play when it's this sort of environment.
As Nafany looks very, very good on the first map individually. Coordinated the team to a victory. Felt like it could have slipped out of their grasp, but players like Artfrost, as you mentioned, stepping up, got it over the line. Wasn't clean. They got the job done, took their opponent's map pick. Dust 2 next. Even though it is their pick, still doesn't really mean much. It comes down to individual form when Dust 2 spawns and who's really feeding it, whose Orba gets online first. The finances can fall apart. There's no comfortable stance to be on a Dust 2.
Yeah.
You never really know what's going to happen.
As I mentioned, when they were called TDK, when they were trying to play these local lands and online tournaments basically off of Nafany's own funding, while they weren't funded by 1W. A lot of games they played, look, their results were excellent. They beat the likes of a Nemesis. They beat the likes of an Amiga before on the map, on LAN. Beat OG as well back in a qualifier a couple of months ago. But funnily enough, they've only played 2 games with this exact lineup for 1W. That was in Nodwin, an online competition, and in this very tournament against BCG. They've lost them both, 13-11, 13-5. So not any Ws on the board yet for 1W on Dust 2, even though historically it's a map that the core have been so good on.
Other games running simultaneously, of course. We've got Fluxo versus Dusty, EAC versus Saw. Saw already a map up. Basement Boys is 1W, that's us. Plenty of Counter-Strike, but for now, ladies and gents, could be the final game or map of the day here. 1W will be starting on the T side. They've got a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes, a couple of decoys, and a boatload of skill. Belchinok makes himself known there. PT50 out of long doors. Shatters the dreams of Magent. Looking for a double here, not going to get it. Where's the swing? Where's the trade? Should be coming in momentarily. A couple of kills available for Axel and Artfrost as they work in tandem and pretty much secure the round with that play.
Yeah, Owner tries to charge in to help his teammate. He immediately gets goosed and flashed. It couldn't have been worse for him, unfortunately. And that will allow 1W to make their way up onto the bomb site. Krivda, long range of the duel, is not necessarily a favourable position. Now smoked off on short as well. Surely this will be a 1W pistol. Fake Reality will tap 1, but there's Fame on the recovery. Krivda would love just a few kills for extra money, of course. It's not just the $300 he'd get from getting the kill. It's the extra 50 for his teammates for a singular frag. But unfortunately, nothing doing for him. Axel will confirm the 1-0 lead. And Basement Boys on map like Dust 2, and some of these players are very good with scouts. Wouldn't be surprised if I see a force, but we'll see what they choose.
Time will tell, Trav. Time will tell. Nice, clean finish. 1W get it done. Long spawn available. There is going to be some investment here. Trouble, the AWP player, will be holding on to his gold, not purchasing any Kevlar here, but he has got a bit of utility to work with. So 4 players fully invested. Bit of short presence here from the CTs here, but thinking better of it. Owner behind the smoke and double doors. Missed smoke. Could have been body blocked, to be fair, which is quite common. And a double kill for Nafany, continuing that strong form we saw in Ancient.
Yeah, and those kills are as valuable as any kills on gun rounds. Especially with it, and it's a full force for Basement Boys. These rounds are so easily tripped up upon.
Right then. Doesn't look like we'll be getting much action here, Trav, I'm afraid.
What's interesting for me for the Basement Boys D2 is that we mentioned it's 1W's pick, but it's again kind of similar to how their results are on Ancient. It's one that Basement Boys play as well. Sure, it's against much lower opposition, academy teams. They did manage to take 9 rounds of 100 Thieves at one of the Parkin lands a couple of months ago. Also managed to beat Ascend, which are a pretty decent Bulgarian team, which I mentioned earlier, who are competing at this LCQ. One stat that does jump out at me, though, that I've been keeping an eye on when I was looking through my numbers, is the fact that, as an example we've seen here as well, the 22 pistol rounds they've played on D2, they've only won 8 of them. And just getting poor start seems to be something that is common with this team on this map.
Definitely a poor start here. 3-0 looking very likely for the boys in the basement. Crived up. 5-7. A helmet available. Suppose there is a gun somewhere to be found. Probably just the MAC-10 though. Galil will close and seal the deal. Round number 3 should be the full eco here. So smooth sailing so far for the 1W boys. Looking for the 2-0 here, looking to knock out their opposition, go through to the playoffs tomorrow. 32 teams in the playoffs. 4 commentators. What could go wrong?
Well, honestly, fair play to all the organisers. Not much has gone wrong over the last couple of days. Maybe will be a chance for Belchanok to do more work here with the MP9. The MP9 is stolen away from the CT side against this Eco. Only will get one with his 5-7, but Nafni has no idea that Magic's there as well. So that's an AK that can be retrieved. And it's not like 1W have map control yet. Now look at the position that Fake Reality has put himself in with the USP. Unfortunately, he might stick out, and Belchanok might be able to deal with him. He'll move forward now, and that's what I'm saying. It goes unclear.
Okay, what is going on?
Artfrost with the AWP. It's not an easy trade from that angle. He'll jump back across that line, finally run down by the pistol, and now the B site is open.
Sure, but this round is still up for debate. AK Galil, problem is no Kevlar, I suppose, but Molotov buys him a bit of space and time here on the 1W side. But they still are not committing to that bomb just yet. Pincer maneuver from Trouble here. He's got a smoke available as well. Oh, the timing somehow works in 1W's favor. No damage taken there. Crazy maneuver again from Artfrost. No Kevlar, bear in mind, and it doesn't matter. It will be a stolen round, Trav. We are off to the races. I didn't see that coming at all. That was the Eco.
That was the Eco. That is incredible. Can't believe they've pulled that one off, as you mentioned, with no armor, but there's the extra positions that they put themselves in that round, especially Fake Reality's USP kill in tunnels. That is one where you just don't clear in any normal situation. So even though he only had a USP, he gets that one kill, it makes it possible, and 1W will fall.
Oh, gotta ask yourself what you're up to there, lads.
There's the kill I was talking about.
We're back to 1v1 swings. I thought we were done with those yesterday. A fumbled round. But we saw plenty of those on Ancient. As mentioned, 1W seemed to have pretty strong mental fortitude. That's a bit of a stinker. This should be a 3-0 game all day long. Now they're on the back foot financially. Tech9 for Nafany. Galil for Belchanok. Artfrost does have the AWP, to be fair. Then they have the long util for a long delayed take here. Flashbangs to follow. Plenty of flashes.
Oh, imagine it was on the line, but the chance of a bit of a lineup there. Axar will feel maybe a little bit fortunate to get that trade kill and still be on 88 HP. And with that long control, they can just sit and hold it for a while with Artfrost in that pit position. There is that halfway long smoke for Basement Boys to try and get a little bit of control back and look elsewhere. As you can see, Fake Reality moves forward. And Crived is making moves of his own. He's through tunnels. Belchanok might only just see this. Shadow seen first, though. And would you believe it, Belchanok actually gets the first drop there. Trouble holding through the cross, but now has to use his utility to try and protect himself. And that incendiary will go way too deep. That's why the incendiaries suck, I'm afraid. Axel gets free reign to push up, easily finds him, and that will force Owner and Fake Reality away. But will they even be allowed to go away? Because Beltanock is still lurking around, sees Owner, but finally that threat will be removed, and that should allow a save to come through. The bomb's only just being planted, though.
Yeah, there's definitely a world you can have a little look in here.
They get one kill. It's definitely a path
That should be the
to
kill
give it
there.
a go. And yeah, it definitely was an opportunity on that one. 2 players on ramp. Owner's going to jump down and try and take a bit more space. They know that's coming, though. Naphtali can't hold on, however, and they know there's one more on site. It's an incredible headshot from Fake Reality. And look at Artfrost. They can get this kit on Fake Reality onto that defuse. There's the smoke. He can defuse it on top of the box, by the way.
Ridiculous.
That's come through a little while back, that update. And Fake Reality can't be found. Another close defuse in this BO3.
Another blunder, I'd say, for 1W.
Oh.
Looking so promising there. You've taken too many jewels, lost out on the fights, you've let them back in the round, and the smoke was a thing of beauty in that cheeky defuse, you're right. Love it or hate it, you might as well be using it. They steal another one away. That is a gut punch for 1W here. We go 2-2. Should have been theirs once again. Felt comfortable, looked good. Artfrost will have the AWP.
And there's just no way that Artfrost would have been able to guess where that defuse was with that position on top of the box. I think the most common place and map I've seen that is Ancient on the A-bomb side.
Sure.
With those little half boxes, and like little steps you can make, and that really throws off T players sometimes when trying to deny a smoke defuse. But yeah, I was thinking about saving. I'm glad they didn't take my advice. I usually prefer the retake, and I'm very glad they went for it because they succeeded.
4-on-2.
It was indeed.
Plethora of frags as they enter the bomb site to smoke down. Nullify the chances for Artfrost. They're going to take an eco around the AWP. Basement boys now are fighting back. Should be taking the lead here, no problem. Against with the pit position. It's up to the platform. You don't see this utilized too often, but these sort of scenarios, it's a prime spot. No way you're pre-firing this year, Naphtali. Elevated angle. Should be getting a couple of kills here. But his AWP on the line as well.
Uh-oh.
Okay, that's not ideal.
No damage done, so
No
I
damage
think
done,
we
yes.
can pause.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I think we will be taking a tech there.
Yeah. So thankfully, we've seen many a situation over the years where even maybe 1 HP damage has been done, and because of the rule book, it tends to be that the round has to be played out. But with Owner disconnecting, that means we can reset and go again. Interesting to see if some of the Basement Boys players go back into similar positions like we saw on that plat area.
So just waiting for a match medic. Trav, can you give us an update of some of the other games going on right now?
Yes, we've had a few come through kind of incredibly today. Of course, early on in the day, we had a different group of teams playing. In the end, OG did lose, as we saw earlier, to Echo, which is the reason why they had to play that decider match and get through. Echo, of course, at X-Trick. That was a great result from them. K27 were able to win against Sinners, and stunningly, K27 got a 13-0 early on today against Sinners, which is Sinners map pick, which is even more stunning. That was one of those games where we don't expect... There's lots of games in this event where you would expected a 13-0. We've gotten multiple. That is one we wouldn't expect it in a month of Sundays. So that was an incredible result. But yeah, all good in the end. Dusty lost the first map to Fluxo in the end. And Infinite get a free path through to playoffs, since I believe the Giant Pandas team unfortunately had to forfeit.
Oh, really?
And very interestingly, Iberian Soul as well, the team that unfortunately recently been dropped by the Gentlemates organization, playing with Crucial, who we had a chat with earlier.
Yeah.
They are struggling. They're unfortunately on a bit of a downturn, this core of Spanish players. Probably the best Spanish players we've seen have the AWP alongside them, like Martineza and some players, but they've lost the opening map to a team called 6666.
Oh, dear. I believe there was a Alex interview on HLTV today where he said he confirmed that Crucial, this is the last event with them. So yeah, a bit up in the air what's going to happen for the future of the squad and for Crucial, but see if they can get through today and maybe make the playoffs.
Yeah, it would be a pretty important one for them because they've been kind of hemorrhaging VRS points, obviously, since they lost Martineza. It felt like it was inevitable, but there are some teams, right, with the changes they've made this season, where you feel like it's inevitable for them to make progress. Heroic are one of them. I would say 1W or another, just at slightly different tiers. You should be making their way up the ranks a little bit. Unfortunately, a team that feels inevitable to be making their way down the ranks a little bit might be that Iberian Soul core now.
Well, looks like we are good to go, ladies and gents. Thank you for bearing with us. One player in the form of Owner dropped out, but we're back. The match has been medicked. And we get into a very promising scenario now. Those boys in the basement.
As we saw before we had that tech pause, we had a bit more of a advanced position up long for that corner plat position near pit. Interesting to see if they re-employ that now. It is a different move, I think, here. They're moving 3 players down middle R1W, and they're just trying to see if they can get mid for free. There's not really anyone watching it right now. You can see Fake Reality is looking at 2 things at once in that position. Checking the CT push and looking for short. And Artfrost has managed to get out and get trained on the window. Smoke will come through now, and they might be a little bit closer than some of these B players are ready for. But thankfully, Fake Reality will get 1. Owner will manage to find his as well. Now, Krivda, if he just get 1, it should be totally fine. But in the end, Fake Reality will help out. Look at the damage that's been done. 22 HP on Fame. Might have recovered the AWP, but I don't think much more can come through. Krivda survives on 1 HP in the end. And Fame, it's impossible for him to get out of this position. It's just a case of trying not to die after time now on 22 HP. PT50 draw. The second kill is pretty incredible.
Okay.
Finally, he'll get removed, though.
Thought they were going to have their turn of throwing around, but not meant to be. Good damage there from Fame, I suppose. The eco with the saved AWP does make things a little bit more interesting towards the end, but ultimately, a comfortable round from Basement Boys. There's no real danger of them losing it at any stage. So, that's them taking the lead. Technical pause. Few gremlins in the system with Owner disconnecting, so sorting that out. As we said, this is probably the most ambitious modern-day Counter-Strike tournament we've ever had. 64 teams. We had the potential of going up to 128, depending on signings as well.
We did.
So,
I mean,
who knows?
Looking at the LAN hall behind us, I have absolutely no idea how we would have fit them in. I guess maybe an extra day
An
of
extra
coverage.
day, yes.
Yeah.
That would have had, and then an extra, instead of 3 best of 3s, we would have done covered 4.
Maybe. I would go at 4, yeah.
But either way, these tech issues have not been plaguing us at all, which is kind of remarkable, really. Hopefully we'll be underway momentarily. Last game of the day on this broadcast, at least. Keep your eyes on HLTV. I'm pretty sure there's streamers and post-streamers and stuff covering
Indeed.
the other games.
I think Flom's involved with this one.
Oh, really?
Shout out.
Damn. You'd love to see that.
Just to confirm, of course, while we've got this tech pause, some of the organizations that have already made it through to the playoffs and will be fighting for the main event for the Esports World Cup tomorrow. We've got Inner Circle, we've got Big, we've got Hotu who've made it through their group, Dendelay, the new name for Sharks, we've got Gen 1 who are looking to try and make it through later, BCG are through, Betclick are through, 1W looking to fight away right here, Fnatic are through, Heroic are through, Eyeball has also made it through today. Liquid have confirmed their spot. So have 100 Thieves. Focus made sure they qualified earlier this morning too with a close 13-11 win on both maps against Sashi. And VP and K27 are also in. So we've kind of had all the best teams that have signed up pretty much confirm their spot.
All back underway here. It's 1W that have thrown away huge advantages time and time again. They're actually around down now. Their map pick looking to close things out 2-0. The damage inflicted towards Owner in game lead up. Trouble and his trusty sniper. Those are the 2 names you want to watch out for, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The most interesting players to watch. They managed to take a map off BCG. And those 2 names really put on a show.
Yeah. Owner in particular, of course, has that sort of history of his career of playing with players that, of course, have made it to Tier 1, like some of his old bait teammates like NPL and Ascenthiel as an example. So he's helping out his boys now as the captain in his basement. And they're looking to go for a B play here, R1W. And Ono is positioned with Krivda. The thing is, there's an angle that very often is hard cleared, and the Molly will make sure to move him into the open, but they each get 1 for now. And Ono could still get more. Big damage on Artfrost. Nade comes toward him, but look at Nafany's position.
Nice, Nafany.
If Nafany holds here and stays alive, Magin and Fake Reality should go down. There is 1. There is 2. And Axel found Ono in the meantime. Perfect positioning from Nafany again. And 1W will be finding an equalizer.
As soon as I saw him on that scaffolding position, I have no idea how he got there, but as soon as he parked up, you know he's winning that round. He bails him out once again. Huge double kill. Make an argument to say he could have waited for both players to appear on his screen, but to be fair, couldn't have timed it any better. Caught the second on the reload. And they are back as they tie things up 3-3. Excellent work from Nafany. Very calm in a high-pressure moment. Delivers the goods. Funny, actually, a little bit concerning as well. Bear in mind, that's courtesy of Fame. Fame getting those couple of kills with the AWP and the P250 really hindered their finances going forward.
Yep.
So have to say this AWP. So yeah, Basin Boys now. A little bit of financial strife. Excellent work from Nafany. Want to see that replay. They had no idea he could be out there.
Yeah, as soon as that molly got thrown into the cubby here as well, even though Crypto did get one from that position, it felt like it was only a matter of time until Axel cleared him out, as we see on the kill feed in the replay. But when Nafany makes sure he gets two, there was never any way back in. As you say, could have played Trigger Discipline, but in the end still held up his end of the bargain once he got the information. And they're going to have an AWP in this round, our Basement Boys, which will get the opening into Art Frost, but he's only just been able to get out. There's a force board for Belchernot, but they had no idea about Owner close with the 5-7, and that is causing issues. Even a bit of a team damage in there as well, but Basement Boys won't be upset. They've got a 4v3.
One saved AWP. The man advantage now in the 4 versus 3. Trouble down to 23 points of health, but he's feeling himself. Currently holding towards long. Again, and the boys trying to take advantage of the fact they have a bit of space, bit of breathing room here. Are they going to group up and try and push in towards upper B with the pistols and funnel them into the AWP? Or do they just set up the crossfires, wait for their opportunity to pounce? The bomb is making his way back towards the B tunnels here. We've got Axel, likes the lurk, holding towards shore. Going to show a bit of presence on the A side of the map. Molotov to take vision away.
I'm not sure that's going to budge the B players, though, and that's the biggest issue. Look at the layer that Basement Boys have on cart. I mean, it's only the pistols here, but they're going to have to double clear this car position. Will they be able to do it? Nafany on the AWP of all things will find the opening onto Krivda, but it's about this car position. Axel might be able to clear it a bit easier, though, and with the flash, oh, it's really well dealt with. That's usually not something you double check, but with the fact that Axel could come in from middle as well, just added that extra layer of insurance.
Well played. I think they're on high alert now. There's been so many fumbled rounds today. Don't take anything for granted. Check every angle. Be aware of every stack, every trick in the book. Trouble, as we mentioned, great opening pick. I mean, obviously aware of Arthrost's tendencies, where he likes to be boosted. Really clean kill to open things up. Had the chance of the second in towards lower as well. An uncomfortable round, but a round nonetheless for 1W. I don't think they'll be taking the AWP out of Trouble's hands, though. It looks like they are bailing out towards CT spawn.
Yep, Trouble will keep hold of it, which is what they need. He can, if it's absolutely necessary, he can even drop one still for the one player that's got slightly less dollar, even though everyone can buy. There's the opening pick from Trouble, seeing how he took down Art Frost, and then seeing how Owner was unchecked. It was a great timing for him to swing as wide as he did.
That's such a scary round. 2 kills just fall apart straight away. Then you're the third player. You're like, do I swing down and join them in the grave? Or do I hold my position and wait for my teammates to arrive? Well handled, and like you said, going in towards B, just very efficient. Checking every crevice of that bomb site. It's going to be Art Frost trying to open things up towards long this round, utilizing that spawn. Spots one. Now smoked off. CTs will be happy that long control. You normally just park up one player here. Now go readdress the rest of the map. As it will be 1W, hunting for lower B control. Molotov to flush out any potential stragglers down there. Flashbang to push back an AWP on short, which we know is in play. And this looks likely to be a B split. Trab, you don't mind me saying? We've got 2 players in towards upper with a bomb there as well. Same protocols. Run your default. Take the vision away. That's what Dust 2 is all about. Keep them in the dark before you go for your final commitment. So going to show even more presence towards A. I think they're going for the mid to B split, and I think Nafany's just going to be dropping the lurk smokes in towards A. And exactly that.
And maybe he drops into CT as well. There's a chance that he could go through that.
Yeah, you're right. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to jump down to spawn.
Yeah, and that's an extra ploy to have. Krivda, MP9 looking away at the wrong time, but still does turn back, and Owner holds up his end of the bargain too. And aggression from Krivda works out. Magin's on the scene as well, finding Nafany in the end. And now Axile We've
go.
spoken him up, of course. We know he was the best rifler in the world. That was, unfortunately, 4 years ago. Ever since CS2 came out, a slight drop in form for him. But what an opportunity in this 1v3. It's the B-bomb site, always known to be so difficult to retake, but there is utility for Basement Boys, and Axel is not in a very good position to get multiple at once, really, and the flashes are going to really make it awkward for him. Full blind, he's going to be fully out of vision, and Fake Reality will deal with him with ease.
Axel didn't really give himself a fighting chance, as you mentioned. Not really the position you're expecting to get multiple kills. Credit to Basement Boys, though. Gave him nothing. They didn't even give him an opportunity. So blind. Double swing coming through. Pincer from the tunnels. There was no world of any position, really, that Axel was going to win that one. Had to maybe get aggressive out the window and try and find a timing. But still, quite a technical round coming in from 1W. We talked about this fake. Nafany unable to thread the needle. Didn't jump down the spawn. He actually just went through the smoke in towards A, trying to make it as convincing as possible, the finishing it to that side of the map, but doesn't work out. It's going to be a tactical timeout call by 1W. Game still wide open, but it feels like 1W have had more opportunities. They should have more rounds.
Yeah, it almost feels like 4-4 isn't exactly a representative scoreline, but I do think that means we need to give more credit to Basement Boys. They've done a good job at keeping this one even. This is their first timeout, 1W. And they realise things are getting a little bit tight. Of course, gives a chance for Basement Boys to talk about things as well. As I said, there's definitely a chance this game could be closer than we think. Map 1 was very exciting. And knowing that 1W have not found a W on Dust 2 with then this new lineup yet, all their previous success on D2 comes when they were called TDK. That could be something that maybe Basement Boys can exploit, a map which they play quite a lot as well. Buy here for 1W is a little bit rough around the edges. We've got 2 Tech 9s, sure, good util. But Basement Boys could really put the hammer down on the CT side here.
Here we go. Fast play in towards B. Great positioning from Krifter, but unable to find multiple kills. Goes down with nothing. It's Ona with a fast backstab coming from the B tunnels, but smoked off for now. Bomb should be planted here, but still a very viable retake is available.
Yeah, I mean, big damage has been done to Fame and Belchanok, sure, but it's the fact they've got the site, and this time it's not just Axel all alone, it's 4 players. And sure, what I always say is that if you want any chance in a retake on B, you need good tunnels presence, but if they're smoked off, they can't do much about it. Utility, as I said, is available. The Incendiary won't go that deep at all, though, and Fame can easily fight from the back of the site. The nade does find Belchanok, though. Fake Reality still not gone down, but Fame is standing tall. They need Artfrost from the side, and he gets both. It's all down to Ona, and he's got no time.
Okay.
Great hold from 1W.
It's scrappy. It's uncomfortable once again, but they get it over the line. Now, looking to save one rifle is Ona. Fame and Artfrost will get out of there safely. It doesn't look like they'll be finding this last player. It was a scary call to make, pushing through the smoke in towards B. Managed to get the opening kill, but took so much damage on Rue. It felt like the retake was very possible there. This is the moment you think, okay, good position, but Belchanok getting an opening frag. Fast backstab coming through. Nice utility on the retake. Fame fighting for his life, and then Artfrost with a double. Save the day. Should still be a decent amount of cash here. Not a decent amount of help for Ono. He gets tagged through the door. Towards long we go once again. Completely flashed. CT's trying to fall back here. Need to try and take somewhere else on the map. Boost up towards short. Reclaim middle now that you've lost long. And you can see this is the reaction. Pushing in towards upper. But the problem is, they're not wasting any time here, Trav. They're going straight in towards A. So sure, you've got intel, but they've already given it to you.
Oh, Belchanok.
I was going to say Belchanok, you're just running into that.
Yeah, fire is hot, my friend. Fire is hot. Even if it's an incendiary, not a molly, you will get taken down by that if you ignore it entirely. Fake Reality, trying to play behind those smokes on short. Axel can go for an open block while those smokes are up, and that makes a big difference. They can just all fall back to long if they want to. But the thing is, they obviously will be wary of the fact there are smokes on the CT side to hold that defuse at some point later on in the retake. And Fame, he's not really in a position that favours him at all there. He's betwixt and between of what he decides he wants to do. Belchanok needs this hold on long, doesn't get it. Magin's going to run over Axile, and it's all down to Artfrost again. Misses the flick up, but no kit this time, unlike what we saw earlier on, and they're going to hold that defuse all over again. He's so close to picking it correctly, and he will hit it. Trouble now.
No way.
Defuse kit. and there's no way they can win it anymore. Artfrost, 2 kills on B in the previous round, 2 kills with the AWP in this one. He's showing his quality.
Is there any round they'll just have a clean win on? They have all the advantages. They have open bomb sites. They have the long plant down as well. And you're right, it's players like Fame that's like choosing pretty crap positions, like getting themselves in like 1v1 duels and overwhelmed and swarmed by MP9s. But still, Artfrost, like, I don't know how he gets that final kill, but we'll take it all day long. 6-4. Have they finally broken the finances? Looks to be the case. Trouble to save the AWP. And we know there's always a chance.
Oh,
and 1W will offer up some freebies.
And Artfrost, to be fair there, did just strafe across the Zuri angle. That would have been pretty crazy if he got taken down there as quickly as that. But in the end, with the fake reality aggression top middle, getting caught by Nafany, that will relax him a little bit.
Okay. 5-on-4. Surely this one doesn't turn into chaos. We're getting there. Low HP. I say low. 1 HP for Belchenok.
As low as it can go.
And Krivd up with that upper tunnel's presence. Oh, those going to fall apart. They're actually doing it. They're actually doing it again.
Oh, this is so awkward with the way Axel and Artfrost are fighting that lower tunnels position as well. Krivd will get removed. Imagine it's still alive on 7 HP. Again, it's a 2v2. You're right. Rounds cannot be won cleanly for 1W in this map, unfortunately. Look at Trouble. He's fully ready to push through long with the AWP. Just posting up in a normal position.
Guys, I think you just switch the brain off here, run into B. Hope for the best. That's exactly what they've done. Not even together at this point. I like it.
Yeah. I think they realised they got some information on the other 2 players of where they were at least earlier. They know Trouble usually plays A, so...
This is looking good now. Another round where it's a real nail-biter. In the UK, we call this squeaky bum time.
Yes, I've mentioned that a few times on broadcast.
But another retake available here. Molotov through the window. Will flush Axel out.
Good move from Axel. He allows him to move, but the thing is, Magin is so low that any bullet would have taken him down. And even though that's a really nice molly lineup, it has to be said, for that position, it won't make a difference. So 1W will manage to claw it over the line in the end, making a good read to go in toward B as they did. And again, it's not comfortable, but the scoreline is getting more comfortable.
Okay, final round. No damage on the cross. Looked good there for a second for Artfrost. Smoke down towards double doors, courtesy of Axel, and we'll see if Artfrost wants to Molotov towards short, which he does do. 3 players towards long. CT's comfortable there. Bomb recovered in T-spawn. There's the Molotov to try and enable some short control. 2 of them for good measure. The short is theirs. Final round. And a massive grenade lands on the front doorstep of Artfrost.
Yeah, already half his health down the pan. And I feel like Basement Boys, and one of the main things they've done a good job of so far in this game is judging the timing of their utility on short. Invariably, they have snookered 1W. But, as you can see here, once again, it looks like the B bomb site is their port of call. It's Owner doing his same move of jump spotting middle while trying to support Krivd in the corner. And with Fake Reality finding Nafany, that might force him into B a bit quicker. In comes to utility. Krivd's not going to be cleared. Gets both in the end. Almost a third. Axel does good work to find him in the end, but he's going to need to do it all by himself now all of a sudden. 1 versus 3. AWP retrieved. He's got the bomb still picked up, obviously, but not his favoured weapon necessarily, and this is going to be incredibly difficult. A quick tap to try and lure a player out, and he does find Fake Reality. That's a really nice quick scope. He's going in for more, but that is a little bit too much, and Magent will put him down. 7-5 as we end the first half.
I enjoyed that half again, and everything. It looked stressful as hell once more for 1W.
But I think everyone's cortisol is rising watching these maps.
So many advantages. So many fumbled positions, but still very, very entertaining. You got to commend the Basement Boys here, applying that pressure, keeping things unpredictable. So many different setups in towards B. Axel had a chance, I suppose, in the 1v3. Nice shot on the first, but didn't have the HP to really do much with it. So we get into the second half here. 7-5, it's wide open. It's 1W looking for the 2-0 victory. The easy way into tomorrow's playoffs, 32 teams participating We started with 64. We've been whittling away at them the last couple of days. No massive upset so far. No crazy names being knocked out.
Yeah, we might have had that crazy result for Nade Gaming, the North Macedonian team, beating
Sure.
Eternal Fire, but unfortunately doing something like that twice in a row is very unlikely.
Yeah,
And we
and the
proved
fact
that
there was
today.
a swift revenge the next day.
Yeah.
It's not really the romantic tale we
Still,
were looking for.
it would have hurt Eternal Fire's VRS more than it would have
Yeah.
helped them, that's for sure. So they've made a name for themselves, at least a little bit.
So then, a very important pistol, as it always is, really. It will be Art Frost with the Julies. He's down in towards lower B. Smoke will provide him a bit of breathing room. Trouble with the P250. Taking battle with Nafany. He needs to be careful. He's got the smoke on the CT side as well. I assume he has the kits. No, he does not. No kits in play.
Yeah, very patient on the pistol for Basement Boys. I mentioned that their pistol record on Dust 2 isn't exactly very good, so if they can finally find one, it could give them a path to contend a bit more in this second map.
They're making the right call. B-bomb side essentially wide open here. Bane starting to make his way through. Looks like there'll be a bit of time to reposition here at least. Trouble still applying that pressure. I like this. So the smoke on the crossover. You're going to assume this is the final commitment now.
Trouble is going to keep going for his P250 taps, and it has, of course, kept pretty much 4 players near the A-bomb site. That is where they finally triple peak it. But now, Fame, you've got to stay alive. Even if you don't get a kill, just try and stay alive. He tried to tap down the bomb carrier, but with him being blind in the corner and turning away, that's not an easy head to hit. He can't click him, and the bomb plant can come through.
How many pieces of utility do the T-side have here? Great fake, but better shots from Nafany and Axel. 4 on 2. Have been known to throw away these advantages. It could happen again as Outfrost. He says no, denies him the pistol. Once again, double kill through the window. That round was all over the place. I don't think anyone knew what was going on. The nice double fake coming in, though. Enjoyed that. Very convincing, but Axel stepping up. Outfrost to close things out. And the bomb planted, Trav. Sure, they didn't win the round, but you've got a fighting chance into the next one here.
Yeah, definitely a buy will be went for here for Basement Boys. I think for sure for me, the main thing about that take for Basement Boys is they got progress very, very quickly, but look how quickly 1W made their move as well. They didn't want to allow Basement Boys to move into more favorable crossfires, move into better positions on the B-bomb side. They charged through that window. As soon as 2 extra kills came through in tunnels, that is the time to move, and just made Basement Boys incredibly uncomfortable. And to be fair to them, very often with a plant, and if you get a few extra kills, you do see the force, but this time they're choosing to get, considering the game is only a 3-round game at 8-5, choosing to get the rifles in the next instead.
Which is fair enough. Gives you a nice strong buy. Ideally here, you're going for a bomb plant, a couple of kills. Some of the fumbles, though, from 1W suggest it could go a little bit deeper than that. Looking calm for now. Jumping Glock headshot. Makes things a little bit more complicated, but ultimately only giving up 1 kill. That's absolutely fine. The rifles will be coming out next. This could be the final half of play for the Basement Boys here at EWC LCQ. And a name for themselves. Showed they could do it. Took a map off BCG. Not out of it just yet, of course, but it's definitely heading in that direction.
Yeah, our CT side is invariably the best side for this core as well on Dust 2. 1W have a great chance to push the finish line now, and a lot of it is down to that great work from Nafany earlier, some of the Art Frost clutches, that one from the back of Platon Long on that first half is one to remember. Oh, look at the damage from Belchnok through this smoke. They're not going to check Fame in the corner. Basement Boys are trying to force the issue a bit too quick through that smoke. And look, invariably, I would say 9 times out of 10, you're not getting through a smoke when there are 2 players on the B-bomb site.
Is there any way they can recover this one? Doesn't look great to Molotov. Oh, okay, and the bomb down.
Exactly.
No real need for me to speculate much further. That's pretty much it. It would take a series of errors now for 1W to give this one away. I will say that with bated breath, though.
It's crazy where Nafany's gone as well, right? Like, he's all the way through, top mid, through long doors. He's
You
cleared
don't
out
see this
everything.
position too often on the CT.
No, he's cleared out everything. And with the fact that they've got the bomb, he can just afford to play a far back position and even wait for the possibility of a save and catch them later in the round. A little jump spot there from Beltran almost gets clicked by Trouble. That could have been something. With 4 players on the site, this is impossible. Fame will hold on. And Owner, Imagine, no, really, the only thing they can do is try and keep what they've got.
Very true, Trav. 5 on 2. Sure, you can run away, but you are just saving. Bomb down in a very precarious spot. Save your AK, save your Molotov. See if there's any other bits and pieces around you can scavenge. I don't think there are. Everyone died towards the B side of the map.
Yeah, and going through a smoke, even with the utility that they had, just felt like when you had Fame in the corner on the MP9 and the first kill going 1W's way as well, it was always going to be a difficult task, especially when the bomber is one of those few players going through first, like we said. So it will be a great opportunity for 1W to get this one done and get through to the playoffs for this event. Of course, many, many big names trying to get through to the playoffs for the LCQ only. 4 spots for the main event, of course, through this open qualifier. They're holding up their end of the bargain by getting through the group stage. We haven't seen any massive upsets. And I think when there is only 4 spots on the line tomorrow, there's going to be a few teams who are going to be pretty upset about the outcome, who felt like they probably should have qualified.
Well, here we go. Knocking on death's door here are the Basement Boys. Couple of rounds away from an elimination point. And entering round number 16, the money's battered and bruised. You've got those saved AKs. They haven't forced into the round. Difficult decision to make. See if it prevails, see if it works out for him. Flash towards long. Napney just wants to delay. Doesn't want to be anything to do with these duels just yet. Wants to figure out what he's up against.
Yeah. There was a while where I really did not like that midway long smoke. I thought there was too many gaps on the left and right of it, but the more I see it used, the more I've seen it come through, it's proving to be very effective. And look at Krivda.
Okay, he's done very well.
You may as well take a gamble in a round like this with this sort of purchase, and he has managed to get control of the B-bomb side.
Needs to stay alive, though. Like, sure, he can go for a kill out the window, but him just being burrowed away, knowing a CT's rotating in, that's more valuable. Exactly like this, Trav. You want to see him, like, hold on, and the opportunity will come to him. Now, will he capitalize upon the opportunity? That's a different kettle of fish, and he absolutely has. I love that from Krivda. Didn't overstep the mark, didn't get greedy, waited for the opportunity.
Yeah, now his teammates can pick up that rifle that was dropped by Fame. Axel will find fake reality, and the bomb plot will be attempted. That's a big kill from Nafany, and that's a big threat removed as well, like you say. In comes Nafany for more. He's out of bullets and will be found by Magic. It's absolute madness, and all of a sudden it's a 1v1. Axel versus Magic. Big damage done to Axel. This is impossible, surely, for him to win this 1v1. Magic needs 1 bullet, and he's able to find it. Lifeline for the Basement Boys.
I don't know why you completely vacated the B-bomb side. I appreciate there was presence across the map, but you had that deep defensive smoke on the CT side. It wasn't that much pressure being applied. You had to bail the bomb site entirely. I understand why they did it, but it feels like that's the main reason you've lost the round. Great move from Krivda, don't get me wrong. Don't take anything away from him, but he can't believe his luck that they completely left the bomb site. He gets an opening kill. I'm sure it was still possible to win the round, but as you mentioned, Axel, low HP. Nothing he could do, and it will be the Basement Boys somehow, some way on the partial buy, and they've saved AKs. They're still in it. They're still here in Paris. Heart's still beating. And now, with a very strong buy, Trav, this is the most important round of the series so far. Yep. This would get you back into it. This would shatter the economy of 1W.
And we could have a conversation about a close map all over again. Axel will have to fall away pretty quickly off the back of that molly to clear it out. And he's not ready for fake reality, already facing through that position. He's lucky to be alive there, Axel. Showed too much skin in that fight. And in the end, with that smoke being broken, he will go down. Fame now needs to do good work. And with Beltran in tow, it's looking really solid. The 2 new boys for this 1W roster team up on B to get 1W to 11.
Well, that's a sigh of relief, is it not? Finally, a round that's convincing. One that you can be proud of. Didn't come down to the wire. No awkward 1v1. No bomb planted. And now you're one step closer to the playoffs here at the last chance qualifier. Speaking of last chance, that's exactly what we've got here for the Basement Boys. The room is shrinking around them. And they're taking a partial again, Trav? Okay, this seems a bit nuts. I'd say I don't think you're recovering a 12-6.
Yeah,
But-
I appreciate like making technically the correct decision.
Of course.
But at the same
I feel
time,
like-
you kind
and
of need to buy.
they've won these rounds already.
Yeah,
I'm
true.
saying, in my opinion, I'd be going all in here. I don't think you're recovering a 12-6, but
Yeah.
we'll see what they can do.
Well,
with it.
owner's gone all in. No money for him. Having an AK, taking the responsibility as the captain for Basement Boys, as the in-game leader.
He has been one of the best players at this tournament.
Oh, the
He's put to bed early. The double orb setup from Fame. Missed shot from Artfrost. Caught napping a bit there.
Oh.
But there's Napany to pick up the pieces. Beautiful, crisp aim. Being put on display. Trouble. And exactly that. As we do find elimination points for the Basement Boys and playoff points for 1W.
Fully deserved as well. As I said, I kind of thought before the series got underway, it reads like a close-ish game, but invariably would usually be a 2-0 for 1W. And that one was definitely entertaining and close. And this one has been as well. A 12-6 doesn't really do the game justice in a way, because Basement Boys have had many, many chances. Both teams have fumbled a few situations. But in the end, just the overall experience and value of some of these 1W players, they're on their way. One of the last games we've got in the LCQ.
Is this where it all comes to an end? Basement Boys certainly have impressed us. Had some great maps, some great individual moments. Belchinok, though, looking to close this one out now. On the front line, waiting for Fane to fire a shot. The swing will come through. Lurk smoke deployed and position given up. So nice idea, but unable to find that first kill. The bomb's outside the B tunnels, just to note that, Trav. This is all a bit of a ruse. There's been a lot of this today, a lot of fakes and a lot of grenades as Axel goes down with nothing.
Needs to be Artfrost from long, but he's going to give them space to work with. Maybe slightly surprising, actually. Almost expected him to fight a bit more on that one. The bomber's nowhere near yet, and Owner's taking quite a long time to pick that up and push forward with them. So it's allowed Belchinok and Fame to rotate off B and get a little bit closer. But guess what? Krivda could be doing this one again. Krivda's working his way all the way through B and could catch multiple players on the flank here. Nafany will find Owner, will be hidden from that flank possibility, but Fame should be in the open and Trouble will just find him anyway. No problem for Trouble.
Okay. We said recovering the 12-6 deficit was going to be an uphill battle, to say the very least. Can't afford to make any mistakes from here on out. The first step, though, on this journey, very successful. 4 players surviving, but need a lot more where that came from. Money's still strong. Artfrost holding on to the AWP certainly will help things out. They know it. Great shot. Against will get in from way downtown. It's a convincing round, but yeah, a lot of work to be done here. Gonna have to see a few more rounds like that before I'm starting to believe.
Yeah, we've only got a few series left now. Around 5 games remaining to complete our playoff bracket. Of course, keep an eye on the socials and HLTV to know exactly who's playing who tomorrow. It's going to be an incredible bracket with so many quality teams. Gen 1 have just confirmed their slot, one of the sort of home French teams making their way through, of course, with the 2 Belgians in tow as well, Kios and Chucky. Chucky's an excellent player that I've been keeping an eye on lately in that tier 3 space. And Trouble, also an AWPer, is showing up in this one still. Wanted to keep his team alive for just that little while longer. Money isn't too great for 1W. Fame could be getting a freebie here on Krivda walking through. He's been so willing to take the B bomb site on multiple occasions exactly like that, but that one gives one back for free.
Well, I think they could afford to give one up. They had so much space on the map, convinced with those 2 long kills and then always being on the A site. So it's information it can only be at least 2 towards A, but it doesn't matter. 3 players looking to just survive the round here. It's going to be Axel, Fame, and Artfrost. Like you said, the money's starting to drain out now. Huge kill from Axel. Gets him another $300. Keeps the M4 in hand.
It's kind of funny. Axel's got 20 kills in this game, and
I know. I was thinking the
it's
same.
one of those factors, like the old meme where do you remember an Axel kill? I'm not sure I do.
I
in
was
this game.
trying to work out how to articulate that thought, and I thought, you know what, it's not worth it. We were kind of beating up on him a bit today, but I agree with you. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's had massive impact, but the numbers look great. 20 and 12. He had similar numbers on Ancient as well, but I can't remember a sequence or something that he did that saved him around or anything like that.
Yeah, it's funny, but yeah, I think that it's fair to say that he's had a good game. We're not, as you say, not trying to beat up on him, but it's one of those situations where both of us in particular just remember how good he was, remember how cerebral he was across the entire rifling scene, being the best rifler in the world, 4th best player in the world in 2022, behind the best AWPers of Simple, Zywoo, and Shiro. But yeah, that's a long time ago now. That's why I want to see him resurge a little bit.
Well,
and hopefully today we see a bit of a sign of that.
We are seeing momentum starting to gather here.
Yeah.
The Basement boys have got a chance. If they can win this round, they really are starting to cook. 12-9 would shatter the money. Picked up 1W with their backs against the walls. So far, so good. Incendiary comes in. Will they swing on it? Sound cue given over. A tick of damage. T-side Molotov available as well. Good flashbang. It actually catches his teammate as well.
Oh my god. Axile. I couldn't have been blinder for longer, I don't think. Fake Reality will take him down, but Art Frost is brawling. They'll find it's one. He'll smoke that CT molly as well and look to fight back on the new box again, but Belchnok could be the key factor. He's heard Magent drop down in middle. But I'm not sure he's that aware of trouble trying to push through with the AWP. 50 seconds left for Basement Boys to make a decision, and being out middle, I'd imagine they want to try and take advantage of that. And Belchnok has left that position.
It's not looking good for Fame. Famous and half HP needs to flash over, hope for the best, gets nothing done. That should be the round, especially now. 3-on-2. Bomb will be planted. Trouble in no man's land. Trying to sniff out these remaining CT players who are trying to save at this stage. And here we go. Trav, we might be going the distance here. Oh, hello. A weird situation. Trouble's going to get him. Trouble is feeling it right now.
It's crazy. He's ramped up so much in the last few rounds. Unfortunately, it could be too little too late, but you never know. That's what it matters.
It could also be just enough, Trav.
Yeah, never say die.
And the fact he kept them alive, that double kill towards Long on that must-win round. It looks like he's rallying the troops.
Yeah.
Inspiring his teammates. And even though Arfrost knew exactly where he is, he manages to get that final kill as well. Partial buy now for the CTs. Just one round. Can they steal it away with the pistols? Time will tell. Long space granted toward the Basement boys here. Smoke down in the corner. Difficult to retake or flash through it. What's the response? Just don't have much to work with here. CT's gonna gather behind said smoke. Have they got a flash? They certainly have, but Drift are ready for it. Couple of kills there for the Basement boys. Double digits looking very likely now. Arfrost already tagged down 25. If Belchnok had any other weapon but the USP, he might be able to do something with that spot. He'll need multiple tags from his teammates. Said, look, he'll be overlooked here. But needed the MP9. That would have worked.
Of course. It's a classic situation of, it's the third player checked me, for God's sake. But that is what the good teams do, just to make doubly sure of everything. Fame, slight value in saving his Kevlar, actually, with only 1,400 in the bank. And that smoke that he's picked up.
True.
But, yeah, Basement Boys again. Similar situation to map 1 of Ancient.
Yeah.
Which they lost 13-10. They're going to reach 10 here again. Their brawling and fighting spirit, I think, deserves to be credited. They've had a good tournament overall for them. They're always one of the underdogs, but of course, we're always one of the teams that we saw in the opening rounds as Fame looks to try and grab a gun, which I think he will.
That's pretty massive. He's got a T-side molly, a smoke, and an AK now. He can drop a weapon over. Could even drop the AWP. Yes. Surely a tactical timeout here. Pressure mounting. Cortisol spiking. Lovely kills. You can see they're really locked in now. On the Basement boys' side. It's Fame, though. Cheeky one at the end. Does enable them to bring out the AWP. It's got the AK-47 to work with. And have a chance to get out of here, right now. Avoid overtime. Remember, this is 12-6, Trav.
Yeah.
It took the wise and informed decision to take a partial buy. Allow it to get to series points.
Oh,
big miss from
that's a
Trouble.
Massive opportunity. Vane needs to be careful. There is that T-Molly you were mentioning. That could make a big difference, but Krivda still willing to charge right through
Bomb
it.
down.
They're going to need Belchenok, and he finds 2.5. Bomb now can be retrieved. Plant can come through, and the rotations for 1W aren't really that close at all. They're waiting for Nafany to go all the way through T-spawn. And there's no kit.
I think you save.
There's no kit.
I think you have to save. Oh, there's maybe a free. Okay, this will change things.
Oh,
if he gets
what
the
a
kill.
check.
If he gets the kill.
What a check from Trouble. In the end, Belchenok had to do it all by himself, and 2.5 was decent as Fame went down in the way he did. But a bit of a slower game for Belchenok, and of course that tough roll on B. And Basement Boys this time will get their reward. You could argue they should have gone all 24 on map 1 with that decision not to hold that defuse.
True.
On the B-bomb site. This time they'll get there.
Well, it's going to come right down to the wire. They'll save a couple of weapons here, but they can feel this one slipping out of their grasp. Basement Boys continuing to impress as the individual form. This seems to be rising each and every round. Technical pause, a moment's respite here from the carnage that we're seeing on the server right now.
What a time. What a time for that. Here's the Belchenok situation.
If he just gets one more hit, it's game.
I know.
Couldn't hold on. Such a difficult position. He pulled the T-side molly, might give them that extra bit of damage to shut down that B push. Wasn't meant to be, but the money's not too bad here on the CT side. Axel looking to take matters into his own hands. He got 20 frags a while ago. He's kind of dropped off in the last 5 or so. HE grenade
Oh my word.
enables
No way.
Axel to get top of middle, but Nafany's gone down.
And Axel now feels like he needs to make a move with that, and he is seen falling back. So Art Frost, you've got a big play to have to make here. Difficult flick to hit on that headshot line. Sure, Fake Reality is out, and Fame is near this smoke. This is still very, very doable for both teams. Either overtime or bust. The Basement Boys, Badger's taking so much damage to that fire. Fame on the new box. Utility is up for the T side. Imagine could choose to play a bit of a cheeky position inside of this smoke, but you never would predict that with Ona right next to him either. Look at all the one-win players though, and look at Krivda. Krivda's doing it again. He's walking in on the flank from short. Can he really secure overtime for his team here? Belchenok's going to go down to Ona. Where is Krivda? He's making his move. Artfrost has heard it though. Big kill. The bomb is trying to be defused by Axel, but Trouble will find him, and Artfrost can't win this one. He'll miss his flick, and fair play to the Basement Boys. They've brought us all the way back to overtime.
12-6 down. And it's Trouble leading the way. It was AWP to take us all the way to overtime. Oh, that's going to hurt. We talked about the mental fortitude on the first map. So many opportunities. So many rounds you threw away. And now, everything's been reset. Third map, back on the menu. Basement Boys feeling it. See whether they can convert on all this hard work. Still a lot to be done.
What a comeback. One of the comebacks, I think, of the LCQ so far. We've seen some crazy ones. Liquid almost got caught from 12-3 up. I think they won it 13-10 in the end.
Yeah. It's a high-pressure situation.
It is, especially for the favorites. Sometimes the underdogs don't really have as much to lose. Maybe they now will start to feel it too. Now they've pulled it all the way back to OT. But Reality again looking to try and take middle. He'll clear out the close position and realize he doesn't need to worry about that any longer. And just a bit of a breather round in this first round of OT, I think, for Basement Boys. Taking this one a little bit slower. Nafany's on his lonesome in this long door position. We expect one, but flashes will be coming through. First flash doesn't affect him. Oh, it's a dink for dink, but AK trumps M4. Now, Artfrost, you're in the open, my friend. How many can you really get from this position? There's one, but the guaranteed trade comes through.
Yes, it does indeed. They're going to be taking the lead. Fake Reality confirms it. Belchenok having a bit of a rough one here. 10-22. Okay, out of nowhere, a couple of kills found Trav. Maybe this round is back on. Axel, huge grenade, Fame through the smoke. Struggling to get the bomb down now. Do they pounce into the site now? while they're punching in the numbers. Fake Reality down to 78. One shot in the head from the M4 will take him out. Throws down the Molotov. Bomb just planted here. Huge kill from Axel. This would be a hell of a recovery. This is a 4-on-2. Now it's down to the 1v1. Jumping up. Axel saves the day. Since that 12-6 scoreline, he hadn't done much. He was on 20 frags at that point, but he goes above and beyond in the first round of overtime.
What a time to do it. What a time to do it. Big moves from Axile. There was definitely a chance there for Fake Reality. He was on an angle that was favorable for him to flick up and hit that because he knew exactly where Axile was. In the end, Nafany and Artfrost going down in the fashion they did doesn't come back to bite them. What a recovery, and Fame again, really important damage on that flank up. Here's the move from Axel from his POV. Lovely spray down. Leading the way in this server now is Mr. Axile.
What we wanted to see. It's going to be his best round of the series so far, if you ask me, and that's one of the better shots as well. Artfrost, a disrespectful play, top and middle. Takes down Trouble, gives him a taste of his own medicine there, and boy, is it ever bitter. In towards B we go. Crypto hoping to find that gap, but Fame very aware of it. Artfrost oversteps the mark somewhat. Round back on, 4-on-3. Back towards A by the looks of things here. Trying to pull the CTs around the map. Making a lot of noise towards shore. You can see that. Nafany will be able to hear that. Axel just trying to slow them down. Doesn't want to overcommit to these fights.
Yeah, using the right utility to do that, but they know he's there now, and he's going to need Fame's support. Fame is on that CT push to recover, but Axel does go down, and Fame is missing his mark. They're going to need Nafany from long. Those are shots missed as well. Finally, Fame will get one. It could be more because they're double peeking, and they're double peeking straight into Nafany. Really good positioning to make sure they peaked together and didn't overswing when Basement Boys were swinging themselves.
Pivoting off each other. Good comms there as well. High pressure situation. One fumbled step or an overswing, that could have cost you the round. And it was looking like they were going to give it up, but well played to the lads. Fame especially getting 3 kills from way downtown with the M4A1S. Ton of damage, huge output. And 2-0 now for 1W. This is the game we wanted. Some Rock'em Sock'em Counter-Strike. Everyone getting stuck in. Everyone leveling up as we enter overtime. Great output from Fame. Saves the day once again.
Yeah, and how important that Axile clutch now might prove to be, because if Basement Boys won the first round of overtime, who knows what different pattern of OT we could have had. At this point now for 1W, being taken back to overtime from that 12-6 lead. Classic Counter-Strike, often you just win the next round after. They did, thanks to Axile, and now, of course, you can put the pressure on all over again. 14-12, they desperately need the 2-1, the singular round on T-side.
Right then, we have that long control, the defensive CT smoke. But not too much pressure here. CTs don't have to vacate bomb sites. They don't have to start flanking just yet. You've got them contained for now. 4 players towards long, going for the protocols here. Molotov towards car, smoke a crossover.
Yeah.
Another defensive CT smoke, very meta, very difficult to deal with. Don't have any HEs to pop it open either, Trav.
Nafany's in a good position, but they are creeping through on left and right, and that's not an easy reaction for Nafany, and he will get caught by Owner. That is counterpart on counterpart as the captains of the teams. Look at the space he's managed to take. He's already crossed onto the site. And the thing with 1W's positioning here is that Fame hasn't budged from B. So it's really only the 3 players here. Belchnock will do well to find one, but again, Owner is taking point. Axile is in an important position to try and help out, but Artfrost is only holding the corner of the site, as you can see, and Crypto's in a great position to cut Fame off. Doesn't seem likely that they're going to be able to make this happen. They've got, of course, got defused gets in overtime, but you never know.
Fame.
There you go. There's the Fame possibility. Magent now on the site is having to move his position, and that Molotov could force him into the open. Here we go. Axel will find another. Trouble and Long could be in a very important player, though. Ono is still alive, but Axel's found him as well. It's all down to Trouble, and he'll miss the opening shot. They need one player on that defuse. Shots are being missed. Surely he gets taken down. And it's all 3 on CTOT in a 3v4 retake.
Every single round they got, they had to recover a massive deficit. Finally, some of the fortune landing in favor of 1W. They've been on the receiving end to those sort of retakes, those comebacks. They get 3 in a row themselves, shattering the confidence, the momentum, everything they built up in that regulation comeback from a 12-6 deficit. And now you snatched it away. Back to series point, elimination point, and 3 opportunities to get it over the line.
3 more. Add them to the list. Trouble was alive for way too long in the end there, but he did get found. And that is the 3-0 we're talking about. Now 1W back over to that T side. Surely.
One more will do it.
Surely. This is one of the last 2 games running in the group stage as it stands. Only Iberian Soul and the 6666 team are left trying to compete for a spot in the playoffs of the LCQ.
All comes down to this. Trouble needs to step up, go above and beyond for his team once again. Shotgun style AWP, no backup. How does he get out of this one? He doesn't. He'll have to sit back and watch his teammates try and recover a 5-on-4 must-win round. They have to start reclaiming the map now. This is the pressure we were talking about in the previous half. Now you need to actually get some intel. You need to take territory back. In towards lower they go. Belchenok, very aware, has had a pretty woeful game by his standards, but that's a very important kill.
Yeah.
5-on-3. Surely this is enough to close the game out.
Perfect lurk kill there from Belchenok, and he could even get more as well. They're putting pressure on him. It's a good double face from Oda in reality, but that's the thing. It's so much information for 1W to be able to accelerate up long. Magin is really the only form of defense here. Utility flying over his head, and can he really stay alive for much longer? The answer's no. Nafany again showing up when needed. It's Krivda and Ona to save their bacon in this LCQ. It's been a great tournament for them, it has to be said, but 1W do just have the extra quality when it truly matters. And Ona and Krivda, I mean, this is borderline impossible. Krivda could get a timing on the ramp player, but Fame still reacts to that, even though it's a slight right-eye peek for Krivda, and Ona will get found as well. Axel will close it, very aptly so, and 1W are through to the playoffs.
They certainly are. It wasn't clean, it wasn't comfortable, but the job is done, Trav, and that's all that really matters in this sort of tournament. You're trying to make it to the main event next week. You're in the playoffs tomorrow. You've got a lot to learn from there. A lot of tape to look at. The rounds you threw away there, the fumbles they had, they need to tighten things up. But you can see the potential is there. When they have the good rounds, you can see the skill. And hopefully we can see that on an upward trajectory going forward in the tournament, because they need to really work out how they convert those advantages if they're going to topple the bigger teams of this tournament.
And don't forget, of course, there were many rounds in that first map which could have gone the other way. That also could have been a map on Ancient that could have gone to overtime. Basement Boys will also be thinking, what if a few of those things were ironed out? What if that defuse was held on B on Ancient? Multiple opportunities for them as well, but quality shines through.
We did get the entertainment we were looking for, right? They had absolutely everything. Crazy retakes, massive clutches, and yeah, we got an overtime little performance in there as well.
Yeah.
So we got the 2-0, and like you said, there's one more game in the group stage going on right now. Iberian Soul with Crucial playing against 6666. I don't know who that team is. Who's 6666?
I think they're a Ukrainian team that played at a recent LAN and did okay. So.
All right. So that's the last game of the group stage.
That is the last game to figure it out.
The real last chance of the group stage.
It is.
Oh, I need to catch my breath after that one. That was an exciting, high-octane affair, wasn't it? Some really exciting moments. Not the most beautiful Counter-Strike, no one's saying that, but certainly some of the most entertaining you're going to see as Fame put on a bit of a clinic there. Shout out to Belchenok as well. Like I said, he didn't have an amazing amount of kills, but definitely got them over the line in that final round. And yeah, great to see Axel coming up trumps in those clutch situations as well when they really needed him to be online.
Indeed, and they will almost complete our list for the playoffs. I'm really fascinated to see what kind of draw we're going to get tomorrow with all the favourites of making it through. I mean, there are so many fascinating matchups that will be coming through without a shadow of a doubt. We know we're going to have Inner Circle. We know we're going to have Big, Fluxo, Dendelay, the new name for Sharks, Hotu, Gen 1, maybe some French representation. Saw with their brand new roster, of course. They don't even have any VRS points because they brought the old boys back.
That's right.
You've got Betclick, you've got BCG, 1W are now through. Heroic, Fnatic, we've got 9 making it through as well. Eyeballers have made it, 100 Thieves are there, Liquid are there. We've got NRG confirming their spot as well, along with Ascend, who came through the lower bracket in the end when I was talking about them earlier. Focus and Sashi have both confirmed their place, as have K27, Sinners, VP, and a nice one to finish off, GG How, getting one over Sangal. So a really important playoff appearance for them as well. They love it on LAN, and there's going to be some really interesting games when we get that draw sorted for tomorrow.
Should we talk about the Basement Boys?
Yes.
Give them their send-off there, like we said coming into it. Owner and Trouble were the headline acts, and I think Trouble, especially towards the end there, they were 12-6 down. He pretty much single-handedly carried them over the line to get to overtime. It's a bit disappointing. It felt like they had nothing left in the tank to really do much of overtime, but still, I thought it was a great story, and you can see 1W were very uncomfortable, and it was on a knife's edge. Could have gone either way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they deserve a lot of credit, right? These are one of the teams that has really been playing so many of these events recently, and an opportunity like this is fantastic for them, and they did not do themselves a disservice at all. And there's a few individuals to keep an eye on for the future. We've got some experienced players there, with Owner, of course, as the captain of the team. They won't be put off. They'll be still trying to play some of these local events, these local qualifiers, and trying to make their way up the scene. But at the end of the day, even though it wasn't clean, like we've said, 1W just has a little bit too much quality.
Well, there we go, Trav. I need to go get a glass of cold water, I think, go for a walk.
Me too, mate.
I'm sweating right now. I think we're going to take a break, and we'll probably leave you the footage of that last remaining game. And then for now, yeah, we'll see you tomorrow where the playoffs will kick off. Okay. Did you say we can end that?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to end things here. We'll be back tomorrow with the 32-team playoff.
So excited for that.
So excited.
One of the biggest brackets
All
we've
here,
seen.
right behind us,
Look
on
at that.
LAN.
Beautiful.
Even the guy with no shirt on, he's going to be there. He's going to be enjoying himself. And we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching.